Chapter 1. The Black Turning Wheel. Damn it. When Xiaoshou opened his eyes once more, everything had changed. What met his gaze was a ceiling adorned with cobwebs, a small wooden table coated with dust, the stubs of burnt candles, and a spirited black sword. Everything in sight was in stark contrast to the sterile environment of a hospital room. Xiaoshou tilted his head in thought, faintly recalling how he had optimistically battled against illness for 3 long years before finally succumbing. The pain had ended, and he waved a farewell to the clouds of the horizon. Yet his heart was filled with a strange melancholy. Why was everyone else's life so vibrant and colorful, while his own existence revolved around 9 years of compulsory education and an extended stay in the hospital? School and hospitals, those two agonizing words had dominated his entire life. Yet at this moment, surveying the unfamiliar, yet strangely recognizable surroundings, he pinched himself from head to toe, but felt no pain to speak of. Did the heavens finally open their eyes? A painless transmigration? Xiaoshou leaned closer to a copper mirror on the table, revealing a revitalized yet still handsome visage. He appeared to be an 18-year-old boy with a pale complexion, as if he hadn't seen the sun in ages. His nose was sharp, perfectly dividing a few freckles on his cheeks, while his lips were cracked, devoid of any moisture. Not bad. If I get a bit tanner and put on some weight, I'd be even more charming, especially with these freckles. Xiaoshou pouted and rubbed the dead skin on his lips as he sifted through his fragmented memories, piecing together why he looked so gaunt. This fellow had once been a disciple of the outer court at the Tiansang spiritual palace. Unfortunately, his talent was mediocre, and after 3 years in the palace, he had only managed to reach the 3rd stage of spirit refinement. In a desperate bid to prepare for the storm of rivals, he had locked himself away for a month in a determined effort to break through. But he had failed, and thus met his end. Xiaoshou shook his head in regret, recognizing that this guy had known deep down that he would never achieve the 4th stage. After years of ridicule, he had long since given up on life. Now, with the excuse of going into seclusion, he was merely giving himself a reason to bow out gracefully. In a different world, he faced different kinds of torment. While Xiaoshou was physically tortured, this guy had experienced spiritual devastation. Both were equally unfortunate lives. However, since I've been given this opportunity, I refuse to be defeated by mere gossip. Xiaoshou silently vowed as he continued to sift through the fragments of memory until his expression darkened. It turned out that the storm of rivals was akin to a final examination. This fellow had placed last for 2 consecutive years, and if he fell behind once more, he would be forced to pack his bags and leave the Tiansang spiritual palace. No wonder he had gone into seclusion. It seemed he was left with no choice. Xiaoshu's head throbbed. Did he immediately inherit such tremendous pressure upon arriving here? A final examination? One with a system of elimination? As someone with prior experience, he loathed exams, especially when both his hard and soft skills fell short. Even more distressing was the fact that there was no advanced technology here to cheat with. As he anxiously pondered, his mind had nearly finished digesting all the memories. With a jolt of his soul, he felt himself fully integrate into this new body. In the next moment, a black turning wheel appeared in his mind. Xiaoshou. So advanced technology had finally made an appearance? He quickly delved mentally into the black turning wheel, scrutinizing it closely. The black wheel was rather rudimentary. Resembling a cheap trinket, it looked anything but precious. Xiaoshou seriously suspected that this advanced technology was simply a half-hearted effort. At the base of the wheel were 2 sections, one golden and the other red. Interestingly, the golden section occupied nearly 90% of the wheel, while the red section had only a minuscule portion. That's rather unfair, Xiaoshou silently complained. Based on traditional theories, the squeezed red area would typically contain the good stuff. Yet, the golden area was marked active system, while the red area was labeled passive system. Active and passive? Xiaoshu's expression turned perplexed. If he were to apply gaming logic, active skills were naturally superior to passive skills. After all, how could one defeat enemies relying solely on passive abilities? He'd be lucky to even kill a wild monster. Could it be that this black turning wheel, seeing how wretched his previous life had been, had expanded the active system area as a form of reward? Excitement bubbled within him. This had to be the case. What a delightful wheel. Truly a rare find. He eagerly sought out a start button or something similar, but found nothing. In his mind, aside from this somewhat shabby turning wheel, there was nothing else to be seen. Could it be that he needed to operate it by hand? Gazing at the meager black turning wheel, he hesitated, fearing he might break it with a single touch. But it seemed there was no alternative. He had to take the plunge. Xiaoshou turned his attention to the needle on the wheel. It was long and thin, appearing fragile. He cautiously attempted to nudge the needle with his thoughts. The wheel wobbled, seeming to trend towards movement. But then it stalled. Stall? That trend had only been a trend. The needle remained stubbornly still. Xiaoshou felt that the person who created this turning wheel had been negligent. It looked crude enough, but they hadn't even bothered to put some lubricant on it to ensure it functioned properly. He exerted a bit more effort mentally, and the needle seemed to tilt slightly. It still felt incredibly sluggish, but it was something. Xiaoshou put in more force, and the flimsy needle tilted even more. Feeling alarmed, he tried to retract his strength, but the needle couldn't withstand the stress and snapped with a sharp crack. It broke? It broke. Xiaoshou's face darkened. This turning wheel, which had already looked shoddy, turned out to be truly lacking in quality. The needle had originally pointed toward the edge of the golden area, but with the snap, it quickly fell into the red area outside the golden zone. Red, the passive system? Xiaoshou went from looking dark to purple, disbelief flooding through him. Was it really going to play him like this? Who designed this wretched turning wheel? Then it suddenly dawned on him that perhaps the turning wheel wasn't meant to have the needle spun, but rather to rotate the base? No way. Xiaoshou felt his face flush with embarrassment, tentatively nudging the base. To his surprise, it spun smoothly with a whirring sound, showing no signs of lacking lubrication. This? Xiaoshou's eyes went wide as he stumbled back and fell onto the bed. In the next moment, he shot up, hastily trying to use his mind to lift the broken needle, intending to place it back in the golden area before the black turning wheel went back to its senses. Little did he expect that as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the black turning wheel seemed to awaken from his antics, vanishing in an instant. A line of text appeared. Passive system initiated, loading. Xiaoshou was on the verge of tears, yet he could only go with the flow and accept the reality staring him down. The text faded, revealing a small red interface, and with a flicker of hope, Xiaoshou glanced at it. It contained only one section, marked with bold lettering. Basic passive skill. Inside the section was the familiar meager layout along with the familiar simplicity. Method of breathing, acquired level 1. Xiaoshou promptly fell off the bed, his already pale face turning suddenly flush with anger and indignation. What in the world was this method of breathing? Do you really need to teach me that? Any baby would know how to breathe, for goodness sake. Xiaoshou had once entertained a glimmer of hope regarding the passive system, waiting for it to unleash some miraculous power that would leave him awestruck. Now, though, he was utterly despairing. This was truly passive breathing. What the heck breathing? In frustration, he huffed a few more times, only to feel a surge of spiritual energy erupting within him. What's happening? Xiaoshou gasped. He was currently at the third stage of spirit refinement, and such a violent outburst of energy would not occur unless he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Was he about to break through? He hurriedly crossed his legs, preparing to take action when suddenly, his spiritual energy cocooned him, a mysterious force flowing from his spiritual sea as if a fish had returned to the ocean, shattering its constraints. Invisible ripples spread through the air, sweeping away the dust on the table. A breakthrough? Xiaoshou was utterly stunned. The fellow who had locked himself away for a month couldn't break through this barrier. Yet he, out of sheer frustration and a few more breaths, had done it? No way. Breathing? Xiaoshou's eyes lit up. Method of breathing? Could it be that this method of breathing was equivalent to a technique where each breath he took was a means of drawing in the world's spiritual energy for his own use? Goodness, what a treasure I've stumbled upon. Xiaoshou had initially thought he had foolishly acquired a trash system, but it turned out that this was the real deal. He meticulously pondered the implications of passive, suddenly understanding. Passive breathing? Passive cultivation? He focused on his breathing, and indeed, with every inhale, he drew in a slight amount of the world's spiritual energy into his spiritual sea. Not much, but it was enough. He had already been at a bottleneck before, and those few extra breaths of spiritual energy acted as the final drop that filled the dam. Xiaoshou's heart ignited with excitement indeed. Fine things often lay hidden in the very areas that seemed less significant. If he had been given an active cultivation technique, he would have had to endure the process of cultivation. But this method of breathing even omitted that. And what did that imply? Xiaoshou waved his sleeve dramatically, flicking his hair back with flair, radiating confidence. I, Xiaoshou, can remain idle and still be invincible. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate his moment of glory, and Xiaoshou secretly lamented. He glanced once more at the red interface, feeling a profound shift in his sentiments. Method of breathing, acquired level 1. His gaze drifted to the suffix, and Xiaoshou murmured to himself, acquired. Level 1. That must mean it could be upgraded. But what would he use to upgrade it? His attention soon fell on a line of small text at the bottom of the interface, something he had completely overlooked in his earlier excitement. Passive points, 0. Xiaoshou rubbed his chin, pondering the notion of passive points. Was this the currency for upgrading skills? But how does one acquire them? On a summer night, accompanied by the sounds of cicadas and mosquitoes, the room fell entirely silent as Xiaoshou contemplated. Suddenly, he felt a sting on his forearm. Reflexively, he swatted at it, and upon lifting his hand, he discovered bloodstains on his palm. Damn mosquitoes! Xiaoshou realized this room needed a thorough cleaning, having not been tidied in a month. The next moment, he found himself stunned, a mixture of amusement and disbelief on his face. In his mind, a message appeared at the bottom of the red interface. Attacked, passive points 1. Chapter 2. The Corpse Collector amidst the dew-kissed foliage. A veil of azure mist shrouds the dawn. As the sun ascends in the east, the spirit alchemists of the Tiansang Spirit Palace have long awakened. Drawing in the ethereal energies in various secluded spots, be it the woods, the pavilions, or the courtyards of others. The rustling of branches and the calls of spirit magpies create a serene and enchanting atmosphere. Along a winding path, two furtive figures stealthily approach, one tall and imposing, the other diminutive. The towering figure is a burly man, his hands bound with sandbags, crouching low and glancing around with a guilty expression. Beside him stands a slightly shorter youth, a long sword sheathed at his waist, his countenance brimming with excitement. Brother Liu, how did such a fortunate task as corpse collection fall to us? I see this usually handled by the elders from the outer courtyard. The shorter youth, Xiaoshou, inquired. Of course, this is a result of maneuvering. Do you think this opportunity would simply land in your lap? Lu Zhen replied, surveying the surroundings and breathing a sigh of relief upon noticing they were unnoticed. I've heard that big one has offered quite a number of spirit crystals that so Zhou's was squinted his eyes, rubbing his hands and lowering his voice. So, whose corpse are we collecting? Xiaoshou. Lu Zhen responded as they continued walking. I've heard he has been in seclusion, striving to break through to the third realm for this storm and cloud championship. Given the time, today marks the deadline. If he hasn't emerged yet, it likely means he has perished. Third realm? Xiaoshou looked astonished, realizing their cultivation levels were quite comparable. What is the benefit in that? It would be better to let him fend for himself. You know nothing. Lu Zhen delivered a sharp rap on his head. Xiaoshou has been in the Spirit Palace for nearly 3 years. He possesses a courtyard here alone worth thousands of spirit crystals. Really? So wealthy? Indeed. I've also heard he possesses a 9th-grade spirit sword. Zhou's eyes bulged at the revelation. A 9th-grade spirit sword. His exclamation was likely audible to a good portion of those nearby. Lower your voice, Lu Zhen snapped, noticing the disapproving glances directed their way, delivering another reprimanding tap to Zhou's head. That you're shouting as if you want everyone to hear, as the two bantered. They meandered until they finally stumbled upon a secluded courtyard enveloped by a grand formation. Lu Zhen abruptly halted. It's quite far out. Xiaoshou, following closely behind, bumped into Lu Zhen's back, rubbing his forehead in pain and complaining. Brother Liu, why did you stop suddenly being shorter? He couldn't see past Lu Zhen, and upon stepping aside, he quickly grasped the reason for Lu Zhen's abrupt halt. Before them sat more than 10 individuals in a meditative posture. These people remained silent, each engrossed in their own practice, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Why are there so many people? Zhou asked, bewildered, looking up at Lu Zhen with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say big one spent a fortune on this opportunity? Lu Jin was too exasperated to respond, instead delivering a sharp slap to Zhou's head. Can't you see? Each of these individuals is a seasoned practitioner. Damn it, instead of training elsewhere, they specifically gathered here. The news must have leaked. Zhou grimaced as he rubbed his head, silently lamenting that he shouldn't be the one taking the brunt of Lu Jin's frustration. The group of individuals seated in the courtyard had evidently noticed the newcomers and erupted in laughter. Teasing, "Oh, more visitors. You're a bit late this time. The sun has already risen. Is that Lu Jin?" Who asked the lad beside him, a newcomer perhaps, here to witness the world? "Lu Jin, you're quite careless. I arrived before dawn, and yet there are still people here. Pfft, I arrived last night. I came the day before that. I was here 3 days ago." The courtyard suddenly buzzed with chatter, and amidst the banter emerged a boastful individual who had squatted there for a month. Drawing admiring gazes from the others, Lu Jin felt his head spinning with frustration, exclaiming, "What are you all doing here?" "Oh, Lu Jin, we're all in the know. Don't ask, the answer is a 9th-grade spirit sword." Zhou nearly burst into laughter, realizing that this information was common knowledge. Just moments ago, someone had scolded him for speaking too loudly, that he glanced at Lu Jin, swallowing his words as he noted the dark cloud on Lu Jin's face. As if he were about to explode. Lu Jin felt as if his lungs were going to burst. This was information that Big One had procured at great expense, yet it had become so commonplace. His own people would never leak such intelligence, which only left the possibility that these individuals had bribed the elders that AS previously stated. It was all unspoken knowledge, damn it. Which elder is so unscrupulous? Selling the same information to so many. The words stuck in his throat, akin to severe constipation, leaving him and Zhou was standing awkwardly at the entrance, the atmosphere thick with discomfort. The group before them, however, seemed unfazed, expertly patting the ground in camaraderie. "Lu Jin, come over, sit here. Make yourself at home. Treat it as your own courtyard." Pfft. Zhou couldn't contain his laughter. Lu Jin, in a fit of irritation, shoved him to the ground and, with a scowling face, walked forward. Halfway there, however, he was startled by a sudden shift in the courtyard's barrier, which began to ripple and then split apart, revealing the entrance to the secluded courtyard. The seated individuals also noticed this change and turned their heads, some glancing at the sky and sensing something amiss. That it's only the 3rd hour. Isn't the formation supposed to remain intact until noon? Who dispelled the formation? Does anyone here understand formations? Lu Jin, was it you? Lu Jin nearly lunged at the person, ready to bury them in the ground. How could he dispel the formation from such a distance? Besides, who were they to call him by name so eagerly? Lu Jin found himself at a loss for words, but this was not the time for such trivialities. He focused his attention on the entrance of the courtyard. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a tall, slender figure who leaned against the entrance with a black sword in hand, bleary-eyed and clearly irritated. What is all this ruckus so early in the morning? Can't a person get any sleep? Xiaoshou was exasperated. He had intended to practice late into the night, but then reasoned that sleeping also required breath, and breath equated to cultivation might as well lie down. Little did he expect, after swatting one mosquito, another would appear. After dispatching that one, 3 more joined the fray. He had been kept awake by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, finally managing to fall asleep only to be rudely awakened again. Although the courtyard was protected by a soundproof formation, it was not particularly advanced. The increasing volume of their chatter seeped through like an incessant buzzing, unbearable to endure. With sword in hand, Xiaoshou stepped outside the courtyard. After 3 years in the outer courtyard, how could he not recognize the intentions of these individuals? They merely sought to collect his corpse after he failed in his seclusion, hoping to seize a fortune in the process. Sorry, if one of me falls, another rises. Leaning against the door, he surveyed the crowd and mockingly remarked, "Gentlemen, what brings you to my humble abode so early? I do not serve breakfast." All eyes were fixed on the sword-wielding figure at the door. Stunned into silence, that Xiaoshou. He had broken through. It was well known that talent was an insurmountable barrier. Xiaoshou had spent 3 years demonstrating that he was destined for the 3rd realm. How could he possibly break through after merely a period of seclusion? What extraordinary luck had he stumbled upon? Xiaoshou, you're not dead. What is going on? Have you broken through to the 4th realm? Just as Xiaoshou was about to respond, He suddenly noticed an update in his mental information bar. Under suspicion, passive points 12 that a wave of joy washed over him. He had been worried the previous night that to increase his passive points, he would have to actively release his fragrance to attract mosquitoes. Now it seemed not only attacks, but suspicion could also count. Could it be that every word and action presented passively would contribute to his passive points? Adding to the 6 instances of being bitten last night, he now possessed 18 passive points. However, given the numerous bites he had endured, each yielding only a 1, how had this particular instance garnered a 12? Xiaoshou pondered, counting the spectators before him. 17 in total. Could it be that out of these, 12 had expressed suspicion regarding his breakthrough to the 4th realm? Is he truly Xiaoshou? Zhou finally edged closer to Lu Jun, whispering. Under suspicion, passive points 1, that Xiaoshou chuckled inwardly. His ears were quite attuned. Among so many corpse collectors, there were still those who didn't recognize the corpse's owner. Brandishing his black sword, he stepped out of the courtyard, prompting an immediate retreat from the onlookers that solidify his resolve during seclusion. Xiaoshou had poured all his spirit crystals into purchasing this 9th-grade spirit sword, aptly named Concealed Suffering, symbolizing the deep-seated pain he harbored. Should he fail to break through, he would perish alongside this sword. Now, having successfully reached the 4th realm, paired with this 9th-grade spirit sword, and having practiced the White Cloud sword technique for 3 years, though he had only mastered one move, it was not without a fighting chance against this crowd. The highest cultivator among them was merely Lu Jun, at the 5th realm of spirit refinement. Those of greater cultivation would not deign to personally collect corpses. Thus, upon witnessing Xiaoshou emerge from his seclusion, a palpable sense of retreat washed over the group. One person raised his sword, and the rest were left astonished. The task of collecting the deceased has fallen upon me. Xiaoshou, why haven't your respective leaders come in person, regardless of cultivation level or seniority? Xiaoshou, having mingled in the outer sect for 3 years, could already be considered an elder, even worthy of the title of senior brother. Otherwise, he would not possess such substantial assets, with both a small courtyard and a spiritual sword to his name. Those who surpassed him had already ascended to the innate stage and moved to the inner sect. Meanwhile, some of the so-called leaders still lingering in the outer sect had once trailed behind him. Thus, when he spoke, no one dared to refute him. Even Lu Jun, who was a rank above him, fell silent upon witnessing the dark sword's spiritual light flickering on his shoulder. Go back where you came from. Xiaoshou waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away ducks. The group was taken aback by Xiaoshou's assertive entrance, their momentum completely crushed, and they turned to leave, too intimidated to mutter further protests. Brother Lu, are we just leaving like this? Zhou asked cautiously. Lu Jun glanced at Xiaoshou. Though unwilling, could he truly rush forward to slay him and carry off his corpse? Not to mention that private duels were prohibited within the spiritual palace. The mere question of whether he could even win was a significant concern. Let us go, he sighed, departing with the rest. Wait! Xiaoshou suddenly called out from behind, appearing to remember something. The crowd turned back, puzzled, only to see Xiaoshou planting his sword into the ground, exclaiming, You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe Su has no temper? Anger sparked in everyone. They had squandered several hours waiting, gaining nothing, and now choosing to leave was already a concession. What more did he want? What do you intend? Lu Jun frowned, realizing that if his group truly decided to attack, Xiaoshou could not possibly withstand them. Was he out of his mind, thinking he could take on 17? Xiaoshou chuckled. No need to be so agitated. I merely wish to ask a few questions. The crowd fell silent, and Xiaoshou, with a friendly demeanor, continued. I say I have broken through to the 4th realm. Do you believe me? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Was he stopping them just for this trivial question? Yet, in their eagerness to leave, they each nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Yes, yes. We believe you. We believe you. Brother Su is truly impressive, having reached the 4th realm. So, can we go now? Xiaoshou was taken aback. How could they react this way? No, please doubt me. He silently screamed within, frustrated that his carefully concocted scheme to earn passive value was met with such indifference. Observing their impatience to leave, an idea struck him. He sheathed his sword and, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "To be honest, I have actually broken through to the fifth realm." "Impossible." "Ha, Brother Su must be joking." Voices erupted among the crowd. They were not blind. His cultivation aura was radiating like a bright bulb. Yet he claimed to have reached the fifth realm? Was he lying without a hint of shame? Received doubt. Passive value 15. Xiaoshou grinned. So this was how it worked? Noticing only 15 passive values. It indicated that two individuals still believed him. Were they truly foolish? Haha. In fact, I've already transcended to the sixth realm. The crowd. Received doubt. Passive value 17. Good heavens. This was a marvelous tool for racking up passive value. Xiaoshou shrugged. No more pretense. I confess, I am actually at the seventh realm. The crowd felt their foreheads twitch with anger. Was Xiaoshou mocking them? Was this some kind of game? Received doubt. Passive value 13. Why did it decrease again? Xiaoshou, fixated on the numbers in his mind, failed to notice the expressions of the crowd. He quickly added, all right, no more jokes. I have reached the eighth. Xiaoshou, do not overstep. A gentleman may be killed, but he shall not be insulted. Brothers, let us go. Xiaoshou was startled, finally realizing that he was facing 17 furious faces, and with a jolt, he dashed back into his courtyard, slamming the door shut, triggering the formation instantly. Goodness, was it necessary to react this way over a few questions? It felt as though he had set off firecrackers. Chapter 3. Strength-Seeking Collection. Xiaoshou was indeed quite wealthy. His courtyard boasted a small pond housing spiritual fish, an artificial hill, and several towering spiritual trees. Once the door was closed, Xiaoshou intended to return to his rest, but discovered a new section in his mental interface. The shop. Scanning down, he saw his passive value. 64. Xiaoshou instantly felt jubilant. This was quite a profitable harvest. Could it be that unlocking the shop required surpassing 10 passive values? He clicked to enter and found the shop empty save for a single red gift box. Passive gift box, purchase, 10 passive values. Xiaoshou had tried using passive values to upgrade skills the previous night, but was at a loss. He now realized passive values were meant for purchasing items. Without further contemplation, he clicked to buy and opened the gift box, watching as the information bar updated. Skill points, 10. Passive keys, 3. Simultaneously, the shop trembled, revealing a smaller red wheel, enveloped in a hazy gray mist that obscured its contents. Xiaoshou involuntarily twitched his lips at the sight, his spirits dimming considerably as he recalled the pointer he had previously mishandled. Inside the shop, 2 gray items appeared. Skill points, purchase, 1,000 passive values. Passive keys, purchase, 1,000 passive values. Xiaoshou was taken aback. So expensive? Had he just used 10 passive values to purchase something worth over 10,000? What in the world? Xiaoshou's eyes widened. It dawned on him that this gift box was akin to a novice's starter pack. And it didn't even require growth. This was practically a giveaway. Delight surged within him. The passive keys. They must be used to unlock this wheel. Xiaoshou pondered, recalling the last time torment. Had the wheel been upgraded? Did it no longer spin? As for the skill points, it was obvious they were intended for upgrading passive skills. So, should he upgrade breath technique? Xiaoshou quickly dismissed this notion. He would first try the passive key, as it might yield other passive skills. In 3 days, the outer sect would hold a storm and cloud competition, a contest for those aspiring to claim a spot among the top 100 on the storm and cloud rankings. For him, Xiaoshou, it represented an elimination assessment that if this red wheel could grant him formidable passive skills, perhaps he could continue his training within the Tiansang spiritual palace, that if he were expelled, he would have nowhere to turn. That Xiaoshou inserted the key into the small hole at the base of the red wheel, and the mist thickened, obscuring everything. Grant me an opportunity, something that can instantly enhance my strength. As he turned the key, Xiaoshou clasped his hands together in prayer. No techniques, no techniques. They are of no help at present. The gray mist swirled, and soon, the information bar updated. Thank you for your patronage. Xiaoshou's face darkened instantly. What was this? And there was thank you for your patronage. Could they not provide anything a normal person could utilize? always producing these ridiculous items, just like the pointer from the last wheel. After venting internally, he still had 2 keys left that Xiaoshou inserted another one, almost frantically exclaiming, "Come on, let the luck of the gods be with me." The gray mist swirled as he eagerly watched the information bar. One more scoop. Xiaoshou. What was the point of this? In and out, yielding nothing, merely to toy with him. Xiaoshou rolled his eyes skyward. Did they think they were soda? One more scoop. He didn't even feel a burp. With 2 keys used and 2 remaining, Xiaoshou could no longer endure this torment. He inserted one, not bothering to check the information bar, estimating the time was right. Once he saw the key vanish, he thrust in the other with force. "No goods, no goods," he muttered to himself while sneaking a glance at the information bar. Acquired extended passive skill. Strength. Thank you for your patronage. Had the reverse jinx worked? Seeing a long line of text, Xiaoshou slapped his thigh in excitement. Finally, something had been produced, but upon closer inspection. Strength. Xiaoshou nearly spat blood. What sort of nonsense was this? Why not give him something like lanky? Perhaps that is not quite right. Xiaoshou suddenly recalled that the previous breath technique had also had a misleading name, but yielded excellent results. Perhaps this strength held unexpectedly beneficial effects. Let us hope so. Xiaoshou re-energized himself. Gazing at the red interface, which had undergone another change. Point 1. Basic passive skills. Point 2. Extended passive skills. Point 3. Shop. An additional category for extended passive skills? He took another look at the information bar, realizing that strength had been categorized under extended passive skills, distinct from breath technique. Quite the detailed classification. Opening it revealed a line of small text. Strength acquired level 1. Could it be a technique to enhance the physical body? Xiaoshou pinched his arm, which remained unchanged in firmness despite the emergence of this passive skill. Perhaps it was due to insufficient level. Xiaoshou found himself in a quandary, pondering where to allocate his 10 skill points. The method of breathing is an essential principle of the heart and naturally warrants enhancement. However, its elevation necessitates a prolonged accumulation of effort. The breakthroughs of yesterday were merely the result of a solid foundation finally bearing fruit. That is for strength. If it truly is, as he suspects, a passive skill that fortifies the physical body, it is undoubtedly more suitable for upgrade at this moment. Should his physical form exhibit significant improvement, he would have a fighting chance for a position in the storm and cloud competition, at the very least ensuring he would not be eliminated. Weighing the benefits, Xiaoshou ultimately resolved to invest his skill points in strength. After all, what if a miracle were to occur? He allocated skill points on his panel, and the information bar updated promptly. Strength postnatal LV. 2. Xiaoshou maintained a vigilant awareness of his body. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he felt an increase in his strength, albeit subtle, that he persisted in leveling up the skill. Strength postnatal LV. 3. Strength postnatal LV.4. Strength postnatal LV.5. This time, the change was evident. Xiaoshou sensed his muscles gently swell, transforming his formerly emaciated physique into one resembling that of an average person. "This is promising," Xiaoshou exclaimed with joy, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, which surprisingly yielded a slight dent accompanied by a dull thud. "Goodness, this enhancement is remarkable. Could it be that the postnatal level of this passive skill corresponds to the 10th realm of spirit refining?" Xiaoshou mused. The initial cultivation level for a spirit refiner is indeed the 10th realm of spirit refining. Beyond that lies the innate. Thus, referring to the 10th realm as postnatal is entirely accurate. To achieve such force at merely postnatal LV.5 raises the prospect that a single punch could indeed fracture several ribs if struck against another, that if his conjecture regarding the correlation of levels holds true. Then pouring all his skill points into this would surely elevate his physicality into the innate realm. Incredible! Xiaoshou felt a surge of excitement. The innate physicality is notoriously more challenging to attain than that of spirit refining. Originally intending to distribute his skill points evenly, he now resolved to concentrate entirely on strength, eager to witness the results. Strength postnatal LV.6. Strength postnatal LV.7. Strength postnatal LV.8. His physical power soared, and Su Xiaoshou felt as though he had taken a stimulant. Brimming with boundless energy, at this juncture, his muscles ceased to swell, reaching what is commonly regarded as the strong level of an ordinary person, and he meticulously refined them, gradually sculpting perfect muscle definition as Su Xiaoshou shed his upper garment, revealing a remarkably aesthetic and robust physique. With a resounding punch, the ground fractured beneath him, demonstrating a strength rivaling that of an eighth-realm spirit refiner. Su Xiaoshou marveled. This is astonishing, truly astonishing. With just this punch, he might qualify to compete for a position among the top few hundred on the Storm and Cloud rankings, certainly avoiding elimination. A gleam of determination shone in Su Xiaoshou's eyes. He was not finished yet. With 3 skill points remaining, he charged ahead. Strength, postnatal LV.9. Strength, postnatal LV.10. Strength, innate LV.1. Upon viewing the final line of information, Su Xiaoshou's mind was momentarily engulfed in blissful disbelief. Innate, it truly is innate. Every muscle in his body began to writhe intensely. And in the next moment, his physique expelled a viscous black residue, reeking horrifically. Su Xiaoshou threw his head back and howled, delivering a fierce slap to himself. Slap. This was no dream. He struck the ground with a fist. And with a resounding bang, a fist-sized crater emerged, cracked spiderwebbing outwards in a radius of several feet. Just 5% of his strength, Su Xiaoshou was taken aback, having used merely 5% of his power. If that punch were to connect with someone's head, he chuckled to himself. It seemed this round of the Storm and Cloud competition was poised to become exceedingly interesting. Chapter 4. The Spirit Affairs Pavilion. The sun hung high in the sky. The Spirit Affairs Pavilion bustled with a constant flow of people, a place where the heavenly Mulberry Spirit Palace managed various trivial matters of the Outer Disciples, boasting an impressive total of 108 administrative counters. Good day, Senior Brother. Greetings, Su Senior Brother. Good morning. Good afternoon. Su Xiaoshou strolled along, sword on his back, acknowledging both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Given his seniority, there was no need for formalities, just a nod would suffice. Upon entering the Spirit Affairs Pavilion, it felt akin to stepping into a bustling marketplace, the air thick with chatter. The majority were there to sign up for the Storm and Cloud competition, as failure to do so would result in being considered forfeit. A forfeit lasting 3 years would lead to expulsion from the palace. And of course, even kneeling for 3 years would follow suit that a minimal number of individuals, however, sought to avoid the embarrassment of competition and instead came to request a mundane position to merely exist and wait for death. All 108 counters were mostly occupied, and Su Xiaoshou made his way directly to the first counter, finding it unoccupied. As expected, in his memory, the other counters were managed by sufficiently experienced outer disciples handling affairs. While the first counter was overseen by Elder Qiao Qian of the Spirit Affairs Pavilion. Elder Qiao was admirable in many respects, but he was notorious for his incessant lecturing, causing others to prefer waiting in line rather than provoking him. Su Xiaoshou, however, had a particularly good rapport with this elder, primarily because his potential had plateaued, and Elder Qiao was disinclined to lecture him. After all, he was a man who had exerted every ounce of effort, yet remained unable to break through the fourth realm. Entering the room, Elder Qiao was dozing off, and Su Xiaoshou stealthily approached, rapping his knuckles firmly on the desk. "Wake up!" Elder Qiao, reclining in his chair with slightly parted lips, was startled awake, his mouth still unkempt with drool as he instinctively swatted at Su Xiaoshou. The latter deftly ducked, smirking, "Not so fast. Su Xiaoshou? Su Xiaoshou?" Elder Qiao's surprise dissipated as he recognized the visitor, his sleepiness vanishing. "Weren't you in seclusion? You're not dead." Su Xiaoshou felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, "so I can't break through without becoming a corpse." "Is that it? Dead? Just faking it," he replied with a hint of annoyance. Elder Qiao chuckled sheepishly and gestured towards the crowd outside. "Are you also planning to leave and become a steward out there?" "Steward? Why would I want to do that when I could aim for the top 10 on the rankings?" Su Xiaoshou shot back with a playful retort. "Just you." Elder Qiao suddenly erupted into laughter, his body shaking with mirth. Having spent considerable time in the outer palace, he found Su Xiaoshou's boldness refreshing. Only Su Xiaoshou dared to speak to him in such a manner, and it was only in Su Xiaoshou's presence that he would let down his guard and laugh heartily. Subject to ridicule. Passive points 1. Ridicule. A new realm had opened. Su Xiaoshou chuckled. It appeared as he had suspected. All he needed was to be sufficiently passive for passive points to flow abundantly. What is this? Don't you believe I emerged from seclusion with significantly enhanced strength? Elder Qiao was wiping his mouth with a tissue, rinsing his mouth with a cup of water, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Subject to doubt. Passive points 1. Su Xiaoshou chuckled, and with a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I shall not deceive you. I, Su, have already broken through to the innate. Elder Qiao spat out a mouthful of water. Observing Su Xiaoshou's earnest expression, he could no longer contain himself, his infectious laughter echoing throughout the Spirit Affairs Pavilion. Ha ha ha. I can't handle this, Su Xiaoshou. Your expression is simply hilarious. He wiped tears of mirth from his eyes with the tissue. Subject to praise. Passive points 1. Su Xiaoshou. Praise. What in the world is this? That was mockery, my friend. This system must be cursed. Outside, the disciples, drawn by the enchanting laughter, craned their necks to see what was happening. What on earth is that laugh? Keep it down. You don't know Elder Qiao's laughter? Do you want to be lectured? Who is so impressive as to amuse Elder Qiao? Who knows? Let's take a look. Driven by curiosity, the crowd abandoned their cues, reasoning that collective action was not illegal, and they stealthily approached the door of the first administrative counter. It's Su Xiaoshou. ISNT in seclusion. Wow, your information is quite current. I heard he broke through the 4th realm. TSK. You're not that impressive either. I heard he made it to the 5th realm just yesterday. Nonsense. I heard it was the 7th realm. 8th realm. He just had ES and Nate inside. As the last timid voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the room, and the onlookers turned their gazes toward the speaker. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Elder Qiao, noticing the throng at the door, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Realizing his laughter had drawn this crowd, that he promptly stepped out, exclaiming, What are you all staring at? Go report your names. Hey, Elder Qiao, don't be angry. The crowd quickly waved their hands, dispersing like startled birds. Inside, Su Xiaoshou was doubled over in laughter, observing the continually updating messages in his information bar. Subject to doubt, passive points 42. Subject to doubt, passive points 31. Subject to doubt, passive points 16. Subject to doubt, passive points 3. With approximately a few hundred people in the Spirit Affairs Pavilion, dozens had gathered to observe, resulting in Elder Qiao's laughter harvesting more passive points than he had accumulated previously. This initial wave of passive points likely stemmed from the onlookers, while the subsequent points were perhaps a result of the information spreading or a second wave of doubt. That Su Xiaoshou discerned that passive points seemed to yield a maximum of 1 point per person per instance, to accumulate more at once. There was only one condition, a crowd. He fantasized, what if he were to shout, I am an innate master amidst a crowd of 10,000? Wouldn't he instantly accrue 10,000 passive points? He might also be mistaken for a lunatic and beaten to death. Though perhaps he wouldn't be entirely wrong in his claim. What are you grinning at? Elder Qiao closed the door and returned to his designated seat. Nothing. Su Xiaoshou regained his composure and said, I came to sign up for the Storm and Cloud Championship. Aren't you afraid of embarrassment? Elder Qiao replied, retrieving a green token from his drawer and pressing it against his forehead to input information. That Su Xiaoshou rolled his eyes. It was clear Elder Qiao still did not believe in him. I truly am innate. For heaven's sake, what embarrassment. He sighed, realizing that the life of a genius is inevitably accompanied by skepticism and doubt. 4th realm of spirit refining. Elder Qiao inquired. That Su Xiaoshou pondered for a moment, deciding not to resist any longer, and nodded. Here. Taking the green token from Elder Qiao, Su Xiaoshou pressed it to his forehead, quickly extracting the information within. Su Xiaoshou, 4th realm of spirit refining, Group 12, ID 1130, that over 1,000 participants, although he had anticipated this. Su Xiaoshou couldn't help but feel astonished. Each year, the Storm and Cloud Championship attracts thousands of contestants, regardless of whether one is trained for a year, 2, or 3 in the outer academy. Every disciple must participate. Those who rank at the bottom, upon the elder's decision, are typically dismissed unless they demonstrate exceptional performance. That Su Xiaoshou had managed to stay thus far, thanks to Elder Qiao's invaluable support. Yet, while he might have secured temporary safety, he couldn't rely on Elder Qiao alone indefinitely. If he were to place last for 3 consecutive years, even Elder Qiao could not save him. However, such concerns seemed trivial for now. Su Xiaoshou tucked the token away, raised an eyebrow at Elder Qiao, and rubbed his hands together. Elder Qiao, what about my spirit crystals? His primary purpose for coming here was to register, but the secondary aim was undoubtedly to reclaim his cultivation subsidy. Including the 2 months prior, he had 20 spirit crystals stored here, and ever since purchasing Conceal Suffering, he had been left penniless. Although 20 wasn't a large sum, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Isn't it? You clever little rascal. Elder Qiao chuckled with a reprimand, counting out 20 spirit crystals from his drawer, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a pill bottle, placing both items on the table. What is this? Su Xiaoshou was taken aback. Those who worked at the Spirit Affairs Pavilion were notoriously stingy, let alone Elder Qiao. How could he possibly give him an extra bottle of pills? It's private assistance. So don't you dare spread the word, Elder Qiao said sternly, pushing the spirit crystals and the pill bottle toward him, his expression suddenly turning melancholic. I might not see you again after this. Su Xiaoshou felt a warmth in his heart and hurriedly gathered the items, grinning as he said, Rest assured, even if I am expelled from the Tiansang Spirit Palace, I will still come back to visit you. Ha! Elder Qiao chuckled. But will you even be allowed in? Don't worry. There's no way they'll kick me out. Let's hope so. Watching Su Xiaoshou leave the Spirit Affairs Pavilion with a cheerful demeanor, Elder Qiao concealed his melancholy and muttered, I never expected that this young man would actually break through. It is indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he should be unaware of the information I sold. This pill also serves as compensation, he pondered. A tenfold profit. This venture was not a loss. Chapter 5. This cultivation is quite intoxicating. Su Xiaoshou perused the crimson interface in his mind. Passive points, 148. Not enough. While this was a significant increase, it still fell drastically short of the 1,000 passive points required to purchase skill points. Currently, any instance of being attacked, doubted, or ridiculed could yield passive points. But all these occurrences happened only when others interacted with him. This meant that to acquire more passive points, he would need to plunge into the crowd and cause chaos. Su Xiaoshou silently lamented. Isn't this pushing me toward becoming a clown? It feels rather villainous, drawing attention to himself, behaving flamboyantly, only to have someone emerge and trample him beneath their feet, becoming the protagonist of destiny. These thoughts crossed his mind. Su Xiaoshou shivered. This is utterly passive. The notion of passivity led him to contemplate the passive system and the black spinning wheel, leaving him with an uncanny sense of being orchestrated by fate. Never mind, I should focus on enhancing my strength within the next 3 days. Although his physical body had reached the innate level, his cultivation in the 4 realms was still insufficient to contend with those battle maniacs of higher realms. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Su Xiaoshou retrieved the pill bottle gifted by Elder Qiao, which contained 3-inch spirit refining pills. These spirit refining pills were extraordinarily precious, each worth several times more than his 20 spirit crystals. How generous of Elder Qiao, Su Xiaoshou contemplated. He currently possessed 2 primary cultivation methods. One was the post-natal level spirit refining technique he had been practicing, which progressed exceedingly slowly. Despite the assistance of spirit crystals, the absorption rate was less than 1%, a tremendous waste of resources. The second was the breath technique, a basic passive skill provided by the system. Although he had yet to increase its level, it might yield unexpected results. Let us give it a try with the spirit crystals. Su Xiaoshou carefully set the pill bottle aside, pulled out a spirit crystal, and then lost his train of thought. Now, how was he supposed to cultivate? The breath technique was a passive skill, and he didn't even know how to operate it. How could he absorb spirit crystals? Could it be? Su Xiaoshou's expression turned peculiar as an absurd method of cultivation formed in his mind. He exhaled deeply, holding the spirit crystal, and took a hearty gulp. Hiss! This was indeed a wildly ridiculous idea. But to his surprise, as he took that gulp, two waves of rich spiritual energy surged forth from the spirit crystal, darting into his flared nostrils like green serpents. Today's his nostrils flared. Xiaoshou felt as though his soul were being tenderly caressed by a saintly maiden. Every pore in his body exploding with sensation, that a wave of comfort and elevation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Xiaoshou couldn't help but moan. This feeling was exquisite, a sensation he had never experienced in 18 years. Soon, he regained his senses, unable to suppress a shudder. Holy crap! Is this cultivation? Is it really this intoxicating? The spirit crystal in his hand had shrunk slightly, and Xiaoshou was astonished. Just one gulp had resulted in such a noticeable change. He checked his qi and was immediately struck with awe. The qi swirled like a vortex. Spiritual power surged like waves, each wave higher than the last, showing no signs of instability. It was worth noting that he had only just broken through to the fourth realm. This single gulp had solidified his realm. Xiaoshou was ecstatic. This breath technique was astoundingly powerful. No need for active cultivation, no need for mental circulation, no resources wasted. Just a single gulp of comfort, and another realm achieved. You indeed are worthy of such power. If he were to upgrade to the innate level under sufficient conditions of spiritual energy supply, achieving a realm with each breath would be no mere dream. Xiaoshou was astonished. This was simply too formidable. A single spirit crystal had nearly vanished after just a dozen gulps, and simultaneously, his realm had risen dramatically. Previously, his cultivation method had an absorption rate of less than 1% for spirit crystals. Yet this breath technique was terrifying, wasting not a single bit, perfectly absorbing everything. Consequently, Xiaoshou now resembled a drunken shrimp, sprawled awkwardly on the bed, utterly disheveled. Such an intoxicating method of cultivation not only consumed spirit crystals, but also took a toll on his body. Giggling, Xiaoshou's teeth clacked. Help me up, haha, I can still cultivate. With a clatter, the pill bottle slipped from his grasp. That Xiaoshou caught sight of it, and his body trembled violently. 3 days passed in a blur as Xiaoshou became increasingly enraptured by his cultivation. Outside the Tiansang Spirit Palace, at the Chuyan platform, throngs of people gathered. This area was originally called Chuyan Peak, and it was said that Elder Sang, the vice president of the Tiansang Spirit Palace, had forged Chuyan Peak in fire, melting half of it to create a platform capable of accommodating 10,000 people. The Chuyan platform, nestled in the valley, was surrounded by rows of spectator seats from above. It resembled a large black bowl, quietly resting atop the peak. This moment, the audience seats were sparsely populated, as most Outer Academy disciples were already on the Chuyan platform. That a venerable elder with a sword on his back, named Xiaoshou, stood in the air. He was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Law Pavilion, overseeing all enforcement within and outside the Academy, wielding considerable authority. This moment, he served as the chief judge for the Outer Academy's Storm and Cloud Championship. Xiaoshou gazed at the sun, confirming the time before loudly silencing the clamor on the Chuyan platform. Quiet. Instantly, all eyes turned fervently toward him. Xiaoshou calmly drew a piece of paper from his robes and read aloud. This competition has a total of 1782 registered participants, corresponding to your respective storm and cloud tokens. The preliminary round will be a group elimination format, with each group consisting of 100 participants, totaling 18 groups, corresponding to 18 arenas. Xiaoshou then produced a purple array token, channeling his spiritual essence. The token emanated a purple glow. Below, the Chuyan platform trembled and gradually revealed 18 colossal arenas, each encased in a transparent barrier. Those who had been standing on the Chuyan platform were promptly pushed aside by the barrier. And these individuals were naturally the novices participating in the Storm and Cloud Championship for the first time. The older folks had long since crossed their arms and leaned against the edge of the Chuyan platform, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The sky descended with 18 beams of black light, each landing upon one of the 18 arenas. Xiaoshou proclaimed loudly. Each arena is overseen by a designated professional referee. The moment they intervene to rescue you, it signifies your defeat. He cautioned. I advise you all to remember, Injuries and fatalities are inevitable, but do exercise restraint. Moreover, once you step onto the arena, you must be prepared for the possibility of death. Referees are not divine beings. They too can be distracted, astonished, or caught off guard in such moments. They cannot save you. Upon hearing this, several novices became flustered. This scenario was far from what they had envisioned. A referee distracted. What nonsense! Couldn't they be more professional? Yet the seasoned veterans merely chuckled in silence, recognizing Elder Xiao's dark humor, which was, as always, unsettling on such a sweltering day. Those familiar knew that the law-enforcing elders of the Spirit Law Pavilion were extraordinarily formidable and unyieldingly cold. How could they possibly be caught off guard or distracted on stage? It was utterly ludicrous. Xiaoshou observed the growing panic among the majority of the novices, a slight smile creeping upon his lips as his expression shifted. This was more like it. Life is inherently filled with surprises. How could one always expect to enter in perfect form? He raised his hand, and from a distance, an ancient bell tolled melodiously. Ding! Noon has arrived. The storm and cloud competition begins. On Arena 12, the referee, gazing at the spectators outside the barrier, spoke with an indifferent demeanor. The group matches will follow an elimination system. The one who can endure until the final moment on the arena shall be the victor. The top 10 in the group will receive rewards and advance to the next round. Best of luck to you all. He waved his arm in a symbolic gesture, coldly announcing, "Let the roll call commence." Contestant 1101, Xiaoshou, a slightly shorter youth, trembled and stepped forward, while Lu Zhen behind him urged, "Present your token and imprint it on the barrier." Xiaoshou complied, promptly being absorbed into the arena. Contestant 1102, Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen then realized they had registered together, sequentially numbered. Contestant 1120, Xiaoshou-san. A young boy approached with a face akin to one walking to their execution. Contestant 1130, Xiaoshou. No one responded. The referee frowned and repeated, "Contestant 1130, Xiaoshou." Still, silence reigned. The atmosphere, both inside and outside the arena, began to stir. Didn't Xiaoshou just exit seclusion? Indeed, I personally went to collect the body that day. I saw him. He's alive. Could he have overslept? That's unlikely. I think I just saw him on the way, albeit walking oddly. Perhaps you mistook him. The referee, growing irate, shouted, "Contestant 1130, Xiaoshou." All fell silent, eyes darting around, yet Xiaoshou remained unseen. With no choice, the referee reluctantly skipped his name, proceeding to the next contestant that if the time elapsed and he had not arrived, it would be deemed a forfeit. Who was this Xiaoshou? Such audacity to arrive late for the storm and cloud competition? In the audience, unlike the other arenas, the stands of Arena 12 were occupied by 3 spectators. A woman in a flowing red dress lounged languidly in her chair, her graceful figure on full display, her lips glistening as she remarked, "Sister Sue, is this the little beast brother you wanted me to see? Did you wake him up?" Beside her, a girl in white blushed, playfully retorting, "Sister Wan, what are you saying? Little beast brother will surely come. He must have been held up by something. This is his final match. And I must see it." The white-clad girl, Su Qianqian, appeared to be around 14 or 15, yet she wielded a colossal sword taller than herself. Resting upon her lap, she gently polished the great sword. Her eyes filled with reminiscence. "When I first entered the Outer Academy, I was all alone. It was Little Beast Brother who helped me immensely, allowing me to enter the Inner Academy within a month." "A month?" Ruan Yinin murmured softly, aware that Su Qianqian meant no harm, yet her casual words cut deeper than intended. From a distance, Elder Xiao squatted in his chair, scratching his head in frustration, cursing, "Damn Su Xiaoshou. Where have you run off to? You couldn't even allow this old man to see you off. I'm about to lose my mind." Within the barrier, "Last call." The referee's voice, cold as death, rang out. Contestant 1130, Su Xiaoshou. Inside the arena, 99 contestants plus the referee, and outside, 3 spectators awaited with bated breath. Where on earth could Su Xiaoshou be? Chapter 6. A surge of hatred. Su Xiaoshou was making his way. His feet awkwardly positioned, one inward and the other outward, Struggling through the elements, he had risen an hour early to embark on this journey. Yet after half a day's trek, he found himself still far from his destination. Damn that breathing technique. An old man wearing a straw hat ambled past him, leaning on a cane. Although he moved slowly, he stirred up quite a breeze. Moments later, the old man turned back, seemingly astonished at how this young man walked slower than a tortoise. From the outer academy, "Young man, aren't you participating in the storm and cloud competition?" Xiaoshou's teeth chattered, stammering, "I am on my way." The old man glanced at his trembling legs, chuckling knowingly. "Young man, one must not overexert themselves." Xiaoshou's face darkened, nearly stumbling as he inwardly cursed, "Damn that spirit-refining pill." The root of all this lay in the dreadful combination of the breathing technique and the spirit-refining pill. During the 3 days of preparation, he had bravely endured the peculiar sensations in his body, consuming a total of 20 spirit crystals, catapulting his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th realm. After repeatedly confirming that this method bore no side effects, Xiaoshou grasped the power of the breathing technique. While its absorption was slow, it gathered a significant amount at once. The more he practiced, the more he became enthralled, and with the competition only a night away, how could he afford to waste time? Time is money. Time is life. Thus, he retrieved a spirit-refining pill. Fearing it might not be potent enough to facilitate his breakthrough, but he emptied his lungs and took a deep inhale directly from the pill. This single inhalation led to chaos. The spirit crystals, the size of a fist, yielded little energy, whereas the spirit-refining pill, no larger than a fingernail, diminished by half with such a forceful draw. What does losing half signify? Typically, when a spirit refiner absorbs a spirit-refining pill, 99% of the spiritual energy dissipates. Even then, it suffices to significantly enhance their cultivation speed. However, with the breathing technique, it was 100% absorption. Thus, when Xiaoshou realized something was amiss, an overwhelming wave of pleasure surged through him. Who could withstand such intensity? This was no mere ecstasy. It was akin to ingesting explosives, with his heart racing. He collapsed in a faint. That single inhalation equated to an ordinary person consuming dozens of spirit-refining pills, the potency evident that in his unconscious state. Xiaoshou not only failed to break through, but his cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the 5th realm, nearly breaching the 6th. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt utterly drained, his steps unsteady, his eyes rolling back, teeth chattering. He had merely taken a slight whiff of the pill. How infuriating! Even his walking had become a struggle. Alternating between pushing with his left foot and anchoring with his right, one misstep, and he would tumble. Xiaoshou hastily swallowed the remaining half of the pill and utilized a standard mental technique to refine it. And only then did his condition begin to improve. Though it felt wasteful, there was no other choice. Participating in the competition was paramount. Ding! A melodious chime shattered his reverie. That Xiaoshou bid farewell to the old man and quickened his pace towards the cloud ascendance platform. The old man in the straw hat observed him stumbling along, shaking his head in reflection. Youth is truly a marvel. On the cloud ascendance platform, Arena 12. Last call. Contestant 1130, Xiaoshou. As all awaited with bated breath under the scorching sun, a youth bearing a sword staggered into view. Hold on. His voice was faint and weak. The white-clad girl, Su Qianqian, excitedly pointed, her eyes sparkling. Little beast brother. Is that him? Ruan Yinin mused curiously, but upon observing the boy's gait, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Sister Su, what have you done to him? Huh? Su Qianqian was puzzled. After stealing a few more glances at Xiaoshou and recognizing his peculiar walk, her cheeks flushed crimson as she pounded her fist against Ruan Yinin's chest. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore? In the distance, Elder Xiao sighed in relief upon seeing Xiaoshou finally made it. This brat. But that walking style. What mischief has he been up to? On the arena, Xiaoshou weakly clasped his fists towards the referee. I apologize. I was delayed by some matters. After speaking, he tightened his legs. The referee, speechless, thought, that phrase and gesture could easily lead to misunderstandings, young man. Meanwhile, a bell tolled once more from the horizon. Ding! The referee's hand swept down. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere ignited. Seizing the moment while others were distracted by Xiaoshou, several competitors hurled him out of the arena, causing an immediate decrease in numbers. Seeking death, those who had not fallen prey to the ambush were instantly consumed by a furious rage. Clashing violently with the assailants, that Xiaoshou had only just entered the arena, keeping close to the edge, and at that moment he found himself distanced from the battlefield. Observing the dwindling numbers, he felt a surge of urgency. After all, it was a matter of heads. His grand plan for fortune hinged entirely upon this count, and how could they engage in such fratricidal conflict? Cease! A commanding voice, resonant with innate power, echoed throughout the arena, compelling all combatants to halt their skirmish. The crowd, bewildered, turned to Xiaoshou, perplexed as to why they were so intimidated. What was this person attempting? Could it be that being somewhat removed from the throng had inflated his ego? A few individuals began to approach, intent on confronting Xiaoshou. Even the referee was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this tardy entrant possessed such innate prowess. Yet upon assessing his realm, he noted it was merely the 5th stage of spirit refinement. Could it be an illusion? The trio in the audience were equally perplexed. Elder Qiao was beside himself with worry, unable to discern the situation. Muttering irritably, "What does Xiaoshou intend to accomplish? Is he not afraid of death?" Rao Yinin turned to the girl beside her. "Your little beast brother certainly possesses a spirit of sacrifice, willing to forsake himself for others to advance to the knockout rounds." Su Qianqian remained silent, gripping the massive sword resting on her knees, her eyes filled with concern. On the stage, after Xiaoshou's declaration, his legs trembled, and he hastily concealed them with his robe. Glancing around, he deduced that the highest cultivation nearby was only at the 8th stage, and thus he should not have to fear for his safety. Fortuitously, I have not encountered a formidable opponent. Otherwise, my lucrative scheme would come to an abrupt end. Xiaoshou mused inwardly, that he cleared his throat lightly. Noticing that the crowd's attention was now fixated on him, that he thrust the black sword into the ground atop the arena, leaning against the barrier's edge, and feigned calmness, stating, "Esteemed guests, I have cultivated an unparalleled divine art, rendering my physical body unmatched in strength. As the moment of my emergence approaches, I shall validate my teachings. Therefore, to dispense with unnecessary chatter, I challenge 1 against 100. Come forth. You all are encircled by me." Su. Initially, the crowd had been silenced, but upon hearing Xiaoshou's words, they erupted into raucous laughter. 1 against 100? Did you wake up this morning without relieving yourself? Can't you see your own reflection? Do not think I cannot see your trembling legs and chattering teeth. If it is indeed 1 against 100, what is there to fear? You, a mere soft-footed shrimp, have you no sense of your own weight? Xiaoshou looked down at his own feet, and indeed, the term soft-footed shrimp was quite apt. His wave of animosity was palpable. The cacophony of jeers was unbearable. Even the referee was itching to join in. Yet it was evident that he was a stern referee, suppressing the fighting spirit. Mocked, passive value increased by 42. Mocked, passive value increased by 21. As information flooded his mind, Xiaoshou raised an eyebrow. It was clear that where there were many, that was his battlefield. Well done on the taunts. Please, feel free to lash out at me. Xiaoshou's fighting spirit surged. Envisioning all present rushing to assail him, that he pointed at the black sword beside him and proclaimed, "This is a 9th-grade spirit sword. Whoever can break through my defenses with their hand shall receive it as a reward." "Hey, what's going on over there? Listen to me. Hey, here, look at me." Just as he was about to continue, the crowd, dismissing his words as madness, resumed their brawl. Enraged, Xiaoshou struck down a few of those who had approached him. "Stop this at once!" With a thunderous roar, an aura of innate pressure descended once more, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. What was happening? Why had they inexplicably come to a halt again? Turning around, they were astonished to find several individuals kneeling before Xiaoshou, covering their faces. 5th stage, 6th stage, 7th stage. What in the world was happening that had led them to kneel? Everything transpired too swiftly. Even those who had been struck were bewildered. Had they not approached to strike him? How had they suddenly found themselves pained and kneeling? The trio in the audience had the clearest view. Rao Yinin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This Su Xiaoshou possesses remarkable physical strength, despite only being at the 5th stage. He exhibits such speed and power." Su Qianqian nodded vigorously. Indeed. The referee was equally dumbfounded. He had merely turned his head for an instant. How had such innate energy manifested? There were no innate experts in sight. As a referee, he felt compelled to curtail Su Xiaoshou's disruptive antics, thus coldly stated, "Contestant, please refrain from interfering with the match. Otherwise, I shall be forced to remove you." Su Xiaoshou retorted, "How am I disrupting the match? I am also a participant." The referee found himself momentarily speechless. "Your argument is quite reasonable. However, the match must continue." Su Xiaoshou blinked. "Is the match not continuing?" He turned to the crowd, his gaze sincere. "I merely wish to say, whoever can break through my defense with their hands shall receive this 9th-grade spirit sword." He drew the black sword, channeling his spirit energy, causing the sword to shimmer with an ethereal light. Its aura unleashed. "I refuse to believe that none of you are tempted." Doubtful. Passive value increased by 86. Su Xiaoshou, why does no one believe me? He glanced at the referee and tossed the sword towards him. "You shall witness." The referee. "Did I agree to this? You simply throw the sword at me." Su Xiaoshou interjected before the referee could respond. "It is the referee's duty to ensure the safety of the contestants. It does not say, I cannot behave in this manner on the stage." The referee was left speechless. "Indeed, I concur with Su Xiaoshou's assertion." A tall man from the crowd spoke up, his 7th-stage cultivation exuding an imposing presence, though his gaze was fixated on the black sword. "I agree." Acknowledged. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as dozens of individuals fixated on the 9th-grade spirit sword, each one barely able to restrain their drooling. The tall man who spoke first turned to Su Xiaoshou. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely, more genuine than gold," Su Xiaoshou exclaimed, sensing a shift in sentiment. This crowd truly was one that would not turn their heads until they saw a prophet. The trio in the audience were utterly baffled by Su Xiaoshou's antics, glancing towards other arenas where fierce battles raged on, unrelenting. Meanwhile, the 12th arena resembled nothing less than an auction scene. Host Su Xiaoshou was captivating the masses. The referee holding the spirit sword, while a pack of hungry wolves glared with greedy eyes. Rao Yinin pressed her hand to her forehead, exasperated. "What a peculiar spectacle! Your little beast brother is truly remarkable." Su Qianqian clenched her fist. Elder Qiao stood in stunned silence, having picked up his jaw from the ground. What on earth is this impudent brat trying to accomplish? Chapter 7. Value boosting. The referee gazed forlornly at the sky. Having never encountered such a troublesome contestant that if he were to attempt to stop him, he was still a participant. Wanting to challenge one against 100 was merely a display of bravado, seemingly within the rules. Yet, if he did not intervene, it appeared more and more like a farce, transforming the group stage into a grand gambling event. What to do? Faced with Su Xiaoshou's inquiry and the expectant gazes of the crowd, the referee felt a bit dazed, gripping the black sword, uncertain how to proceed. Above in the void, Chief Referee Xiaoshou finally took notice of the situation at the 12th arena, ignoring it was no longer an option, while others were engaged in battle. This arena was eerily quiet, as if a lesson was being held. One person spoke, and a crowd listened. A smirk crept across Xiaoshou's lips as he transmitted his thoughts. "Very well, youthful arrogance. Let him be. Let him learn a lesson." The referee, now with newfound determination, immediately waved his hand. "Agreed. The match continues." The tall man's eyes sparkled, radiating a glint of greed as he surged forward, seizing the opportunity. "I possess a technique known as the 100 Steps Beast King Fist. I shall claim your sword." Some in the crowd hesitated, but upon witnessing the opportunity seized, they were filled with regret. Indeed, fortune always favored the bold, but alas, such a fine sword would be tarnished in Su Xiaoshou's hands and soon fall into the grasp of a fist master. "Brother Liu, why not give it a try? Your great dark tribulation fist." Zhou's eyes flickered with interest, yet he knew his own limitations and dared not act. Lu Jun, concealed among the crowd, shook his head slightly, though I too have broken through. Xiaoshou seems to have transformed. Let us observe for now. As he gazed upon the familiar scene unfolding before him, memories of Xiaoshou's imposing presence upon his emergence flooded back. Had a mere seclusion truly yielded such a significant breakthrough? Doubtful. Passive value increased by 12. Xiaoshou remained oblivious to the musings of others. He watched as the tall man approached with a raised fist. Laughing heartily, brimming with bravado. "Ha, come forth!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a phantom tiger's roar descended upon him, causing all present to recoil in shock by the time they registered it. The phantom's weight bore down with a force rivaling the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoshou had yet to unleash his own martial technique, instead opting to receive this peak postnatal technique, the 100 Steps Beast King Fist. With his bare fists, the onlookers erupted into chaos. Empty fists? Has he gone mad? Where does this Xiaoshou derive his confidence, daring to face Qiu Wei's 100 Steps Beast King Fist with bare hands? Wait, isn't Xiaoshou only proficient in a single move of the White Cloud Sword technique? I heard it took him 3 years to master just the first form. The onlookers witnessed 4 fists collide, unleashing a cacophony of over 100 explosive sounds, deafening to the ears that I end the next moment. Everyone observed Xiaoshou, enveloped in the shadows of fists, frantically flailing his arms, each punch landing only on thin air. Meanwhile, the towering figure of the man delivered a barrage of strikes, each landing brutally upon Xiaoshou's visage. Good heavens! How cruel! I can't bear to watch. Surely Xiaoshou is here for comic relief. Does he truly lack any martial techniques? Even the referee was taken aback. Initially, he thought Xiaoshou was merely jesting, then considered him a formidable opponent, but now it seemed he was indeed just a source of amusement. Xiaoshou faced the onslaught, struck so fiercely that he appeared disoriented, yet he refused to retreat even a step. He couldn't afford to back down, or he would be thrown off the stage. As the adage goes, Xiaoshou indeed lacked any martial prowess, having never even heard of the so-called 100 Steps Beast King Fist. However, did this hinder my battle? I am robust, I am willful. The blows raining upon his face produced only a slight discomfort, even dissipating the strange sensations lingering from the previous night, yet they failed to inflict any real harm. With each successive strike, the information panel in his mind updated continuously. Attacked passive value 34. Attacked passive value 46. Attacked passive value 32. Attacked passive value 42. Xiaoshou was elated, relishing the relentless barrage while watching the information panel refresh at an astonishing rate. He declared his love for this style of combat that unleashed hundreds of punches in a single breath. As he had anticipated, his innate strength-level defense was impervious to these mere practitioners of acquired martial arts, even if they were of the 7th realm. "Are you merely tickling me?" Xiaoshou seized an opening and quipped, only to be met with a flurry of punches to his face. Qiu Wei grew increasingly alarmed, feeling the fatigue himself, wondering how this fellow seemed to be unaffected. "Die!" he roared, suddenly engulfed in a crimson hue, emitting white smoke and doubling his punch speed. Blood ignition technique. He has lost it. Qiu Wei has gone mad. The spectators were entranced, their blood boiling. Qiu Wei's punching speed was now sufficient to challenge even a 9th realm spirit refiner. Attacked. Passive value 94. Attacked. Passive value 88. Attacked. Passive value 102. Xiaoshou was utterly beside himself with joy. His passive value soared in his mind. 500, 700, 900, 1,000. He shouted while enduring the blows, continuously provoking Qiu Wei. That's it. Faster. Yes. Maintain this speed. Keep it coming. De la fula. The fist sealed his throat. The crowd, the referee, the spectators, too distant to hear the banter between the combatants, were nonetheless shocked by the brutal scene unfolding before them. Isn't that little beast brother about to become a pighead? Daozini in Chukui. She glanced at Su Qianshan, whose eyes were fixated on Qiu Wei, brimming with murderous intent. Rao Yinin. The onlookers felt their blood surge, wishing they could step in and deliver a thrashing to this arrogant fellow. Resorting instead to throwing punches at those nearby, igniting yet another brawl. They were all young, full of vigor, and after waiting for too long, Their impatience grew, especially with Su Xiaoshou's provocations echoing in their ears. Some began to form a battlefield on one side, while others chose to continue waiting dead on the edge of the stage. The clash between the two was brief, comprising a mere flurry of encounters that left the audience breathless. Suddenly, a weak voice emerged from the crowd. "Look, Su Xiaoshou's feet, they seem not to have moved at all." Everyone turned their gaze to his feet, and indeed, beneath the rapid punches, he appeared as if he were a floating reed. Trembling precariously, It seemed his center of gravity was unstable, yet in truth, he remained completely immobile. How is that possible? Could it be that Su Xiaoshou truly has mastered an unparalleled divine skill? One seventh realm master, who had previously been humiliated by Su Xiaoshou, covered his face and lamented, "I told you he was formidable, but you didn't believe me." Did you say something? The seventh realm master. Here he was, a dignified seventh realm expert, rendered invisible in the group matches. Damn, Su Xiaoshou. Su Xiaoshou, amidst the flurry of fists, caught a glimpse of the unfolding battle ahead and realized his passive value was being siphoned away. And he felt a sense of urgency. What was the rush? Couldn't they wait a moment longer? He thought he shouldn't hang himself on a single crooked tree. As Xiaowei unleashed his fury, he suddenly noticed Su Xiaoshou standing upright, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet calmly stating amidst the chaotic punches, "You are tired. You need to rest." In the next breath, an ordinary punch floated towards him. Bang! The void shattered, and Xiaowei was sent flying into the crowd. "Take a break. Let us continue later. Wait for me." Su Xiaoshou called out to him from a distance. This was a marvelous passive value booster. Extremely useful. He could not afford to lose it. Xiaowei was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? "I've been out putting tirelessly, exhausted to the bone, and you not only appear unscathed but also suggest I take a break." Others watching Xiaowei being effortlessly sent back were taken aback and instinctively recoiled. Now everyone understood that this fellow was merely pretending to be a fool while harboring formidable strength. My heavens! Is he truly only at the fifth realm? His physique is even more terrifying than those at the eighth or ninth realms. What kind of spiritual skill is this? How come I've never heard of it? Su Xiaoshou smiled nonchalantly. It's not a spiritual skill, it's innate strength. The crowd. I can't believe you. Can innate strength truly reach such heights? Doubtful. Passive value 32. Alas, why is it that every time I speak the truth, no one believes me? Su Xiaoshou shrugged, expressing his helplessness that I am merely stating facts. If you don't believe it, that is not my concern. Those over there, stop fighting. He cast his gaze over the crowd, addressing the various battles. Your opponent is me. I shall fight you. A hawk-nosed man leaped forth, named Yi Chongting, of the eighth realm. He proclaimed loudly, I possess a move called Ritual Sun Fist. Dare you to receive it? Before Su Xiaoshou could respond, he unleashed a fiery punch, engulfed in smoke, aimed directly at him. Ritual Sun Fist? Su Xiaoshou recognized this technique required considerable preparation. Focusing on a single decisive strike, that he sidestepped the frontal assault, delivering a hand chop to the opponent's wrist. With a pained yelp, he seized Yi Chongting by the neck and hurled him out of the arena. Yi Chongting? You've changed. You weren't like this when you fought Xiaowei. He nearly burst into tears that an 8th Realm Master, a formidable contender for the top spot, had been carelessly tossed out of the arena. Wasn't he had agreed that we would exchange blows? What a deceiver. Su Xiaoshou dusted off his hands, speaking coolly. Apologies, but I'm more interested in techniques that unleash hundreds of punches in a breath. Techniques like Ritual Sun Fist are of no interest to me. Please fight elsewhere. After saying this, he glanced at his information panel and swayed slightly. Passive value. 1766, that this meant that just from Xiaowei alone, he had garnered over 1,000 passive values. With that experience, he had no intention of wasting time on these one-off, inferior techniques. The crowd gazed at Yi Chongting below the stage, feeling as though they had transitioned from hunters to prey. Stop! Su Xiaoshou shouted once more, causing everyone to inexplicably halt. The once fervent arena now plunged into silence. The referee, burdened with several defeated competitors, was interrupted mid-task, his anger surging. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. This individual was also a contestant. Su Xiaoshou's gaze surveyed the crowd, reigniting the flames of ire, before suddenly sweeping his sleeve and firmly grounding himself in a horse stance. Time is limited. All of you, come at me together. Chapter 8. Su Xiaoshou. Hold on. I possess a passive skill that envelopes the entire day. Sanctum of the 8. Chapter 8. Su Xiaoshou. Hold on. Above the void, Xiaoshou, who had been observing the 12th arena, smiled faintly. The quality of this year's outer courtyard disciples is rather high. This is the third innate talent he has discovered. Moreover, he is an exceptionally elusive physical innate, truly a rare find. Had it not been for the faint traces of innate power that appeared consecutively, he might have been completely deceived by this youth named Su Xiaoshou. This lad indeed possesses a peculiar talent that on the arena floor, a group of individuals was incited by Su Xiaoshou's words, losing their rationality, that a mere fifth-realm spirit refiner dared to utter such arrogant claims. Could he possibly be an innate physical being? I can't take it anymore. This guy is simply begging for a beating. It seems one person is insufficient to satisfy him. In that case, let us all join forces to take this soft-shell shrimp off the stage. Brothers, let us go together. A throng of 40 to 50 individuals surged forward simultaneously, some brandishing fists, others wielding knives, while a few lurked in the shadows, poised to strike from behind with nefarious intent. Su Xiaoshou, confronted by the palpable aura of impending violence, felt a tremor in his gut as he gazed upon the fervent faces of his assailants, which were decidedly intimidating. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and charged ahead, bellowing defiantly. If you're a man, use your fists to the one with the knife. If you have the guts, drop it. Bang, bang. The scene erupted in chaos as Su Xiaoshou was immediately engulfed by the surging tide of attackers. In the audience, Su Qianqian watched with bated breath, her delicate hands gripping tightly onto Rao Yinin's slender leg, her red dress not particularly long to begin with. Such audacity, Rao Yinin remarked, her eyes fixed on the fray, a playful smile gracing her lips. Damage taken, passive points 14. Damage taken, passive points 16. The information panel refreshed incessantly as Su Xiaoshou plunged into the melee, absorbing a barrage of punches while delivering a single blow that felled the knife-wielding aggressor, sending him sprawling off the stage. No knives, no swords, no daggers. What? Someone's using silver needles? Clear the field. In my arena, we fight with our fists. I can endure 1,000 punches, but should I be struck by a spiritual weapon, even a low-grade one, it would draw blood from my innate physique. Therefore, you all must leave. As Su Xiaoshou fought to clear the stage, he deftly maneuvered to create space while adjusting his stances to brace himself for the onslaught of fists. The human surface area is quite limited. Even with 40 to 50 people attacking, no more than 10 can strike at any given moment. Yet Su Xiaoshou was exceptional as fists fell. He leapt, weaved, and floated, employing every conceivable tactic to ensure that each assailant had to contend with him. The only thing to watch for was to shield his vital areas from harm. Damage taken. Passive points 11. Damage taken. Passive points 22. Damage taken. Passive points 33. In his mind, the passive points continued to escalate, starting from the low teens, gradually climbing into the 20s, then 30s. Su Xiaoshou's technique reached a level of unparalleled mastery, while the assailants grew increasingly exhilarated. Despite their inability to see the audacious young man, they found that their random strikes consistently landed squarely on his face. The sensation of each punch connecting was exhilarating, so delightfully gratifying. Could it be that I am this formidable? Some fighters, lost in the moment, even closed their eyes, feeling as though they were attaining enlightenment, as if they were in perfect harmony with the Tao. This is the instinct of the innate. Mother, I have transcended. The referee stared in disbelief. What a brutal spectacle. He watched as the once handsome face of the insolent youth contorted under the relentless blows of his attackers. The concave abdomen, the bent arms, and the rigid toes, all were subjected to excruciating torment. Yes, Su Xiaoshou's shoes had been knocked off, leaving his splayed toes to increase his surface area. The referee, dumbfounded, thought, have these individuals taken drugs? Why have they suddenly become so ferocious? What about that third-tier fighter? What is he doing? Has he closed his eyes? My goodness. That punch didn't even hit the air, yet how did it so fortuitously strike Su Xiaoshou's shoulder? And the second-tier fighter? How has he managed to stay in the ring without being thrown out? Good heavens. He nearly exited, only to be reeled back in by Su Xiaoshou's miscalculated kick. How is this possible? The referee was on the brink of collapse. Su Xiaoshou sensed something amiss. Why were there fewer attackers? Despite his efforts to maintain control, their numbers had dwindled from over 60 to just 40. Suddenly, he spotted figures lurking in the shadows, specifically targeting those who had closed their eyes in meditation. If one shut their eyes, they would surely be sent flying from the stage. Damn it, they've decreased my passive points. Su Xiaoshou stealthily adjusted his stance, inching closer to these parasites, knocking them out one by one. That these righteous contenders, under Su Xiaoshou's grotesque fighting style, found themselves the first to falter. Each of them exited the stage in a daze, utterly unaware of how they had been eliminated. Did I end the audience? The young lady Su Qianqian covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Rao Yinin felt the situation had escalated beyond reason. The battle had transformed from a chaotic melee into a sprawling net, with each attacker no longer needing to move much, simply sending Su Xiaoshou flying, waiting for others to throw him back into the fray. The poor Su Xiaoshou was akin to a punching bag, twisting and turning within the web of attacks, caught between foes. The referee believed it was time to intervene, although he felt Su Xiaoshou was deserving of a few punches himself. He was a cold and impartial arbiter, committed to maintaining order. Just as he was about to step in and call for a halt, he suddenly caught sight of Su Xiaoshou's expression. What a grotesque visage! Grinning through the pain, sporting a bruised face yet exuding bliss. His brows danced with exhilaration, as if he were in a state of euphoria. That it was as though he were not being attacked, but rather receiving a luxurious massage. Upon listening more closely, he realized this punching bag was exclaiming beneath the flurry of fists. What a thrill! If you dare, hit harder. Faster, faster. Aim for 1,000 strikes per second. Damn it, no kicking here. The referee was left speechless. He silently lowered his hand, deciding against further intervention. Perhaps he did not need to. Boom! A resonant bell tolled from the horizon, reverberating through the hearts of all, and Xiao Qishou's voice followed. There is but a single incense stick's worth of time remaining in the group matches. His words were directed at the 12th arena. This rule had been established on the fly. The battles in the other 17 arenas had long concluded. The combat in the other arenas was rather straightforward, adhering to ancient methods, with the heavyweights meditating, clearing the stage, and leaving a handful of dissatisfied individuals to duel it out. Only in the 12th arena had the scene unfolded into such a grand and brutal display that this moment. Those descending from other arenas had originally intended to rest, but instead, they filled the audience of the 12th arena. Eyes wide with disbelief, they bore witness to the harrowing spectacle. What on earth is happening? The fighters in the 12th arena have gone mad. This is utterly inhumane. Such a fighting style is barbaric. Indeed, while a brawl is one thing, this is outrageous. At least leave some dignity. Don't humiliate them. We share the same spiritual palace. We ought to be more considerate of one another. The weak often evoke sympathy from onlookers. Some female disciples, unable to bear the sight, wept profusely while rallying support for Su Xiaoshou. How infuriating! No, I mean you, Su Xiaoshou, hang in there. Su Xiaoshou, hold on. Su Xiaoshou, you're the strongest. The chorus of encouragement swelled, igniting like wildfire across the audience. Baffled onlookers rallied for Su Xiaoshou, cheering him on while casting furious glares at those recently thrown from the 12th arena. These volunteers who had exited the stage felt utterly wronged. Had they witnessed the truth of the situation, they would not dare speak. Would they fare any better if they were on stage? In the arena, upon hearing that only a stick of incense remained, Su Xiaoshou ceased his pretense that he had long been luring his opponents to the edge of the stage. And though they appeared to be in a frenzy, they were entirely under his control. Like Tai Chi, once the momentum was established, even the attackers found it impossible to halt their assault. That Su Xiaoshou leapt toward the edge of the stage, pulling everyone along as if they were moths drawn to a flame, their faces reflecting shock as their bodies flew off the platform. That in an instant, silence descended upon the arena. My heavens! What just happened? The audience erupted in chaos. Was the 12th arena cursed? Did they engage in a mindless brawl, only to leap in unison? Had they been overwhelmed by the encouragement, shamed beyond measure, on the stage? Following Su Xiaoshou's maneuver, aside from the referee, only 4 fighters remained. He forcibly pulled back the first assailant who had attacked him, a towering figure named Qiu Wei, if memory served. With half a stick of incense left, I've been pondering, since you output the most, let us engage once more, Su Xiaoshou declared earnestly. This fellow's 100 steps Beast King fist could rival 50 elite soldiers. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wei's face turned ashen as he surveyed his surroundings, that a wave of indescribable fatigue washed over him. He gagged and leapt off the stage. Su Xiaoshou. The referee could no longer bear to watch and waved his hand decisively. The match is over. To the side, Lu Jun exhaled deeply, observing Su Xiaoshou, who was both lethal and psychologically devastating, and remarked with slight relief, I said to wait and see. I was right. We made the top 10. Zhou's was swallowed hard, his astonishment palpable. Lu Gu, it's the top 3. Chapter 9. A fortunate strike. Su Xiaoshou has won. Su Xiaoshou has triumphed. As the battle concluded and the barrier fell, the deafening roar of support from the audience startled Su Xiaoshou. He turned to see a throng of spectators. When had so many people gathered here? Surely, the disciples from the outer academy of the Yuyan platform must be present. Within the gathering, numerous junior disciples were weeping profusely, their faces streaked with tears that Su Xiaoshou was utterly perplexed by their emotional outbursts, dismissing them as mere insanity. Under suspicion, passive value, 324. Gained admiration, passive value, 1125. Su Xiaoshou cast a fleeting glance at the information panel, nearly collapsing in shock. What in the world was happening? The earlier wave of suspicion was understandable. After all, with his 5 levels of cultivation, winning the group competition was bound to attract controversy. Lu Jun and Zhou Zuo were also on stage, yet it was evident to any discerning eye that they were mere lackluster participants, which made his victory all the more certain. However, this subsequent admiration, that was rather perplexing. Was this not a first occurrence? And 1,000 passive points? Su Xiaoshou was left dumbfounded. This individual, who only sought to endure a few more beatings and accumulate passive points, clearly had yet to realize he had become the embodiment of resilience. An indomitable spirit who achieved a miraculous comeback against all odds to claim glory. To the spectators, he appeared merely as a human punching bag, subjected to relentless blows. Those onlookers were truly ruthless. How could they be so brutal? Just look at Su Xiaoshou's face, marred with bruises. How could his injuries be so light? The judge, maintaining a stoic demeanor, approached with a platter in hand. Congratulations, Su Xiaoshou. Upon the platter lay a solitary prize. A ring, nothing more. Su Xiaoshou raised an eyebrow. Was this a spatial ring? Such a treasure was invaluable, something that could not be purchased even by selling his estate and the black sword. He picked up the ring and, noticing the judge's trembling hands, sincerely remarked, Thank you, but there's no need to be overly excited on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the judge's hands trembled even more violently. Am I excited? No, I am merely suppressing my anger directed at this platter. After the entire battle, aside from snatching a few heads, he had felt almost no sense of involvement, which left him in despair. He had intended to fulfill his duties diligently, yet ended up merely occupying space without any accomplishments. Su Xiaoshou had thoroughly deceived him. It was only after the battle concluded that he realized he had been facing a true innate body. He had wondered where the earlier displays of innate might originated. And now it was clear. It was indeed him. The judge, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, waved his arm dismissively. Keep up the good work. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Xiaoshou found the situation strange, but returned a gesture of encouragement, calling out to the judge's retreating figure. I will do my best. The judge's hand trembled, nearly sending the platter flying. Ah, my sword! Su Xiaoshou shouted from behind. The judge dove to catch the platter, tossing his sword over his shoulder without looking back. Su Xiaoshou furrowed his brow, watching the judge's departing figure, unable to suppress his murmurs. How peculiar! Su Xiaoshou! Su Xiaoshou! The audience erupted in fervent cheers. Initially, it was the young girls screaming, but soon those nearby, feeling embarrassed under their gazes, began to join in the calls. That Xiaoshou felt a wave of shyness wash over him. He was unsure what had incited such madness, but seeing their excitement, he raised a hand, gesturing for calm. "Please sit down, no need for such formality." Rao Yining stood, stretching lazily, adjusting her red dress that had been tugged by the little girl, teasingly declaring, "You can go find your little beast brother now." Su Qianqian smiled. Her cheeks dimpled. "No need. As long as my little beast brother hasn't left the spirit palace, that's the best outcome. Look at how excited the girls next to you are. What if your little beast brother gets taken away? What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Qianqian blushed. "I have no such thoughts." "Oh, really? I won't talk to you anymore?" Su Qianqian leaped off her chair, only to bump her head into Rao Yining's chest, her cheeks flushing even deeper. She bent down to pick up her large sword and dashed away. "TSK. TSK. How adorable." Su Xiaoshou naturally noticed the two. Truthfully, the innate aura in the arena was sparse, and though his innate body was not overtly apparent, it did not imply others lacked such presence. At the very least, the ethereal quality they exuded was distinctly different from the girls who were fervently calling his name. "Su Qianqian, it's been a long time." He was fixated on the direction in which the young girl had fled when, unexpectedly, the woman in the red dress turned back, winking with a smile. Gain seduction, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou, whose heart had been fluttering just a moment ago, nearly spat blood upon registering this information. Damn it, some things are better left unspoken. Why did it have to be revealed? Damn system. People come and go. Everyone here was a spirit refiner. Even for a fleeting moment of admiration, no one would act out of line. Well, at least not overtly. Su Xiaoshou was about to take his leave when Elder Qiao suddenly appeared before him. "You little rascal. To endure such beating and still turn the tables, impressive." Elder Qiao. Elder Qiao's expression darkened. "So, you didn't even notice me, did you? All your attention was on those two girls?" Su Xiaoshou chuckled as he walked. "You were the first to arrive, right? Of course." Su Xiaoshou felt a wave of relief, thankful that his hasty response didn't reveal his earlier confusion. "When did you cultivate an innate body without my knowledge?" Elder Qiao pressed at HM. "How dare you question me?" Su Xiaoshou felt a surge of defiance. "Did I not tell you last time that I was innate? You didn't believe me?" Last time, Elder Qiao recalled their meeting at the Spirit Affairs Pavilion, awkwardly chuckling. At that time, who would believe you? Just as Su Xiaoshou was about to explode, Elder Qiao hastily produced a bottle of pills and shoved it into his arms. "You're injured, right? Here, take this. Recover well, and we shall meet again soon." With that, he fled the scene. Su Xiaoshou was left speechless. Was it really necessary? It was just a bit of banter. "I wouldn't devour you." He glanced at the medicinal pills Elder Qiao had given him. Warmth blooming in his heart. HM. Elder Qiao, the pills. Su Xiaoshou abruptly shivered. Upon returning to his room, he freshened up and collapsed onto the freshly cleaned soft bed, a wave of comfort washing over him. Even though he had anticipated this moment, securing the championship in the group competition and achieving his first significant accomplishment in 3 years felt surreal. One could only say, the strength of the innate level was indeed formidable. Under such relentless attacks, previously, he would have barely lasted a breath. Yet now, he had only sustained minor injuries, nothing significant. The bruises and swelling could be healed with a single session of cultivation. Contemplating the medicinal pills gifted by Elder Qiao, he hesitated to use them again. Extracting the championship ring, Su Xiaoshou pricked his finger to bond with it, revealing a space within that was nearly half the size of his room, which he found quite delightful. The contents were sparse, with the ring's true value lying in itself. There were only 100 spirit crystals and a bottle of medicinal pills. That Su Xiaoshou examined the pills. Spirit refining pills, his heart skipped a beat, and he hastily stored the items away, along with some of his own belongings. The sensation of having a small space at his disposal was incredibly marvelous. He wasn't accustomed to wearing rings, so he threaded the ring onto a cord to wear as a necklace. This was the first championship of his arduous journey, holding significant sentimental value, and thus deserved to be cherished. Lying on the bed, he shifted to a more comfortable position. Now, onto the main event. How many passive points would he gain from this excruciating battle, aside from a few stolen glances earlier? He had suppressed his desire to check the numerical values throughout the entire fight, all in anticipation of this moment. Xiaoshou's heart raced as he gazed at the bottom of the red interface in his mind. A surge of happiness erupted in his mind, and he felt a thundering buzz, leaving him momentarily blank. His fingers spasmed involuntarily as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 5 digits. Passive value. 17660. Chapter 10. Black screen. Xiaoshou sprang from the bed like a spring, exclaiming, 17,000. I have confirmed it again. It is indeed 17,000. I struck it rich. Not counting those who barely hurt me, a punch grants a point of passive value. 17,000 means I've taken nearly 10,000 punches. Xiaoshou slapped his head, reflecting on the sheer tragedy of the experience. As a transmigrator, he sacrificed his own body for the sake of profit. A disgrace. Yet, looking back at this 5-digit number, how delightful. Calm down. Calm down. Xiaoshou sat back on the bed, forcing himself to temper his excitement, his trembling hands betraying his agitation. Everything was just the beginning. What he could draw from this 17,000 remained an enigma. The thrill of this anticipation was what he cherished most. That Xiaoshou opened the shop, and the 2 slots displayed items that had illuminated, a sign of abundant funds. New items. He discovered a gray item in the 3rd slot. When did this appear? Intrigued, Xiaoshou clicked to reveal. 2nd-tier skill point. 5,000? Xiaoshou's eyes widened in disbelief, and only then did he notice the prefix 2nd tier. The only passive skill he possessed that corresponded to 2nd tier was the innate level strength. Thus, this 2nd-tier skill point was meant to upgrade strength? After acquiring a congenital level passive skill, the ordinary skill points have become obsolete, necessitating the use of 2nd-tier skill points for upgrades. Xiaoshou expressed his understanding. However, he was baffled as to why this item appeared gray and could not be purchased. His passive points were ample. 17,000 against 5,000 meant he could still buy 3-inch 2nd-tier skill points. Despite the fierce battles, he could only purchase 3-inch 2nd-tier skill points. This thought left Xiaoshou feeling somewhat aggrieved. The emergence of this new 2nd-tier skill point plunged him into contemplation. Perhaps the passive system was related to his own cultivation level. Only by breaking through the 10th realm of spirit refinement and entering the congenital stage could he purchase 2nd-tier skill points. Xiaoshou believed this reasoning held validity, that if there were no such restrictions, he could straightforwardly solo strength, elevating the skill level beyond the congenital stage, turning the dream of achieving sainthood into reality. But was that feasible? According to the barrel theory, if he had one shortcoming, it would limit how much he could hold. If he only possessed one strength, it would render everything else utterly absurd. That a rabbit with a physique as robust as a lion. Could it truly defeat a lion? While not entirely impossible, in most cases such a scenario seemed highly unlikely. Perhaps upon spotting the lion, its instinct would be to flee, yet due to its ill-suited physique, it would trip itself, falling into the lion's gaping maw. Makes sense. Xiaoshou did not dwell on it too much. He never intended to continue upgrading strength. His congenital physique was sufficient for now. Moreover, there was plenty of time ahead, and he did not wish to solely rely on strength to endure hardships. He needed to explore other avenues as well. With 17,000 passive points, it was time to relish the joy of 10 consecutive draws. Xiaoshou rubbed his hands together and, without hesitation, purchased 10 passive keys. Passive points. 7660, got suddenly down by 10,000. Xiaoshou felt a pang in his heart, but the thought of acquiring new skills brought him some solace. With over 7,000 passive points remaining, should he draw something worthwhile, he could directly upgrade it to level 8. Last time it was 3 for consecutive draws before he obtained strength, indicating that the odds of winning from the spinning wheel were not low. Mimicking his previous attempt, Xiaoshou took turns inserting the 10 keys into the fog-enshrouded red spinning wheel. Daring not to glance at the information bar point one by one, the keys disappeared, and the room fell silent save for the sound of his racing heartbeat. Drink, blessed by luck, as the last passive key vanished. Xiaoshou let out a loud shout, drawing a Tai Chi symbol in the air with his hands, his gaze darting towards the information bar. Crab, thank you for your patronage. Crab, thank you for your patronage. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. Su Xiaoshou spewed a mouthful of old blood and collapsed to the ground. This wave of 5 consecutive draws had sent him back to the blood pool. What the heck? He swallowed back the panic rising in his throat, desperately continuing to glance down. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Acquired extended passive skill. Sharpness. Crab crab, thank you for your patronage. With a loud bang, Su Xiaoshou nearly shattered the floorboards with a critical hit. Just one. Su Xiaoshou was ecstatic. He no longer hoped for double yellow eggs, fearing his heart couldn't withstand it. He dreaded the possibility of crab crab, thank you for your patronage, unexpectedly delivering an incredible 10 consecutive draws, sending him to the rooftop to experience the chilling pain of wind against his bones. Sharpness. Su Xiaoshou pondered the implications of this term. What kind of effect could it possess? Having learned from the previous 2 lessons of breathing method and strength, he now understood that the items drawn from the passive system should not be expected to bear grandiose names. On the contrary, the items yielded, while modestly named, were incredibly practical and closely related to his own abilities. What could this sharpness entail? Since it was still an extended passive skill, it should still apply to himself rather than enhancing the sharpness of his hidden suffering. But where could he possess sharpness? Teeth, hair, toes. Su Xiaoshou's expression turned peculiar. How could that possibly be useful? Did he inadvertently draw something redundant? He raised his finger, carefully inspecting his nails. Had they grown a bit? Was it merely a psychological effect? Su Xiaoshou straightened his fingers and jabbed them forcefully into the ground. Hiss! The next moment, he winced in pain, shaking his hand. The ground bore 4 holes along with a small indentation. This was not sharpness. This was strength, the effect of his congenital physique. Su Xiaoshou fell into deep thought, finally realizing a terrifying possibility. Could passive skills have overlapping functionalities? The notion nearly brought him to tears. Damn system, I just spent 10,000 passive points on this. No! The system cannot be this cruel. Su Xiaoshou reassured himself that if that were true, wouldn't he risk drawing robust, powerful, and sharp, keen. He forcibly expelled this nightmarish thought from his mind. The IT couldn't possibly be like that. Absolutely impossible. If so, then only one last possibility remained. Su Xiaoshou glanced at the introduction of the second section. Extended passive skill. Strength sharpness. Postnatal LV.1. Level 2 low. Su Xiaoshou muttered decisively that IT had been the same last time, when strength first appeared. Due to its low level, it had almost faced his disdain. Only after upgrading to the congenital level did it unleash its terrifying power, propelling Su Xiaoshou, who had reached the 5th realm of spirit refinement, to the pinnacle of the group competition. Perhaps the effect of this sharpness will only reveal its true brilliance once the level is elevated. Su Xiaoshou regarded his passive points. 7660, that should he continue drawing cards? Or should he upgrade the skill points? Didn't I have one more key? Su Xiaoshou suddenly recalled that the 10 consecutive draws included a 1 more spoonful, prompting him to chuckle. Let us tackle this one first. He inserted the passive key into the red spinning wheel and twisted it vigorously. As the key gradually transformed into starlight and vanished, Su Xiaoshou paid little mind, deep in thought about the applications of sharpness. As the key completely dissipated, Su Xiaoshou had yet to glance at the information bar when suddenly darkness enveloped him, and the world trembled violently. What is happening? Su Xiaoshou exclaimed in terror. Black screen, Chapter 11. Floating Clouds legend has it that there exists a sword technique that traverses the heavens, the 7 swords of heaven. When this sword technique emerged, the greatest sword immortal of the time, the venerable Yu, who had once been the master of the sacred hall of 7 swords, vanished from the world, becoming the stuff of legends. In observing the 7 swords of heaven, later generations created the cloud sword technique. Of course, the level was reduced by several tiers. This was merely an ordinary postnatal spiritual technique. The cloud sword technique was recorded in the Lingzong Pavilion of the Tianshan Spiritual Palace. Comprising a total of 13 swords that at that time, Su Xiaoshou, whose talent was merely average, exhausted all his efforts and finally learned the first sword, floating clouds. This was the first spiritual technique he had mastered in his life. And indeed the only one. Well, to be precise, it was 1/13 of a single technique. As darkness engulfed his mind, and he sensed the earth quaking beneath him, Xiaoshou saw hidden suffering soaring into the clouds with a swish. He executed a sword strike, causing the clouds to disperse and then gather once more, beginningless and endless, neither living nor dying. In an instant, endless sword forms flooded his mind, and countless realizations surged forth. He recalled every moment of practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, waking up in the dead of night. Thrust, horizontal, flick, slice. These were the most fundamental techniques, forged through blood and sweat, each move, each form, seemingly coalescing at this moment. Xiaoshou gazed at the clouds before him and sheathed his sword. In that instant, a sword light appeared on the horizon, weaving through the air, seemingly drifting leisurely, yet arriving in the blink of an eye. The clouds shattered into fragments, the sky crumbling into dust. "Oh!" Xiaoshou jolted awake, gasping for breath. As he moved, his clothes disintegrated into pieces, falling before him like the clouds from the illusion that he looked down. Hidden suffering in hand seemed to dance joyfully, emitting a clear, melodious sword sound. "So, what the hell is going on?" Xiaoshou was bewildered. He had merely inserted the passive key, watched it disappear, and entered that ethereal realm of sword intent, which had drawn forth the most painful moment from his heart. After 3 years of practice, he had only mastered 1/13 of the cloud sword technique. This was a postnatal sword technique. How abysmal must his talent be to achieve such a challenging feat? How could he not feel pain? Xiaoshou calmed down, burying those memories deep within, and hastily turned his attention to the information bar. This was undoubtedly related to the passive key. A new line had clearly been updated. Acquired mastery passive skill. Mastery of swordsmanship. Mastery type? Mastery of swordsmanship. Xiaoshou was taken aback. Was this the reward from one more spoonful? Did I really just draw what could possibly be the most extraordinary passive skill? The kind that comes with its own special effects. Holy crap! Xiaoshou could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in awe as his luck indeed materialized. Mastery of swordsmanship. Just the name alone exudes an air of grandeur, far surpassing mundane terms such as strong or sharp by several magnitudes. In a context where the naming of passive abilities is typically so uninspired, the emergence of a term that transcends everyday nouns suggests just how formidable this mastery of swordsmanship truly is. Moreover, the thought of that ethereal realm of white clouds sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Xiaoshou's entire being, causing him to tremble. Could it be that the sword techniques and knowledge within that illusion are now within my grasp? As a passive skill, it manifests silently and subtly. Had Xiaoshou not been diligent in his contemplation, he might never have noticed the transformation occurring within him. He gazed at in his hand, humming with an eager resonance. It was palpably excited. Xiaoshou could distinctly feel that this ostensibly inanimate was now brimming with exuberance, even to the point of being fervent. Should I give it a try? The thought flitted through Xiaoshou's mind, and he closed his eyes, recalling the sword technique from the illusion that shattered the very clouds. His breathing gradually quieted, and he felt as if he were floating, rising into the air. Ethereal, translucent, serene. What a wondrous sensation! In the next moment, Xiaoshou felt himself transform into a cloud, drifting languidly across a vast, painterly sky. The summer breeze stirred, and as the white clouds dissipated, Xiaoshou sensed that it was time to draw his sword. Thus, he unsheathed it, unconsciously executing a stroke that was profoundly obscure, yet effortlessly traversed the realms. The sword glided smoothly, accompanied by the mournful evening breeze, sweeping away fallen leaves. Sizzle. A scene from the illusion re-emerged. Countless beams of sword light gracefully approached, only to instantly saturate the room, although he had struck with deliberate slowness. The disappearance was breathtakingly swift that Xiaoshou opened his eyes. Boom! The red heartwood structure crumbled into fragments, cascading down. Bang, bang, bang! As he looked up, a shower of red heartwood debris descended upon him, entombing him beneath the wreckage. What the hell? What is happening? In a cramped and dimly lit room, A round wooden table was occupied by 3 men. Xiaoshou sat upright, his sword resting at his knees, shaking his head earnestly. I don't drink. You all know that a true sword cultivator does not indulge in alcohol, but rather immerses in the sword. Drinking only muddles my mind, and over time, my sword will lose its precision. Xiao Qinji inadvertently sprayed wine across the face of the elderly man opposite him. Immediately feeling awkward. That was unintentional. He turned to Xiao Qishio, struggling to suppress laughter. You make it sound as if abstaining from alcohol guarantees a significant advancement in swordsmanship. Xiao Qishio smiled faintly. I have indeed made progress. He then turned to the elderly man, who was wiping his face. Old Sang, do you intend to stay for an extended period this time? The elderly man, with a few blades of grass still atop his head, shot a glare at Xiao Qinji and raised his wine cup, draining it in one go. I'll stay for a while. He gazed at the empty cup and suddenly declared, You can be both intoxicated by wine and by the sword. Xiao Qishio was about to retort when the elderly man continued. What a pity. You cannot achieve that. Otherwise, the title of the 8th Sword Immortal would be yours. Xiao Qinji couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qishio. Just then, the sword at his side began to hum and vibrate violently. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. Xiao Qishio grasped the vibrating sword, tilting his ear to listen, and suddenly envisioned everything in the vicinity within his mind. Tiansang's Spirit Palace. Outer courtyard. The evening breeze wafted gently as a disciple strolled with a sword, contemplating life. Suddenly, the sword in his embrace began to stir restlessly, attempting to break free. Alarmed, he quickly restrained his sword, only to discover that all nearby sword cultivators were experiencing the same agitation. Clang! The sound of swords resonated harmoniously, forming a symphony that echoed through a significant portion of the outer courtyard. What is happening? All the disciples stood in stunned silence. Sword resonance in the acquired realm? The elderly man spoke calmly. Indeed, Xiao Qishio nodded, rising in astonishment. I didn't expect another disciple in the outer courtyard to achieve acquired sword intent. Coupled with the 2 innate spirit refiners and 1 innate physical cultivator discovered previously, the quality of this batch of outer courtyard disciples is truly remarkable. Innate physical cultivator? The elderly man exclaimed, setting down his wine cup as if deep in thought, that he then remarked, I remember the last sword intent that emerged was from that girl Su Qianqian, wasn't it? Yes, innate sword intent, he added. Xiao Qishio appeared impatient. Yet he still responded, Su Qianqian is in a league of her own. She is a genuine genius, wielding one of the 21 famed swords of the continent, a treasure I covet immensely. Stop pretending. Let's go take a look. Elder Qiao also rose. You clearly can't contain your excitement, yet insist on lingering here. Xiao Qishio sheepishly scratched his head. The elderly man chuckled. Go on. The 2 dashed out the door. TSK, TSK. The elderly man maintained his composed demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by the acquired sword intent, he drained the remaining wine from the jug, donned his straw hat, retrieved his cane from behind the door, and departed leisurely. After a while, he returned, closed the door, and left once more. With a crash, the wooden block overhead was flung aside that Su Xiaoshou stood up, bewildered and naked, amidst the ruins of his collapsed room. Is this the first move of the white cloud sword technique? White cloud drifting? This is utterly modified. He executed a sword strike that shattered the entire room into pieces. Was this truly the white cloud sword technique he had refrained from using for 3 years? Su Xiaoshou could hardly believe it. That move, white cloud drifting, retained its trajectory and essence, yet its flavor was entirely revitalized. This mastery of swordsmanship was indeed somewhat terrifying, that IT had imparted to him an abundance of swordsmanship experience. And with his foundational training in swordplay, he was suddenly able to wield it as his own. He retrieved clothing from his ring and donned it, stepping out of the debris, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had merely intended to test the sword technique and had inadvertently demolished his house. Nevertheless, witnessing the power of his strike firsthand, the destruction of the house was not in vain. Feeling a sense of relief, a wave of weakness washed over him. That strike had completely drained his spiritual energy, that Xiaoshou produced a spirit crystal and took a shallow breath to recover. His body, having endured the ravages of the spirit refining pill previously, seemed to have developed some resistance that a mere taste sufficed. With no significant issue, his body shivered slightly. He realized his energy reservoir had expanded considerably. A breakthrough? Xiaoshou confirmed repeatedly, realizing that he had indeed advanced to the sixth realm. And not merely at its onset, but had reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm, a mere step away from the seventh. Had he unknowingly surpassed a threshold? Reflecting on the scene within the illusion, it seemed that his enlightenment had inadvertently propelled his realm forward. Yet, this leap felt somewhat excessive. He had only taken 3 days to break through the fifth realm, and after a frenzied battle in the group stage, he had just begun to solidify his foundation, hoping for a stable transition period. And yet, he had broken through again. While others lamented their slow progress, he found himself worrying that his rapid cultivation might compromise his foundation. Yet, it was clear he was overthinking. An epiphany leading to a breakthrough was inherently aligned with the Tao. How could there be any question of a shaky foundation? An advancement of one realm at a time was, in fact, quite minimal. True geniuses could leap from the acquired to the innate with a single moment of enlightenment. 2 figures soared through the sky, and Xiaoshou looked up to see that only innate masters could achieve such flight. Xiaoshou and Elder Xiao, what brought them here? Surely the commotion from his sword strike couldn't have been so significant. Xiaoshou pondered, as his yard was shielded by soundproofing arrays. The strike had been virtually silent, with the only noise resulting from the collapse of the room. How could it have attracted the attention of both elders? Xiaoshou. Upon landing, Elder Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Is this your courtyard?" Xiaoshou, spotting the youth, displayed a hint of confusion. This was not the innate physical cultivator who had willingly played the role of a punching bag during the group stage. Was it? "Greetings, esteemed elders." Xiaoshou offered a slight bow, mindful of Elder Xiao's presence and the respect he owed. "Indeed, it is my courtyard." Xiaoshou scrutinized the surrounding sword intent, confirming its origin, though it was evident to the naked eye that the room had been reduced to ruins. He pointed at the collapsed structure and inquired, "What transpired here?" Xiaoshou hesitated, wishing to conceal the truth, but the circumstances clearly did not allow for such deception. Thus, he confessed, "I was testing my sword technique, and accidentally caused this destruction. Slightly suspected, passive value too." Xiaoshou, "I knew it. Even when I speak the truth, the outcome remains the same. You all must think little of me." Xiaoshou, just say it outright. "One to you." Xiaoshou furrowed his brow. Had he not witnessed the youth's innate physical prowess firsthand, he might have almost believed his fabricated tale. He understood just how challenging it was to cultivate an innate physical body and how demanding it was to attain acquired sword intent. How could both of these attributes possibly coexist within someone who had only reached the sixth realm of spirit refining? He must possess such talent that he would not remain in the outer courtyard for 3 years, but would have already stepped into the innate realm and been admitted to the inner courtyard. Elder Xiao, however, was far less subtle. He approached and delivered a sharp slap to Xiaoshou's head. "Oh, so formidable, are we? Lying without even drafting a script? Last time I doubted your innate physical body. That was my error, but if you claim that this acquired sword intent is also your creation," he smirked. Under different circumstances, Xiaoshou might have retorted. Yet at this moment, he was astonished. Acquired sword intent. Is this what mastery of sword techniques has bestowed upon me? But why did I not realize it? A passive skill. It would be strange if I did notice it. Xiaoshou truly had not considered that his single strike could encapsulate acquired sword intent. Which explains why the building collapsed and why these two have come to investigate. One must understand that sword cultivators are exponentially more challenging to cultivate than ordinary spirit refiners, as the existence of this acquired sword intent has thwarted countless prodigies. However, it evidently does not include him, Xiaoshou. Faced with Elder Xiao's skepticism, Xiaoshou felt a twinge of amusement. The last time at the Spirit Affairs Pavilion, when he mentioned his innate physical body, this fellow reacted similarly. After the group matches concluded, did he not come running with a change of heart? What right does this old man have to doubt me? Xiaoshou chuckled inwardly, but such thoughts were clearly not meant to be voiced. He pointed behind him earnestly. This is my house. Besides me, who else could have done this? Alas! Elder Xiao sighed, speaking earnestly. I know you have become quite arrogant since your retreat. Youthful exuberance is acceptable. But we must maintain a sense of moderation, mustn't we? Xiaoshou pouted. He did not consider his actions arrogant. He was merely compelled. In truth, he was of pure heart. Elder Xiao continued. You see, now the people you have offended are seeking revenge. Yet at least they have shown you mercy, only destroying your house and not taking your life, right? Xiaoshou, what kind of imagination is this? Have your thoughts wandered into a pit? Are enemies suddenly materializing at my doorstep? I, Xiaoshou, am diligent. Do I have any mortal enemies? Observing Xiaoshou's astonishment, Elder Xiao displayed a knowing smile. His words dripping with a sense of as I expected. Speak, who is that sword cultivator? If you feel embarrassed, that's fine. After all, your house was destroyed. Just point in the direction he went. I and Elder Xiao shall seek him out ourselves. Xiaoshou was taken aback by Elder Xiao's imaginative prowess and chose to remain silent. He glanced at Xiaoshou, a sword cultivator who seemed more reliable and conveyed a questioning look. Xiaoshou nodded slightly, appearing in agreement. The disgrace of a destroyed house shall be avenged in due time. Now, tell me, where did that sword cultivator go? Xiaoshou was shocked. These two would rather believe in a fictitious figure conjured from thin air than trust that he, Xiaoshou, had comprehended acquired sword intent. He raised concealed suffering and gestured toward the ruins, indicating it was he who had cleaved the house. Their eyes brimmed with encouragement. Speak up. Xiaoshou felt deflated, casually indicating a direction. Go for it. Elder Xiao exhibited a look of a teachable student. Strive on. Xiaoshou expressed his satisfaction. Encouraged. Passive value. 2. Xiaoshou plopped down on the ground, gazing skyward like a deflated balloon. Why? Why does no one believe me? I am merely speaking the truth. The clouds drifted lazily, silent in their exchange, with only the few fallen leaves from the spirit tree in the courtyard. Severed by sword energy, bearing witness to his sorrow, Xiaoshou moved to the guest room amidst the ruins, planning to visit the Spirit Affairs Pavilion the next day to assign someone to handle it. Merely a matter of a few spirit crystals. After the group matches concluded, he had a day of rest to quickly regain his state. Returning to the Crimson interface in his mind, he noted over 7,000 remaining passive points. Xiaoshou contemplated and purchased skill points entirely, then allocated them to sharpness. Mastery of sword techniques had imparted him with vast knowledge. He needed to digest it thoroughly and could not rush in recklessly. If his guess was correct, such mastery passive skills would provide enlightenment akin to a sudden revelation with each level increased. He intended to refrain from upgrading mastery of sword techniques until he had fully grasped this technique of gentle clouds drifting. As for upgrading breathing method, don't be ridiculous. Xiaoshou intended to live a few more days. Without breaking into the innate realm, breathing method would forever remain at acquired LV.1. No questions asked. Information panel. Sharpness acquired LV.8. Xiaoshou raised his right hand. His nails remained unchanged. Yet his fingers had elongated considerably, unexpectedly becoming quite elegant. He jabbed towards the ground once more. Sizzle. No pain. Like a sword piercing through tofu, Xiaoshou plunged his wrist directly into the stone slab. At that moment, his fingers, now gathered, resembled blades. Indeed, as he had anticipated, with the level up, the effects were entirely different. This was akin to permanently carrying two concealed weapons. No, rather, they were overt weapons, the kind that an opponent would hardly expect. Xiaoshou silently rose, gazing at the small hole in the ground, lost in thought. If in the future he were to face an adversary, he could suddenly transform a punch into a thrust. TSK. Chapter 13. The Breakthrough Competition. I possess a myriad of passive techniques. The day of the breakthrough competition has arrived. The arena was bustling with spectators, while the audience seats were sparsely populated. Today, the opposite was true. The 18 arenas still stood tall, each filled to capacity with spectators. These were the individuals eliminated from the group matches. Out of the more than 1,700 participants, only 180 advanced to the breakthrough competition. A staggering 90% elimination rate. Indeed, above the main arena, Xiaoshou stood with his sword, the chief judge, his hands raised to calm the restless crowd. He coolly produced a sheet of paper from his robe and began to read aloud. Congratulations to you, 180 brave souls, for successfully emerging from the group matches and entering the breakthrough competition. This year's breakthrough competition will once again be held across 18 arenas, with champions from each group serving as arena masters. Matched randomly through a draw, he produced a blue array token, infusing it with spiritual essence, causing it to tremble. In an instant, large luminous screens appeared above each of the 18 arenas, and the draw would be conducted through these screens. The audience began to murmur excitedly, but Xiaoshou signaled for silence, as he had more to say. This breakthrough competition offers only 64 spots. Until the quota is filled, those who achieve 3 consecutive victories will successfully break through. Each participant has 2 chances to challenge, including the arena masters. Of course, if you encounter seed contestants in both attempts, you might as well prepare for next year's competition or pack your bags and leave. Xiaoshou chuckled, folding the paper and placing it back in his robe. Now, let the competition commence. With his words, the spectators erupted in enthusiasm. In contrast to the previous atmosphere of overwhelming pressure, the spectators who had stepped down from the arena were now exuberant, cheering for their favored contenders. Go! Senior sister, Brother Zhao. This year you must defeat Senior sister and claim the top spot. Xiaoshou, hang in there. Xiaoshou, redeem our honor. I love you. On the arena, Xiaoshou trembled, feeling his legs quaking even while standing there. He finally realized that the breakthrough competition he had stumbled into was not as pleasant as it seemed. Looking around, he noticed that most participants around him were at the 8th, 9th, or even 10th realm, while poor Xiaoshou was stood there with his meager 3rd realm cultivation. What right did he have to stand among such giants? Brother Liu, I am feeling a bit anxious. He tugged at Liu Zhen's sleeve, his teeth chattering as he self-deprecatingly tried to bolster his courage. With such low cultivation, daring to stand here, I fear I might be the first in the Tian Sangling Palace. Liu Zhen took a deep breath. Don't worry. You may be the first, but you are certainly not the only one. Xiaoshou looked up. Liu Zhen revealed his 6th realm cultivation and slowly said, I am the same. Xiaoshou could be said to be the most carefree among the trio at the bottom of the cultivation ladder. As he fought without relying on cultivation, he acted on impulse. The sound waves from the audience were almost overwhelming. He covered his ears, unable to endure the frenzy of their cheers. What hang in there? What redeem honor? Were they not just coming to jeer? He hastened his pace, eager to enter Arena 18 and become the arena master, seeking refuge from the cacophony. Suddenly, he noticed the information panel updating. Encouraged, passive value, 43. Praised, passive value, 14. Mocked, passive value, 8. The information kept updating, and although each increment of passive value was modest, it remained steady. To Xiaoshou, carrying his wooden sword, found his steps involuntarily halting, that he turned around and waved his hands. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your encouragement. I, Su, will surely strive on and not disappoint your expectations. I hope everyone continues to support and encourage me. Love you all. Sending hearts. The audience fell silent. To be honest, they had only cheered symbolically to avoid an awkward silence, but receiving such a greasy response made them feel quite uncomfortable. Is Xiaoshou unwell? While others are entering the arena, he is still running around outside. You see his expression, like that of a fool. Is this fellow truly the champion? I must admit, I too am perplexed that he has merely attained the 6th realm. 2 levels below me. How has he ascended to the position of champion? Xiaoshou mused as he circled the arena, perusing the information bar. The audience was exceedingly enthusiastic, with a mere wave of his hand. His passive points surged significantly. Receive mockery, passive points, 223. Receive mockery, passive points, 146. Received mockery, passive points, 343. Look at that. Although it was transformed into mockery, the rewards were plentiful. Xiaoshou felt increasingly invigorated. Excellent. Let the mockery flow. Those capable should mock even more. Let the storm intensify. In a short span, the passive points in his mind had surpassed 4 digits. He could earn his keep with a wave of his hand, without the need to endure any blows. What a delightful state to be in! Within the confines of the arena, the referee paced back and forth. Why has this individual not arrived yet? He recalled the last time Xiaoshou had tightly clenched his legs, pondering whether he had pressing matters to attend to. He decided to step out and investigate. After the previous match, he had reflected on his experiences, realizing he had been too easily provoked by Xiaoshou. Losing his composure, as a referee, such behavior was exceedingly irrational and unprofessional. He adjusted his mindset, striving to maintain an unruffled demeanor to confront this tournament. However, upon stepping outside the arena, his composure shattered. What on earth was this lad doing? Other arenas were preparing to draw lots. Yet this fellow remained outside, running in circles while waving at the cloud platform. The referee was utterly astonished. Last time he had been incensed during the match, but now, before the match had even commenced, he felt as if he might explode with frustration. Xiaoshou turned in surprise, seeing the referee gritting his teeth, making a concerted effort to wave at him amiably. Is the match starting so soon? Xiaoshou strolled over to the referee's side. Isn't there half a stick of incense for adjustment? How well you understand the rules. The referee's face darkened. Are you adjusting? Indeed. Xiaoshou nodded earnestly. I'm warming up by running. I need to get my body moving to have strength for the match later. The referee trembled all over. Deeply exhaling. Get inside. He wished to say nothing further to this boy, and turned away. Xiaoshou found this peculiar, but had no choice but to follow him into the arena. Upon entering, the information bar fell silent. What a pity to lose so many passive points. Xiaoshou concluded that in order to acquire passive points, he must personally experience the emotions and actions of others. In a sealed space like this, or if someone were merely muttering about him from afar, he would gain nothing. Received a curse, passive points 1. Xiaoshou. Must you be so blatant? There are only the two of us here. Referee. Xiaoshou mused inwardly as the luminous screen above began to flicker, that on the left, his name remained fixed, while on the right, it flickered momentarily before stabilizing. Dishiner. A graceful woman stepped onto the stage. Bearing a blue spirit sword, her cultivation at the 8th realm, yet her beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of distress. She did not wish to fight Xiaoshou. This brute specialized in physical prowess and was remarkably savage. If given the choice, she would have preferred to wait for a swordsman to spar with. Even if she couldn't win, she could at least gain some experience. However, with no options left upon stepping onto the stage, she slightly bowed. Greetings, Senior Su. Having been in the Spirit Palace for 2 years, and being younger than Xiaoshou, it was natural for her to address him as senior. Not good, not good. Xiaoshou noted her demeanor as she approached, and thought to himself. Could it be that she intends to concede? Even if you are wielding a sword, capable of injuring me, I would not mind. As long as I can earn passive points, I am content. But what is with that expression? You are at the 8th realm, your cultivation higher than mine. Can we not have a bit of confidence? Fearing that the referee might call the start, Xiaoshou quickly interjected. To yield before the battle is a grave taboo. To flee without fighting is a disgrace to the spirit. To surrender with a bow is a stain upon one's life. Dishiner was momentarily taken aback. She indeed had such thoughts. But recalling that she had only 2 opportunities to fight, she fell into hesitation. Upon hearing Xiaoshou's words, she accepted reality and resolved to engage in a proper battle. Thank you, Senior Su. Shiner will take your teachings to heart. Receive gratitude. Passive points 1. Xiaoshou chuckled, revealing a look of someone who could be taught. Before the battle had even commenced, securing a good start was a favorable omen. The referee's perception of him shifted. Who would have thought that this vexing Xiaoshou could articulate such words? Truly a mismatch, he waved his hand. The match begins. Chapter 14. This girl is beyond saving. As the words left his lips, Dishiner lunged forward with her sword. Wait! Xiaoshou pushed forward, halting her advance. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. And when fists are used, swords should remain sheathed. How about this? I won't use my sword, and you won't use yours. Let us fight barehanded. As he spoke, Su Xiaoshou placed his wooden sword on the ground. Bare-handed combat. Di Shiner furrowed her brows, aware that he was not being malicious, and thus replied, I know you possess a 9th-grade spirit sword named Sanku. Su Xiaoshou grinned, retrieving Sanku from his ring and placing it on the ground. It was not that he wished to cheat. Rather, he had been practicing sword techniques diligently the previous day, and it was evident that a wooden sword was more suitable, hence he had carried it until now. I know Senior Su is physically formidable, but I only know swordsmanship. Let us engage in battle. Di Shiner wasted no more words and thrust her sword forward that Su Xiaoshou nearly cursed. This girl had tricked him into putting his sword down and then attacked without hesitation. Indeed, one cannot trust women. They are all deceitful. He hurriedly dodged, only to find, for some inexplicable reason, that Di Shiner's sword was extraordinarily slow, riddled with flaws. Her cultivation at the 8th realm seemed unconvincing. As he sidestepped, an idea flashed in his mind, recalling the previous day's experience. He transformed his palm into a fist. Di Shiner reacted swiftly, crossing her sword, then flipping it to aim the blade at his fist. Should Su Xiaoshou's punch land, it would undoubtedly split her in two. In the next moment, Di Shiner stumbled over something beneath her feet and fell to the ground. That Su Xiaoshou silently retracted his left foot, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Could it be that Di Shiner's 8th realm cultivation is a facade? Why did every strike fall within his expectations? Had he drawn his sword at that moment, victory would have been assured, but how could he do that? After all, he had finally secured a battle and wished to accumulate more passive points. Seizing the opportunity, Di Shiner, disregarding her appearance, executed a roll to escape Su Xiaoshou's range of attack. Standing with her sword ready, Su Xiaoshou was truly formidable. With that sudden kick, a stroke of genius. How careless of her. Noting that Di Shiner was regaining her composure, Su Xiaoshou spoke again. Consider it. What I said is true. I would never deceive you. You do not know any boxing techniques, and I do not know any either. Our bare-handed combat is entirely fair. The audience, already stirred by Su Xiaoshou's earlier kick, erupted into further discussions upon hearing his words. Shameless. Su Xiaoshou is utterly shameless. Having launched a sneak attack, he now wishes to engage Di Shiner in bare-handed combat. Indeed, has he not considered how Di Shiner could possibly withstand that? If it were me, I would certainly refuse. Several female disciples felt their faces flush. What kind of audience were they, filled with such predatory words? Su Xiaoshou evidently recognized the predicament and quickly added, Here is the deal. I possess a robust physique which gives me an advantage. I will allow you one hand. As Di Shiner prepared to thrust again, he raised his voice. No, 2 hands, 2 hands. I will use my feet to fight you. Let us engage in bare-handed combat. Shut up. Though aware that Su Xiaoshou was intentionally provoking her, Di Shiner could no longer contain herself. Such a brazen and shameless person deserved to be pierced by a sword that Su Xiaoshou was oblivious to why this girl had suddenly become so furious. However, regardless of her ire, she should execute her swordplay with more finesse, not be so overly polite. The flaws were plentiful, making it hard to choose where to strike. That Su Xiaoshou dodged once more, refraining from attacking, and sincerely proposed, Think it over, let us engage in bare-handed combat. Di Shiner unleashed several horizontal slashes, her face flushed with anger. How could she have previously cheered for Su Xiaoshou, only to discover he was such a person? Be careful. Senior Su. After a series of missed attacks, Di Shiner finally realized that Su Xiaoshou was not only knowledgeable about swordplay, but also possessed skill in movement. She resolved to employ her spiritual technique. A surge of potent spiritual energy knocked Su Xiaoshou back, and once Di Shiner had calmed herself, her sword suddenly slowed. Su Xiaoshou's expression grew even more peculiar. Was she truly attempting to use the white cloud sword technique against him? What a joke! Su Xiaoshou flipped over, reaching for Sanku. Wait, he must not harm anyone. He picked up the wooden sword and faced Di Shiner, who executed a graceful white cloud maneuver, her body leaping through the air. Weaving through a barrage of sword lights, the audience erupted in astonishment. Su Xiaoshou has some skills. He managed to evade that. I thought he could only take it head-on. The white cloud sword technique. It seems Su Xiaoshou is also familiar with it. I heard he practiced it for 3 years. Perhaps he knows this move well. 3 years. This fellow has only managed to master one move, drifting clouds. After 3 years, why is he wielding a wooden sword? Doesn't he possess a ninth-grade spiritual sword? Everyone gazed in astonishment as Xiaoshou gracefully maneuvered through the sword net, skillfully dodging under Xiaoshou's strikes, until he stood directly before her. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to gently tap her on the head with the wooden sword. His intention, of course, was to imply that she had lost, and had it been a spiritual sword, she would have already met her demise. However, the audience had an entirely different interpretation. Beast, Xiaoshou, cease this at once. Ah, Xiaoshou is mine. Xiaoshou, you scoundrel. This is a battle, so why wield a wooden sword? Xiaoshou raised the wooden sword, deciding to grant her another opportunity. Since close combat was futile, he opted to provoke her, hoping she would mock him in return, thus earning some passive points. Well done! Xiaoshou held the wooden sword aloft. But your sword net is too hasty, laid out in a single layer. Once it is breached, you will find yourself unable to defend further. From his elevated position, he cast a disdainful gaze. This move, drifting clouds, requires improvement, the do better. He audaciously refuted her in the very domain where she excelled. Such a condescending demeanor and haughty attitude were unmistakably those of a villain. Who could withstand this? Anyone would feel compelled to rise in indignation, vehemently rebutting and mocking him in turn. Xiaoshou believed that no one could possibly endure such provocation, and he felt quite pleased with his tone to his surprise. Xiaoshou seemed to forget the sword atop her head, lost in contemplation that Xiaoshou's words struck a chord. Could it be that his true expertise lay not in close combat, but rather in swordsmanship? Rumor had it that he had indeed practiced the drifting clouds sword technique before. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiaoshou observed her in a daze, momentarily frozen himself. Taking the wooden sword away felt inappropriate, yet keeping it seemed equally so. Fair maiden, we are in the midst of battle. What are you pondering? Xiaoshou snapped back to reality, lifting the wooden sword resting on her head, only to realize her folly. She had fallen into her old habit. This was a battle. There was no time for contemplation. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she distanced herself, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light, as if she wished to speak yet held her tongue. Gratitude received. Passive points won. Xiaoshou. Is this girl truly so naive as to believe I was instructing her? Come again. Ultimately, Xiaoshou could not utter words of gratitude. Instead, she unleashed a flurry of swordplay, seemingly intent on ensnaring Xiaoshou in a vortex of sword energy. Second move of the drifting clouds sword technique. Clouds roll and unfold. Xiaoshou's eyes brightened. This was the very sword move he had failed to master over the past 3 years. Yet now it appeared to have a discernible pattern. Tentatively, he infused his sword into Xiaoshou's vortex, mimicking her technique, unleashing a flurry of sword flowers, using her own force against her, deflecting all incoming sword shadows. Xiaoshou was taken aback, witnessing her sword being redirected to the side, while Xiaoshou's wooden sword came to rest on her shoulder, pausing for a moment before gently tapping her slightly chubby cheek. Smack! The sound was not loud, yet the audience collectively filled in the silence with their imaginations, each rising in fury. Beast! Xiaoshou, you dare steal my senior sister D? You shall not escape unscathed. Remove your sword, or I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Among those standing by Xiaoshou were also young maidens who had been captivated by Xiaoshou's 2 sword strikes. Ah! My heart has melted. Xiaoshou, please tap me. Xiaoshou, fight well. I won't allow you to be so gentle. Xiaoshou, have you gone mad? Flirting with other women before my eyes? Xiaoshou felt quite embarrassed. He too wished for a fierce battle. But the wooden sword's lack of offensive power simply would not allow it. All he could manage was a tap here and a nudge there. It possessed no true striking capability. If he were to switch to concealed suffering, it was clear that Xiaoshou would not withstand it. What if that sword intent from before resurfaced, turning a lovely girl into mere fragments? Xiaoshou's face burned a bright red. Yet this time she did not avert her gaze. Instead, she looked at Xiaoshou with intense focus that Xiaoshou froze. What did this mean? Do you want me to explain? He tentatively suggested. This sword should follow your previous sword net. If your opponent is injured, you can use the sword's momentum to press downwards, securing victory in one fell swoop. And if the opponent breaks through your sword net, you should retract and entwine, using this move cloud's roll and unfold to ensnare their attack, setting the stage for your next strike. Heaven knows, he merely spoke this off the cuff, yet D. Sheener's expression shifted to one of epiphany. Gratitude received, passive points won. Xiaoshou was left speechless, pondering whether he should continue earning passive points from this girl. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of guilt that D. Sheener once more created distance, commanding, third move. In the mist, Xiaoshou quickly thrust his sword, this time with some force, and as D. Sheener executed her strike, he struck her wrist, causing her sword to clatter to the ground. Staring blankly at Xiaoshou, D. Sheener's eyes brimmed with indignation. Ahem. Xiaoshou cleared his throat. This could not continue. Her gaze was decidedly peculiar now. And if this persisted, sparks of romance might ignite, but he pressed the wooden sword against D. Sheener's throat, determined to quash any budding feelings before they could flourish. You have lost. His tone was condescending. Hoping to provoke a reaction of disdain from D. Sheener seemed to grasp something, transforming her indignation into gratitude as she smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Su, for your guidance. The elimination round has a time limit. I shall seek your counsel another day. Gratitude received. Passive points won. Xiaoshou. This girl is beyond saving. Chapter 15. The fourth person within the barrier. The match is concluded. With a wave of the referee's hand, it was declared that Xiaoshou had triumphed in the first match. He then noticed that this fellow had hastily dashed off the stage, seemingly faster than D. Sheener. The referee was left bewildered. What are you doing? Huh? Xiaoshou turned back in surprise, taking a break. Isn't there a half-incense stick's worth of time for competitors to recover? It was his first time participating in the elimination round, but having observed for 2 years, he was well aware of the rules. The referee was at a loss. He had never encountered a contestant like this in any of his officiating experiences, who doesn't sit on the stage to recover or wave their hand to initiate the next round. Yet here he was, rushing off. Just when the referee thought he had seen a semblance of normalcy in this young man's match, he reverted to form. Why go outside? Can't you recover here? The referee inquired. It's stifling. This wretched place is shrouded in a barrier, aside from the air and yourself. There is nothing here, so of course I must go outside. Xiaoshou replied with utmost nonchalance. Since the referee had spoken, he could not just ignore it. Care to join me? The referee. That's not what I meant. In the void above, Xiaoshou wore a smile, having taken notice of Xiaoshou. More specifically, this fellow remained on his radar, not merely due to his innate physique, but also because he had witnessed Xiaoshou's swordsmanship. While others might be captivated by his erratic behavior, Xiaoshou, observing from the sidelines, could see that Xiaoshou's 2 sword strikes were anything but ordinary. Has he practiced the drifting clouds sword technique? Is that the reason? Or is what he said that day true? After leaving Xiaoshou's courtyard, he and Elder Qiao had failed to locate that sword cultivator. Just having grasped the postnatal sword intent, that sword cultivator should not have been able to conceal his aura perfectly. Yet he simply could not find him. Could it be that Xiaoshou is that sword cultivator? Xiaoshou felt that this line of thought was somewhat absurd, if others could not conceal their auras. Could Xiaoshou truly deceive him, a bona fide sword cultivator, right under his nose? Absolutely impossible. His gaze returned to the other stages, where indeed, the other 2 young contestants had simultaneously knocked their opponents off the stage. As Xiaoshou jotted down notes, he remarked, Mo, Chao Qingting, 3 consecutive victories. The moment Xiaoshou exited the barrier, he heard this proclamation and was taken aback. That was incredibly fast. How did they manage that? Yet it was true. Only those 2 could achieve such speed. The top 2 from the last rankings, both innate. Soon, he dismissed these thoughts, scanning the audience for Su Qianqian and her friend, who had observed him that day. No luck. His audience was far too numerous, each one fervently waving at him. Xiaoshou, go for it. Xiaoshou here. I'm right here. The wooden sword, it's this wooden sword, please tap me. Xiaoshou, I love you. Ah, he looked over. Oh no, I'm dying. Su Xiaoshou gave up his search. It wasn't a pressing matter. Cheerfully, he waved back at each one, his passive points surging. Encouragement received, passive points, 89. Praise received, passive points, 94. Confession received, passive points, 66. Confession. Su Xiaoshou jolted. What on earth is this? He felt that these people were even more frenzied than at the start. He thought he heard something about a wooden sword. Su Xiaoshou pulled out the wooden sword, pointing it towards the audience. Is this what you want? With a hint of inquiry in his tone. Complimented by his already distinguished visage and a physique no longer diminutive thanks to rigorous training, Su Xiaoshou's words sent the audience of female disciples into a frenzy. Received a confession, passive value. 99. Received a confession, passive value, 164. Received a confession, passive value, 323. Cursed, passive value, 2. What on earth? Has everyone gone mad? Su Xiaoshou clasped his ears, nearly retreating into the barrier out of shock. Steady yourself. I can prevail. I must withstand this wave of passive value attacks. I can certainly do it. Su Xiaoshou. Time's up. The referee's voice finally broke through to rescue him, and Su Xiaoshou dashed into the barrier, restoring tranquility to the heavens and earth. The light screen flickered and froze as the referee announced his next opponent, Lu Zhen. On the competition platform, Lu Zhen, who was still covering his ears, was bewildered. This? Xiaoshou approached from the side. Having already forfeited twice, he was suddenly amused by this scene. Come on, Senior Lu, lighten your load, and while you're at it, teach this guy a lesson for daring to tease Senior Sister. He's finished. Lu Zhen silently ascended the stage, and Su Xiaoshou chuckled. It's you. No foes, no reunion. This is splendid. You are a boxer. Right? I relish battling boxers. As he spoke, he caught sight of Lu Zhen's taciturn expression, and his heart sank. Could it be that this fellow was also contemplating surrender? To falter before the battle is a grave taboo. To flee without fighting. Lu Zhen's expression darkened, interrupting him. I have no intention of conceding. That's good. That's good. A true man refreshing. Lu Zhen. He couldn't shake the feeling that all of Su Xiaoshou's superficial aids were deliberately masking his true strength. In reality, continually proved that everyone had been deceived. From the moment he emerged, he was not at the 5th stage. All those blustering threats that instilled fear in everyone were entirely genuine. Otherwise, how could this lad ascend to the pinnacle of the 6th stage in such a short time? Moreover, his innate physique was something others might overlook, but not Lu Zhen, and that sword technique. Furthermore, Su Xiaoshou stared blankly at the information panel. Under suspicion, passive value 1. Under suspicion, passive value 1. Under suspicion, passive value 1. This information kept refreshing, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Referee. Lu Zhen, impossible. Could it be that there is a 4th person within this barrier? Su Xiaoshou's pupils constricted. It was broad daylight. Please do not frighten me. Referee, I suspect that something unclean has infiltrated the barrier. Please check it out. Su Xiaoshou exclaimed. The referee rubbed his forehead, thinking that it was over. This guy was at it again. How long had it been since the last episode? Su Xiaoshou was on the verge of tears. The information panel had not ceased its activity, yet he could not reveal the existence of this panel. I swear, you must believe me. There is definitely a 4th person in here. Or perhaps not a person at all. Su Xiaoshou lunged forward. The referee's face darkened. Please take your positions. Do not cling to my leg. Return to your spot and recuperate. Please return. Lu Zhen sighed deeply, still pretending. Do you truly think I am one of those mundane souls who cannot see through your ruse? He shook his hand, his gaze landing on the black sandbags strapped to his forearms. This guy is truly unfathomable. It seems I must reveal some of my own cards. Boom, boom. The black sandbags on his hands, feet, and abdomen were all released, crashing onto the stage and causing the ground to sink. Lu Zhen's aura surged, climbing from the 7th stage to the 8th, then the 9th, 10th stage, the pinnacle of spirit refining. The referee and Su Xiaoshou exchanged astonished glances, both dumbfounded. This guy was playing the fool to eat the tiger? Lu Zhen looked at Su Xiaoshou's shocked expression and smirked coldly. Su Xiaoshou, stop pretending. I will use all my strength to defeat you. Your tricks are of no use to me. What is going on? What is this guy talking about? Xiaoshou. Chapter 16. The Great Dark Catastrophe Fist. I possess an entire arsenal of passive techniques. The referee, unable to manage this eccentric competitor beneath him, could only wave his hand and declare, "The match begins." Lu Jun charged towards the referee with his fists raised. Startling Xiaoshou immediately released his grip on the referee's leg. Once the match commenced, clinging to the referee would be a violation, that he steadied his composure, knowing that facing Lu Jun at the 10th stage required utmost caution. Lu Jun was no ordinary opponent from the group match. The 10th stage, known as half-step in 8, was certainly not to be trifled with. Thus, as black fists blurred in the air, Xiaoshou was compelled to respond hastily. Failing to catch a punch midair turned him into a human sandbag. Bang, bang, the familiar sounds echoed once more, causing the audience to stir restlessly. Here it comes, Su's sandbag. This guy must be insane. He insists on brawling. Yet every time he ends up taking punches to the face. Xiaoshou doesn't look like someone who knows any boxing techniques. Lu Jun is definitely superior. Xiaoshou realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Jun had completely shed his disguise. With each punch, he felt his body nearing its breaking point. What kind of boxing technique could inflict such pain on an innate body? Xiaoshou could only protect his groin as he was steadily pushed back by Lu Jun. Received damage. Passive value 2. Received damage, passive value 2. Received damage, passive value 2. What is happening? Each punch grants 2 points of passive value. This defies logic. Xiaoshou grew increasingly alarmed. The information panel could not be mistaken, meaning Lu Jun's boxing technique not only flowed continuously, but also packed a dual force. He carefully examined his body and discovered that beneath every punch from Lu Jun, a trace of black energy had been stealthily left within him, nearly imperceptible. What a treacherous technique. He was uncertain what this energy would do. But its lingering presence in his body surely concealed some peril that as he neared the edge of the stage. Xiaoshou felt a sense of urgency that he had indeed overreached. He should have drawn his sword at the first opportunity. Perhaps he would have had a fighting chance. Now, in the midst of this relentless barrage of punches, he could not even retrieve his sword from his ring. Lu Jun, grant me a chance, Xiaoshou implored earnestly. However, Lu Jun remained silent, his punches growing fiercer. He was well aware of Xiaoshou's hidden tricks, having watched him throughout the group matches. How could he possibly afford Xiaoshou any opportunity? Do not force my hand, Susi. Just a few steps more, and he would be blasted off the stage. Lu Jun paid no heed, his fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound that Xiaoshou could no longer tolerate it. He struggled to extricate one hand from the barrage of punches, gathering his spiritual energy and thrusting it upward. Sharp. Watch as I pierce you. Though I cannot reach you, you can certainly reach me. As long as your finger is raised here, you will bleed. Ah. Sure enough. Lu Jun gasped and distanced himself in the next moment. Amid the multitude of punches, there was always one that would strike Xiaoshou's finger blade, catching him off guard and causing his fist to nearly shatter. Fortunately, he had trained. Although his physique was not innate, it was still several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, this blow would have shattered his finger. How is this possible? Lu Jun exclaimed in shock. He knew Xiaoshou was not versed in boxing, so how could he possibly extract a blade from his own punches at such speed? In the next second, he saw the blood streaming from Xiaoshou's twisted finger. His great dark catastrophe fist dealt only dual dark energy. He should not have bled, meaning this blood was his own. Thus, this fellow had used his finger to pierce through his great dark catastrophe fist. How could this be possible? What kind of technique is this? Lu Jun asked, his thirst for knowledge overshadowing his desire to attack. Xiaoshou had been knocked back to the edge of the stage. His finger nearly broken, but he had managed to turn the tide. He forcibly straightened his finger and gasped, sharp. Under suspicion, passive value 1. Xiaoshou. What is the point of your question if I answer you? You still won't believe me. It would be better not to ask. The audience rose to their feet, equally incredulous. How did he turn the tide? I don't understand. Why did Lu Jun suddenly stop? Look at Su Xiaoshou's hand. It's bleeding. That should be Lu Zhen's doing. Are you kidding? Can't you see Lu Zhen's spiritual technique? That's an innate level-grade dark catastrophe fist. How could it be pierced by Su Xiaoshou's finger? What? Innate spiritual technique. A discerning observer recognized the truth. And everyone was instantly astounded that an innate spiritual technique is a rare find. How could an outer courtyard disciple possibly have access to one? Even if they had obtained it, how could Lu Zhen have trained successfully? Su Xiaoshou also surmised that Lu Zhen's boxing technique was not of low caliber. Otherwise, it would not have inflicted such damage on him. This series of blows was exponentially more painful than in the group matches. This did not even account for the black energy within him. Su Xiaoshou felt a twinge of panic. He was unable to expel this energy and feared it might betray him at a critical moment. Thankfully, he had the information panel. Otherwise, he would have no idea how he might perish. As Lu Zhen prepared to charge again, he hastily shifted his position, drawing forth a wooden sword as he walked, saying, "A gentleman speaks rather than fights. Let us not use fists, but rather engage in a match with wooden swords, shall we? Be cautious and avoid impulsivity." The passive nature of this situation is rather overwhelming, prompting Su Xiaoshou to concede defeat. The referee was astonished, exclaiming, "What happened to your previous statement from the last match? Did you swallow it?" Laughter erupted from the audience, each person slapping their thighs in amusement. "I can't handle this. Su Xiaoshou is simply too entertaining. Has he forgotten his previous words? A gentleman strikes without drawing his sword? Now that he's genuinely engaged in combat, he's quick to back down. Su Xiaoshou is so adorable. I can't take it anymore." With a resounding thud, the ground erupted with a surge of spiritual energy, forcefully propelling Lu Zhen away, as the shadow of a punch loomed ominously. "Damn, here it comes!" Su Xiaoshou swiftly stowed away his wooden sword and drew forth his concealed weapon, concealed suffering. There was no hiding now. With this strike, he would undoubtedly be knocked out of the ring. Fortunately, he had a trump card. White clouds drifting. He swung his sword, and the winds and sands of the earth began to stir, a formidable force taking shape, causing the audience to sit up straight, eyes wide with anticipation. Dark calamity, unleash. Lu Zhen, sensing Su Xiaoshou was about to unleash his ultimate move, instinctively formed a seal midair, igniting the hidden energy left by thousands of punches. Boom! Su Xiaoshou spewed forth a mist of blood, his eyes nearly bursting, every vein in his body bulging. The agony he endured was unimaginable, but he was aware that Lu Zhen had a backup plan. Yet he never anticipated it would be so terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiaoshou's mouth puffed out like a toad, holding back the blood that threatened to spill. The audience was stunned, unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. This battle had escalated to such brutality. It was utterly merciless. "Su Xiaoshou, hold on." They each silently cheered for him, for despite his eccentricities that elicited vexation, he had been the one enduring the blows from start to finish, that a 10th-tier fighter mercilessly dominating a 6th-tier opponent. Evoking sympathy from the onlookers, the referee, springing into action, knew he could not allow Su Xiaoshou to take Lu Zhen's next punch. It could be fatal. That he understood the immense power of the great dark calamity fist, and with each successive strike, the dark energy intensified, threatening to obliterate Su Xiaoshou, who had endured over 1,000 punches. Thankfully, he possessed an innate physical resilience, the referee thought with relief. Just as he was about to reach Su Xiaoshou, he noticed the latter, despite struggling to suppress his bleeding, discreetly signaling him from behind. "You don't need me?" The referee's heart raced. He knew he should intervene. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he chose to trust Su Xiaoshou and halted in his tracks. Tension gripped the audience, for Lu Zhen was poised to unleash a devastating punch, lifting Su Xiaoshou's chin. At this critical moment, Su Xiaoshou violently coughed up blood, splattering the accumulated liquid onto Lu Zhen's face, obscuring his vision. But what good would that do? The audience, keenly aware, could see that Su Xiaoshou lacked the ability to evade. He had been rendered immobile by the explosion of dark energy. "Get out of my way!" Lu Zhen bellowed. With a thunderous impact, his fist collided with Su Xiaoshou's forehead, sending him hurtling through the air in the next instant. Lu Xun felt himself soaring upwards. What was happening? Wiping the blood from his eyes, he discovered that Su Xiaoshou had ensnared him with his legs, propelling them both skyward. That Su Xiaoshou's forehead bled, yet his legs clamped around Lu Xun's waist like a vice, launching them off the stage. The sight of the two entangled in mid-air was surreal, as if time had frozen. Would they both perish together? The audience was left in shock, for they had witnessed Su Xiaoshou, even while absorbing Lu Xun's punch, daringly countering by seizing the fleeting moment when Lu Xun was momentarily vulnerable, wrapping his legs tightly around him, to obscure vision with blood, and then ensnare the waist with one's legs. Was this a tactic conceived in the briefest of instants? Unbelievable. Let go of me? As they plummeted from the sky, Lu Xun, desperate to strike, realized that if he failed to act, he would fall 3 meters to the ground, head first, certainly fatal. Unlike Su Xiaoshou, he lacked such resilience. Su Xiaoshou laughed heartily, twisting his body into a whirlwind, evading Lu Xun's attempts to strike in a rapid spin. He pressed his head against Lu Xun's foot, grasping his ankle with both hands, while releasing his grip around Lu Xun's waist, leveraging the momentum to hoist him into the air and crash him down to the ground. Boom! Dust erupted as Lu Xun hit the ground first, landing in disarray. Bang! The dust clouded the scene as Su Xiaoshou descended gracefully upon Lu Xun. He spat out a mouthful of blood, waving to the astonished audience while softly declaring, "Lu Xun, you are formidable. Lu Xun, what martial art is this? Lu Xun, you taught me not to underestimate my opponents. I shall remember." The rapid succession of attacks finally snapped Lu Xun back to reality, dispelling his usual silence as he furiously retorted, "Get the hell off me." Chapter 17. Physique. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Undoubtedly, this battle had been exceptionally thrilling, full of twists and turns. Initially, it seemed Lu Xun's great dark calamity fist would overwhelm Su Xiaoshou. Yet he unexpectedly countered with a swift blade to break the punch, turning the tide. Just when it appeared dark calamity would explode, leaving Su Xiaoshou gravely injured and without recourse, he cleverly turned the tables, obscuring Lu Xun's vision with blood and seizing the initiative. Most importantly, the spectacle of the two suspended in midair, spinning like a cyclone, left Lu Xun questioning his very existence, while the subsequent counter move displayed Su Xiaoshou's extraordinary close combat skills. Yet, the originator of this strategy, Su Xiaoshou, acknowledged that without his robust physique, he would have likely succumbed. The dark energy from the great dark calamity fist was indeed fearsome. Although he had triumphed, he was now entirely bereft of fighting capability. "Do you need a moment to recover?" the referee approached. "Yes," Su Xiaoshou nodded. The referee took a deep breath, gesturing towards Lu Xun beneath Su Xiaoshou. "He needs it too." Lu Xun had already lost consciousness. Whether from the fall or the rage was unclear as Su Xiaoshou awkwardly stood up, finally allowing the staff to carry Lu Xun away. "Aren't you going to recover?" the referee inquired as Su Xiaoshou glanced at the audience, who were on their feet applauding, and chuckled. "How could I possibly go back inside?" He shook his head, redirecting his focus inward. Encouraged, passive value 242. Praised, passive value 366. The notifications refreshed in rapid succession. In mere moments, he had accrued more passive value than he would typically earn from 2 matches. Unable to resist, Su Xiaoshou cast a glance below. Passive value 7255. TSK. Ignoring the few points contributed by DXIR just from Lu Xun alone, he had amassed over 2,000 points. The rest came from the frenzied audience during the intermissions of the 2 matches. This number continued to rise as Su Xiaoshou ceased his focus on it and instead assessed his own body. The explosion of dark calamity had left him severely injured. The subsequent actions had been entirely driven by sheer willpower. Now, as he relaxed, he had nearly lost all mobility. Even the slightest attempt to smile brought him pain. However, there was still 1 match left in the qualifiers. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiaoshou sat upright on the platform. Turning his back to the audience, he retrieved a vial of medicinal pills, a 10th-tier healing elixir given to him by Elder Qiao at the conclusion of the group matches. The Crimson Gold Pill. It was now or never. Su Xiaoshou, as if walking to his doom, pinched a crimson gold pill between his fingers, hesitating to inhale deeply, merely taking a light sniff that in an instant, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his vision blurred, and his body trembled violently. Goose, goose, goose. The audience watched Xiaoshou, who had turned his back to them, suddenly begin to tremble, each craning their necks in curiosity. What is he doing? Is he consuming a pill? What kind of pill could have such an effect? Is it a poison pill? It looks terrifying. As they observed, Xiaoshou, who had been seated, suddenly toppled over, sprawled out on the platform in an exaggerated manner, resembling a quivering pile of mud. What on earth has he consumed to cause such a reaction? Is this fellow of a vibrating constitution? A wave of questions surged through the audience, as Xiaoshou unconsciously garnered suspicion. The referee was in a state of panic. What was happening? Just as he had sent Lu Jin away, now Xiaoshou was collapsing. How could he, an official referee, find respite? He rushed over with the medical staff, simultaneously taking Xiaoshou's pulse while pinching his acupoints. Goose, goose, it's nothing, Xiaoshou mumbled through foamy lips. The referee nearly cursed. Did this seem like nothing? If you can't hold on, just say the word, and I'll take you for treatment. The referee attempted to press down on his chest, trying to stabilize his trembling, but Xiaoshou's eyes rolled back, struggling to sit up, yet his entire body felt powerless. Weakly, he shouted, Don't touch me. I'm currently a sensitive constitution. Goose, goose, goose. The referee. He silently withdrew his hands from Xiaoshou. Perhaps he didn't need my assistance. The audience was in uproar, questioning what had transpired. For as soon as Xiaoshou lay down, his face was revealed, and those adept in lip-reading quickly translated, causing an uproar. Did he just take an aphrodisiac? Consuming such things at a competition? I'm impressed. Someone, get him off to relieve his urges. I strongly demand a drug test. Xiaoshou must have taken performance-enhancing substances. This round of translation has once again accrued countless passive points for Xiaoshou, stirring a mix of skepticism, admiration, and mockery. The medical staff released their grip on his pulse, their faces etched with astonishment, exclaiming, Is it possible that he truly is unscathed? The referee, perplexed, responded he remained oblivious to what kind of elixir Su had ingested. Its potency was astonishing. As his body was rapidly mending itself, nearing full recovery. Nearing full recovery. The referee pointed at Xiaoshou's trembling body. Then what is this? The medical personnel, hesitant and uncertain, replied, Comfortable? The referee's expression darkened. Comfortable? My foot. Utterly unreliable. After a moment of contemplation, he pried Xiaoshou's hand away, revealing the crimson gold pill. Just this. With a raised eyebrow, he casually plucked one and tossed it into his mouth, nearly causing the medical staff to leap in alarm. You can't eat that. Nonsense. If this were poison, it wouldn't produce the effects you described. He wouldn't dare swallow it, that if he had taken banned substances during the match, I would need to detect that immediately. The referee settled into a meditative position, channeling his spiritual essence, and the pill dissolved. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Is it truly the crimson gold pill? He gazed at the still-quaking Xiaoshou, lost in thought, pondering whether they had consumed the same substance. Or perhaps, could it be that he possesses a sensitive constitution? Contemplating this, the referee shuddered, startling the medical personnel dead on the ground. Xiaoshou's tremor subsided into a state of calm, drawing from his prior experience with the spirit-refining pill. He felt significantly better. Moreover, the crimson gold pill was, after all, a healing remedy. The euphoric sensations were fleeting, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. One must admit, the breathing technique has considerable side effects. Yet its efficacy is even greater. It seems I have nearly recovered, though there is still some pain. Xiaoshou mused inwardly. The latent force of the great dark calamity fist was no trifling matter. Even now, recalling it sent shivers down his spine, but he truly did not know how he had the courage to endure it. Well, aside from enduring, there seemed to be no other option. Xiaoshou waved his arms and kicked his legs, forcibly invigorating himself. There was another battle ahead, and he could not afford to slacken his body. The referee observed the lively Xiaoshou, who occasionally shuddered, with a look of suspicion. Was that all there was to it? Xiaoshou, bouncing around, turned back to wave his thanks to his adoring audience, expressing his gratitude for their concern as he revisited the information in his mind. Passive points, 10,220. Wow, a staggering increase of over 3,000. This is true love, Xiaoshou marveled, shaking with each step as he returned to the barrier. Today's tally had not only met but exceeded expectations. The referee followed him closely, akin to a personal bodyguard, casually inquiring, "Ready to begin the next round?" "No rush. Let me catch my breath a moment longer." Xiaoshou produced a spirit crystal, inhaling its essence intermittently to maintain his peak state. Even so, having just endured a fierce battle and recovering from serious injuries, achieving 6 or 7/10 of his full strength was already commendable. "All right," the referee chuckled. "Then let us commence. After all, time is of the essence." Xiaoshou stared at the referee in shock. "Are you out of your mind? Asking if I'm ready when time is tight. Is this some sort of ploy against me?" The referee, grinning, infused spiritual energy into the array token, activating the drawing curtain, a victorious smile playing on his lips as he anticipated a comeback. The curtain shimmered, and the name was sealed. Wen Chong. Xiaoshou gaped at him. "Wen Chong? Are you kidding me?" The referee feigned innocence, shrugging as if to say it was beyond his control. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a frenzy, the atmosphere igniting with the revelation of that name. "My goodness, Wen Chong! This is an inside job. Xiaoshou is in deep trouble." Indeed, having just survived a life-and-death struggle, he hasn't even had time to recover before facing a powerhouse who should be defending the arena. Defending powerhouse. Some were eager, while others were puzzled, questioning why everyone was suddenly so agitated. You know the second arena, right? Wen Chong happened to draw the same group as Xiaotian Vine, ending up at the bottom with one champion and one runner-up. Puffed. So what? Xiaoshou is also a champion. Xiaotian Vine, ranked 2nd, innate master. Wen Chong, ranked 7th, half-step innate. Hiss, that impressive. Do you think that's the end of it? No, this guy is practically Xiaoshou's natural enemy. The speaker's tone was teasing, heightening the audience's anticipation, while others grew impatient, urging, "Stop with the suspense. Just tell us. You know Lu Zhen, right? The 10th realm powerhouse who nearly obliterated Xiaoshou." "Ah!" The crowd nodded. "Wen Chong is his underling." Hiss! Gasps filled the air. But that's not all. The speaker's expression gleamed with satisfaction as he continued. "Do you know DXNR? The girl Xiaoshou smacked on the head with a wooden sword? Aha! Wen Chong's goddess." The declaration was nothing short of earth-shattering. What the hell? This is explosive. Xiaoshou is in serious trouble. Chapter 18. Surprise attack tap. Tap, accompanied by steady footsteps, a young man approached. His figure was tall and well-proportioned, with thick eyebrows and thin lips, exuding a menacing aura. Ranked 7th on the Storm Cloud list, known as Big Brother when among the Outer Academy. Wen Chong. Xiaoshou felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. He knew that Wen Chong possessed a technique that built momentum, and should he let it fully form, he feared he would be unable to withstand even a single strike. Holding the spirit crystal, he took a whiff before chuckling lightly. "Greetings, junior brother." Wen Chong staggered, his teeth grinding in frustration as his imposing aura crumbled. Yes, despite his formidable presence before Xiaoshou, he was merely a junior brother who had entered the sect a year late. The audience had initially been concerned about how Xiaoshou would withstand the opening pressure, but to their surprise, this young man employed cunning tactics with remarkable effect. "I'm dying of laughter. I truly admire Xiaoshou. Goodness. Daring to speak like that in front of Big Brother Wen. My legs would turn to jelly. Do you think that's why he has managed to make it this far? Xiaoshou is indeed quite strong." In the arena, Wen Chong's hawk-like gaze fixated on him. "Xiaoshou, you're impressive. Anyone who dares to touch my people must be prepared for the consequences." Xiaoshou understood precisely whom he referred to, Lu Zhen. Who didn't he know of him? Internally cursing his bad luck, he lamented how he had just dealt with the younger one, only for the older one to appear, leaving him no time to recuperate. He shot a glare at the referee. The referee, infuriated, waved his hand, barking, The match begins. Su Xiaoshou instantly distanced himself. Wen Chang's most formidable skill was not merely his pressure, but a technique known as Shadow Division Spirit Technique. This technique could manifest up to 7 clones simultaneously. And combined with Wen Chang's elusive dagger skills, once ensnared, escape would be impossible. Although Shadow Division Spirit Technique was of postnatal level, its practicality rivaled that of innate skills. Seeing Su Xiaoshou retreat, Wen Chang smirked coldly. This suited him perfectly. The longer he charged up his Shadow Division Spirit Technique, the more clones he could summon in the first instance. Since Su Xiaoshou wished to create distance, he would take his time that the imprint was set. Wen Chang's sinister smile spread. Once he summoned 7 clones, Su Xiaoshou would undoubtedly meet his demise. The arena fell silent, contrasting starkly with the audience, which remained in a state of fervor. Is Su Xiaoshou insane? Does he not know that Big Brother 1 Shadow Division Spirit Technique can also build momentum? Is he merely waiting to die? I heard he only knows the White Cloud Sword Technique. Perhaps he truly is unaware? It's over. It's over. Once Wen Chang and his 7 clones swarm him, he'll be sliced to bits. Indeed, he is not the only one with a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. Others have theirs too. Big Brother Wen's pair of purple daggers, terrifying. Look, Su Xiaoshou is still wielding a wooden sword? Wait, he is closing his eyes? Lu Jun had awakened from the care of the medical staff, and, upon reaching the audience, spotted both competitors bracing for action. His pupils constricted, not due to Wen Chang's clone spirit technique, but because he recognized Su Xiaoshou's familiar closed eyes. This was the sword technique he hadn't executed in the last match. Everyone was revealing their trump cards right from the start. How volatile. Su Xiaoshou was indeed planning this way. His body could no longer endure a protracted battle, since both clone spirit technique and white cloud floating required build-up. He aimed to settle the match in one decisive strike. However, to avoid causing harm, he opted for the wooden sword. He was a compassionate contestant, always considering his opponents that he had tested the wooden sword yesterday. Its attack power was acceptable. Barely capable of cutting through tree bark, in truth, the strength of white cloud floating lay not in the weapon, but in the sword intent. Meanwhile, ethereal figures began to materialize around Wen Chang, and the audience held their breath, aware that victory or defeat hinged on a single moment. The referee had already sunk into concentration. Truth be told, their line of work dreaded such confrontations that if they didn't allow them to clash, no outcome could be discerned. Yet if they did, it could lead to fatalities. His gaze remained fixed on Su Xiaoshou, observing his wooden sword, his closed eyes, and his gradually dimming aura, panic swelling within him. Come on, you have a 9th-grade spirit sword. Use it to clash. If only you could withstand Wen Chang's initial onslaught. I could save you. A crisp sound of a sword unsheathing echoed, causing a collective tightening of hearts as all gazes turned towards Su Xiaoshou's sword. Wait, a wooden sword? Had they misheard? Could it be that Wen Chang's dagger was vibrating? Everyone turned their heads in unison, only to witness a flash of brilliance in Wen Chang's eyes as his figure transformed into an ethereal shadow, shifting and flickering in tandem with his clones, converging upon Su Xiaoshou. The distance closed. Half a yard, 1 yard. Yet Su Xiaoshou remained with his eyes shut. An outburst of curses echoed in the minds of the onlookers, with death looming. How could he still refuse to open his eyes? He might never do so again. The referee dashed forward in an instant, realizing that Su Xiaoshou had gone mad. Grievously wounded, he must have relinquished the match. However, just as the two were mere inches apart, Su Xiaoshou suddenly opened his eyes, sword in hand, seemingly having drawn it without anyone noticing. The motion was incredibly slow, akin to drifting white clouds, instantly soothing the restless hearts of the crowd. Buzz! Another sound of a sword resonated. And now everyone could see clearly. It was Su Xiaoshou's wooden sword that danced in the air, not Wen Chang's dagger. A wooden sword? What is happening? The audience clamored for understanding, only to find themselves ensnared in the unfolding chaos. Clang! The sound resonated as the swords of all present trembled, seemingly drawn together by the sword's intent, forming a unified force. The scene was eerily familiar, prompting every swordsman present to recall the mysterious sword sound from the Outer Academy just days prior. Could it be that Su Xiaoshou had caused it? How is this possible? Am I seeing things? In the void, Xiao Qishou's eyes widened in shock as he gripped his own sword. Postnatal sword intent. Could it truly be Su Xiaoshou? As the buzzing sound filled the air, Wencheng instantly altered his approach, retreating almost nose-to-nose with Su Xiaoshou, while 7 clones sprang forth to shield him. Clang, 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 the clash of sword light against the purple dagger resonated. A symphony of sharp sounds when Chang's face was a mask of astonishment. This boy wielded a single sword, unleashing no fewer than several hundred sword lights, and this seemingly slow web of blades not only obstructed his path of attack, but forced him to retreat repeatedly. How can this be? Isn't this kid merely a body cultivator? How could he possess such terrifying swordsmanship? Hiss, 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 one by one, when Chang's clones were shattered, leaving him with numerous fine sword wounds from which blood gushed forth. Outside the arena, Lu Jin was stunned. This swordsmanship. He recalled when Su Xiaoshou had wielded the Tsanku, and had it not been for his intervention to disrupt Su Xiaoshou's assault, he could very well have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Indeed, this boy was just as he had suspected, deeply concealed. In the arena, when Chong was forced back by the sword light, almost on the verge of being pushed off the platform, he sheathed his dagger, crossed his arms over his chest, and a defensive aura erupted from within him, instantly dispersing all sword lights. Chongling Barrier. As the spiritual energy dissipated, when Chang's pupils constricted, Su Xiaoshou's long hair swayed forward with the momentum. The wooden sword distinctly poised above his throat. You have lost. Gulp. When Chong instinctively swallowed, a line of blood tracing his throat as he did. His face was smeared with blood, though it was merely superficial wounds. And he was still in peak condition, yet he had undeniably lost .1 sword, 1 word. The 7th place on the wind and cloud rankings defeated. The wind whispered, and the audience fell into a profound silence. The referee stood frozen in disbelief that Su Xiaoshou sheathed his sword and turned away, needing to rest and recover. This strike had drained all his spiritual energy. His legs trembled. No, he must not fall. Too many eyes were upon him. He had to maintain his composure when Chang's eyes burned with resentment. After all his preparation, the true battle had lasted mere moments, and he had been defeated, the 7th place on the wind and cloud rankings. The esteemed one from the Outer Academy had been bested. He did not look back, ensconced within the barrier. He felt he could already hear the merciless jeers from the audience. This Su Xiaoshou, whom Lu Jin could easily incapacitate, had managed to defeat one with a single sword. This Su Xiaoshou, who dared to tease Di Shiner with a wooden sword, had left even the formidable one powerless upon entering the arena. A flash of malice flickered in Wencheng's eyes. He covertly drew the purple dagger from his sleeve, a shadowy presence surging as he lunged forward once more. Be careful. Wencheng, halt! The match is over. It's finished, the referee shouted, rushing forward, utterly unprepared for the chaos that would ensue merely due to his belated declaration of match over. It was evident to all that Su Xiaoshou had won, yet Wencheng still dared to strike. There was no time for him to intervene. Due to an ambush, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou, ever vigilant due to his avarice, had a sliver of attention on the information bar, and upon noticing this notification, he immediately pivoted and countered. Swoosh! Wencheng's 9th-grade spiritual dagger plunged fiercely into Su Xiaoshou's shoulder, blood erupting forth. Swoosh! Su Xiaoshou's right hand pierced through Wencheng's chest, striking precisely at the heart. Chapter 19. The life and death sentiment over Goose Lake. Su Xiaoshou stood frozen. The referee was taken aback. Just as the audience had begun to stir with alarm, they too were rendered speechless. Even in the void, Xiaoshou was momentarily dazed, having turned his attention to other arenas, only to be met with a scene so dire upon glancing back. Reflecting on his pre-match words, the referee found himself lost in thought. Had he unwittingly uttered a prophecy? The arena had stilled. Wencheng's lips quivered, as if he wished to say something, yet only a torrent of blood gushed forth, his eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. The malice in his gaze had not yet faded. Now transformed into sheer disbelief, that he lowered his head to see Su Xiaoshou's hand piercing through his heart. Due to the impalement, all he could perceive was the elbow, stained with his own blood, a grotesque crimson. A hand? piercing through the chest. How could this be? The veins in Wen Chong's temples throbbed, the agony overwhelming him. He gazed at Su Xiaoshou, his eyes filled with confusion, as if seeking an explanation. That Su Xiaoshou could even feel a rhythmic pressure emanating from his forearm. Thumping, thumping. Help, he shouted, uncertain whether to withdraw his hand or to keep it there. How could this happen? Su Xiaoshou panicked. He had never contemplated taking a life, nor had he anticipated that Wen Chong would truly attempt to ambush him. Reacting instinctively, he merely acted on the passive system's prompt, never expecting that Wen Chong would charge into the line of fire intending to kill him. What were you thinking? Su Xiaoshou yelled in frustration, pulling out the Qi Jin Dan and attempting to place it in Wen Chong's mouth. Yet Wen Chong seemed to shake his head, the motion so slight it was nearly imperceptible. His lips parted but never closed. Swallow it. Su Xiaoshou lifted his chin with his left hand, trying to prompt him to absorb the medicinal power, but as he withdrew his hand, the pill slipped and fell to the ground. Thud, thud. He watched as the golden-red pill rolled away quietly, realizing that something precious might have been lost alongside it. The referee approached, pulling Su Xiaoshou's hand from Wen Chong's chest, his tone flat. It's futile. He is dead. Su Xiaoshou's entire being trembled. Dead. Even as a spirit refiner, could life be so fragile? A single stab, and one was gone. The referee, observing Su Xiaoshou's expression, sighed, patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. This is your first time taking a life? You'll need to adapt. He extracted the dagger from Su Xiaoshou's shoulder and handed him a vial of pills, a form of compensation for consuming his Qi Jin Dan earlier. Rest assured, this is not your fault. It was his ambush that initiated this. That if there is blame, it lies solely with me. You're all right. Go rest now. I'll handle the aftermath. Su Xiaoshou felt disoriented, casting one last glance at the lifeless Wen Chong in the referee's arms before silently exiting the arena, clutching his shoulder. The audience, witnessing his forlorn figure, hesitated to raise their voices. Did he really die? This should be the first kill in over a decade in the Outer Academy. Indeed, the referees and contestants have always been conscientious. Who could have foreseen? Wen Chong was far too impulsive. Su Xiaoshou. Oh my goodness. I feel so sorry for him. Some voiced support for Su Xiaoshou, yet they were in the minority. The majority expressed their disapproval. I can't take it anymore. How could Su Xiaoshou kill someone and still look as if he's the victim? Wen Chong's death is so unjust. The referee hadn't even declared the match over. He was acting within the rules. I strongly recommend disqualifying Su Xiaoshou. This is disgusting. Exactly. To strike so ruthlessly in a friendly match is utterly inhumane. Supporters of Su Xiaoshou instantly rose in indignation, countering. Nonsense. It's clear to anyone with eyes that Wen Chong lost. Had Su Xiaoshou wielded a spirit sword, could Wen Chong have withstood it? He was already holding back. Wen Chong attempted an ambush and was pierced instead. Su Xiaoshou even tried to feed him a pill. What a commendable quality. Can't you see it? The supporters of Wen Chong scoffed derisively. The referee hadn't declared the match over. Wen Chong was merely acting within the rules. In contrast, Su Xiaoshou's actions were utterly ruthless. I'll damn your mother. You're a nitpicker. Come at me. What? You think you can bite me? Ugh. Damn it, let go. You son of Goose Lake. The azure sky reflected upon the waters, plump geese frolicking beneath wispy clouds. This was the breathtaking view outside the Tiansang Ling Gong Outer Academy. Surrounded by drooping willows, encircled by a heart-shaped white jade railing, with waters so clear they shimmered with spiritual energy. Swimming within were the spirit geese raised by Elder Qiao, known for their exceptionally tender meat. Su Xiaoshou had been fortunate enough to savor a few bites. Typically, the Goose Lake was frequented by many cultivators. Yet due to the wind and cloud tournament, it had recently seen a drastic decline in visitors, rendering the atmosphere quite serene. That Su Xiaoshou stood by the railing, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of loneliness that he did not return to his own courtyard. Instead, he found himself at this familiar place where he used to practice swordsmanship for the first time. After emerging victorious from a battle, he felt utterly disinterested, even too apathetic to glance at his passive value. In a daze, he stepped off the arena and wandered away from the cloud peak. Eventually meandering to this spot, as the sun descended in the west, Su Xiaoshou had already lingered here for quite some time, and he tossed a stone into the Goose Lake, creating ripples that soon faded into tranquility. Perhaps this world is much the same. Life is akin to this stone, no matter how large. It stirs little more than a few fleeting waves in the Goose Lake. Su Xiaoshou exhaled deeply, his fingers brushing against his right forearm, as if he could once again sense the final heartbeat of Wenchong. Regret? No. Su Xiaoshou felt no remorse for inadvertently causing Wenchong's death. Rather, he was prepared for in this world. Taking lives was destined to become a norm that might not be overtly apparent within the Tiansang Spirit Palace. But Su Xiaoshou was not so naive. This was merely the beginning. His reflections were tinged with a sense of melancholy, a profound sympathy for the fragility of life. Perhaps to the people of this continent. Life was trivial. Perhaps in the future, he would come to view it the same way. Yet in this moment, Su Xiaoshou remained unable to find peace. After enduring endless torment in the sterile white confines of a hospital in his previous life, he still clung to a fervent desire for life. One could say that Su Xiaoshou's appreciation for life surpassed that of the vast majority of individuals in this world. And now, he had personally obliterated such a precious life. He had been prepared, yet when the moment truly arrived, who could remain unmoved to him? Wenchong was merely a talented, somewhat arrogant younger brother. Though he had launched a surprise attack, perhaps he had never truly meant to kill. Having merely managed to pierce his own shoulder, had he not, perhaps, his fate was not meant to end here. Su Xiaoshou shook his head, dismissing such absurd thoughts from his mind that if one dared to strike, one must be ready to bear the consequences, even if those consequences were beyond anyone's capacity to endure. These words were directed toward the deceased Wenchong, as well as a counsel for his future self. In the distance, the sun was completely swallowed by the mountains on the horizon, and the sky darkened, returning everything to silence. Suddenly, a ripple of spiritual energy surged by the Goose Lake, startling the fat geese into flight. The willows swaying gently, that Su Xiaoshou's breath quickened, and without realizing it, he broke through to the seventh realm of spirit refinement. He abruptly seized a handful of stones, his killing intent surging forth, and hurled them forcefully at the flock of geese. A splash erupted, yet he missed his target. Su Xiaoshou sighed deeply at last. He had taken a life. Chapter 20. Eating seeds. Su Xiaoshou stood by the Goose Lake throughout the night. The summer lakeside was inevitably plagued by mosquitoes, and among them were a few audacious souls attempting to contribute to his passive value. However, his innate physical body was no longer susceptible to the feeble bites of these insects in the early morning. The air turned quite cold, and Su Xiaoshou tightened his clothing, having regained his composure and decided it was time to depart. Turning around, he was startled by the sight of a gaunt face staring at him. Su Xiaoshou jumped back in shock. The old man's other features were fine, but those two dark circles under his eyes were rather disconcerting. From the outer courtyard, the old man's lips twitched slightly as he chuckled. "Young man, aren't you going to watch the battle of winds and clouds?" Su Xiaoshou took a few steps back, and it was only after creating some distance that he felt a strange familiarity in the old man's words. "You are." Su Xiaoshou squinted, recognizing this was the same old man he had fortuitously encountered during his group match when he was feeling weak amidst the storm. What a coincidence, the old man grinned, placing a straw hat atop his head, and Su Xiaoshou could now confirm his identity without doubt. "Senior, this is..." Su Xiaoshou was puzzled. Encountering someone once was fate, but encountering them twice seemed too coincidental. Could it be that this old man had come specifically to find him? The old man, donning the straw hat, casually clasped his hands behind his back and said, "What a pity! I've heard that recently. The battle of winds and clouds has been rife with prodigies. Just yesterday, there was a young lad. I believe he was called Xiaoshou. He even went so far as to kill someone. TSK. So impetuous." Su Xiaoshou's expression darkened. How unfortunate that the old man had to bring up such a sensitive topic. After all, the murderer stood right in front of him. Yet the old man appeared genuinely oblivious. Continuing, "But that's of no concern. I'm not here to seek him. I'm here for you." Su Xiaoshou began to speak, but the old man raised a hand to halt him. "I know you." Old Xiao mentioned that the outer courtyard produced two innate beings. along with one swordsman who comprehended postnatal sword intent. But I particularly like you. Xiaoshou could no longer contain himself. The old man had rambled on about 4 individuals, 2 of whom were him. I am just... Ah! The old man's eyes widened, signaling the youth not to be hasty and to let him finish his thoughts. You are indeed an innate physical body. I was right, weren't I? I've been searching for you for several days, scouring the outer courtyard, and never did I expect to find you here admiring the geese. Truly, you are the one I have my eye on. Such taste. Xiaoshou rolled his eyes inwardly. This was not a display of taste, but rather a deep contemplation of life, not admiring geese. What was there to admire about these fat geese? Eating them would be more fitting. Last night, I came here and took note of you. The old man's words startled Xiaoshou. Last night, he had been utterly unaware. He scrutinized the old man, realizing he could not discern his aura, as if he were merely an ordinary elder before him. But how could that be? Would an ordinary old man be in the Tiansang Spirit Palace? This person was undoubtedly a significant figure. He speculated internally, puzzled as to why such a prominent individual would seek him out. Was it because of what he had said about the innate physical body? Taste, physical body, covert observation. Xiaoshou shivered slightly, feeling that something was amiss. The old man did not notice his unease, continuing to speak with his hands behind his back. I observed you all night. What a fine young man you are, possessing remarkable composure. Even when bitten by mosquitoes or haunted by eerie wails, you did not flinch, not even turning your head. I must admit, you remind me of my younger self. Xiaoshou stumbled slightly, recalling how, in the dead of night, he often felt a chill on his neck, as if someone were blowing on him from behind. So there truly was someone. He was filled with trepidation, for his reflections on life had reached a critical juncture, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Standing there, he had dozed off for a moment, completely oblivious to the old man's presence. Speaking of which, why had the information panel not alerted him to an ambush or intimidation? This was utterly negligent. No. He resolved to be diligent and return to the courtyard to sleep from now on. He must not stand idly outside, unaware of how he might meet his demise. The old man nodded repeatedly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes beneath his sparse brows, as he looked Xiaoshou up and down. Suddenly he asked, "After all I've said, don't you have anything to say?" Xiaoshou. His face darkened as he replied, "Didn't you tell me not to speak?" "Did I? You didn't. Think again. Did I?" Xiaoshou was about to retort when he suddenly recalled that the old man had only gestured and used his gaze to silence him. He had not explicitly instructed him to be quiet. In resignation, he said, "I must apologize for disappointing you. The young and impetuous murderer you spoke of is me. The one who comprehended sword intent is also me. And, well, I am indeed an innate physical body. Moreover, my name is Xiaoshou." He paused, then added, "I'm going to participate in the battle of winds and clouds, not merely to spectate. Farewell." Although he did not comprehend the old man's intentions, he decided to avoid provoking him. The best course of action was to retreat. "Wait!" The old man suddenly grasped his wrist with surprising strength, causing Xiaoshou to wince in pain. "Senior, please let me go. I'm not tasty, I swear. I didn't even bathe last night." The old man's eyes twitched. "What nonsense! Eat what? Am I supposed to eat you? Why would I do that? Honestly." He scrutinized Xiaoshou once more. "Are you truly that talented?" Xiaoshou glanced at the information panel, noting there was no indication of being suspected or anything similar. With a quivering voice, he said, "You've already believed me. Why ask such a thing? What a fine young man." The old man grinned widely. "Your confident manner of speaking resembles my own. It's settled that you're the one." He pulled a red, seed-like object from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoshou. "Eat this." Xiaoshou nearly panicked. What on earth was this? Had the old man lost his mind, rambling on nonsensically and then asking him to eat a seed? "I swear, Xiaoshou, will never again come out to daydream. Am I truly being foolish? For the sake of a deceased Wenchong, I am about to lose my own innocent body." "Eat it." Seeing Xiaoshou's pleading gaze, the old man proclaimed earnestly, "It might hurt a little, but you're an innate physical body. Just endure it, and it will pass." I sincerely pray that you stop talking. Xiaoshou nearly dropped to his knees the moment you spoke. All the flickers of hope in my heart extinguished. Reluctantly, he accepted the nail-sized red seed, realizing it was surprisingly warm in his palm. That Xiaoshou was astonished. He was an innate physical body. And if it were anyone else, wouldn't their hand be scorched through? Glancing again at the straw-hatted old man, he noticed that the latter was watching him with eager anticipation. Eat, it's delicious. This was undoubtedly a significant figure. There was no need for him to use poison or aphrodisiacs on himself. Right? Xiaoshou felt a bitter taste in his heart. Although he considered himself handsome, he was certainly not of the sort that would compel others to lose all restraint and resort to any means necessary. Enough! With a desperate gulp, Xiaoshou swallowed, resembling someone who had ingested poison, then turned to the old man in the straw hat, asking, "What next? What next?" "There's nothing next." The old man smirked mischievously and vanished in an instant. Xiaoshou was utterly flabbergasted. What in the world was happening? You give me some unknown substance to consume, and once I comply, you simply vanish. Vanished indeed. Xiaoshou was beside himself with rage. He vowed that if he ever encountered that old man again, he would unleash a swift strike, white clouds drifting, to teach him the meaning of having nothing left. In the next moment, he suddenly felt his face flush and his entire body ignited with heat. Xiaoshou's countenance quivered in fear that, oh no, his body was behaving strangely. What the devil was this sensation? Xiaoshou was jolted with alarm. That old man wouldn't be calling for help. Would he? Help! I don't deserve this. Help! Chapter 21. The judge's plea for help. There was no respite between the preliminary rounds and the top 64 matches. However, the incident involving Xiaoshou, having brewed overnight, had spread throughout the outer academy. For the majority, their primary focus had been solely on the top 10 figures of the leaderboard. But now, Xiaoshou, with the qualities of a dark horse, had forcefully entered their line of sight. The following day at noon, the advancement matches commenced. Unlike the preliminary rounds, from this moment forth, the Yuyun platform would feature a singular main stage instead of 18 separate arenas, leading to consecutive battles. This was an event eagerly anticipated by all. Heaven knows how many had lamented missing the historic moment of the Outer Academy's first kill while watching others compete the day before. The audience was a sea of heads, the air thick with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. After such a long wait, we finally reached this moment. Sigh, who isn't in the same boat? I missed the Outer Academy's first kill for the sake of senior sister Mo and senior brother Zhao. Two innate talents. Ha, you truly missed out. Before the advancement matches, what was there to see with those two? They both could dispatch their opponents with a single move. You have no idea. Yesterday, Xiaoshou's swordplay was phenomenal. And then he was ambushed from behind by Wen Laoda, only to be stabbed in the chest. The dramatic twists were absolutely riveting. I tell you, the audience was left dumbfounded. Even the sound of someone passing gas was audible. Oh, please stop. Do you see my tears of regret? Aside from these spectators, Su Peng and Su He remained present. However, after a night of contemplation, they had become much more subdued, merely exchanging glares when Xiaoshou's name was mentioned, each harboring their own grievances. Elder Xiaoshou, having floated in the void for several days, finally chose to descend to the mortal realm and preside over the matches. He dared not float any longer, fearing he might encounter more souls ascending to heaven. His heart could barely bear it. With practiced ease, he retrieved a piece of paper from his robe, and the audience fell silent, all ears. I believe everyone has heard about the fatal incident yesterday. Elder Zhao's words instantly captured everyone's attention. This matter, which had been brushed aside, was now raised, signaling something significant to come. Thus, the verdict from the Spirit Law Pavilion arrived. Xiaoshou would be suspended. Elder Xiao scanned the crowd, this time deviating from the script, his expression grave. Here, I merely wish to remind you all. While the Tiansang Spirit Palace may offer you a comfortable environment for cultivation, I implore you not to let your determination wane. One day, you will graduate and step into the outside world, where life and death are inevitable. Every match is a hurdle from the outside world that requires you to give it your all. But I also hope you can grasp the concept of a boundary. This boundary encompasses life and death, morality, and the line you must not cross within your hearts. Crossing this line will lead to transgressions, and you will ultimately reap the consequences. Whether your name is Su Xiaoshou or Wen Chong, silence enveloped the crowd. They awaited a verdict. Would Su Xiaoshou face suspension, or would he continue to compete unscathed? No one could fathom what would transpire. For such individuals, speculating on the outcome of the match far outweighed their reverence for life. Ironically, Elder Xiao chose not to comment on the events of the previous day. Instead, he seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to the crowd. Wasn't he, Wen Chong's demise, a result of crossing the line and bringing about his own downfall? Did Su Xiaoshou also cross that line, deliberately inflicting harm? That was a question in itself. Yet, it was evident that only one outcome was destined to unfold. Elder Zhao's words implied that whether Su Xiaoshou met a favorable or dire fate would be left to time to decide. Observing the crowd's demeanor, Elder Xiao felt a sense of relief. For someone who had taken countless lives, the death of one person was inconsequential, hardly warranting such elaborate discourse. However, these young individuals were different. If his words could awaken even a few, that would suffice. Temporary bravado and concealed ruthlessness held little meaning. They would only sow the seeds of future calamity. Elder Xiao reflected. In the past, he would have refrained from such verbosity. But now, it was different. Ultimately, he was no longer the merciless Xiao Qixio, but rather the esteemed elder of the Tiansang Spirit Palace, a moral exemplar. Very well. Elder Xiao flicked the paper, declaring, since that is the case, let us proceed to the main event. The battle for the top 64 officially commences, determined by the draw of a light screen, with each group consisting of 2 participants, and the duration of each match not exceeding 2/4 of an hour. Today, we shall do our utmost to showcase as many strong competitors as possible. We have time. The audience, initially steeped in silence, erupted with laughter at Elder Zhao's remark, the atmosphere gradually revitalizing. Satisfied with the effect, Elder Xiao raised his hand, intending to ignite the excitement further. Now let the matches begin. Wait! An urgent voice interrupted him. The crowd fell silent, turning to the speaker, who dared to interrupt the chief judge. Was this person courting disaster? Su Xiaoshou? Is this fellow out of his mind? Good heavens, it's already commendable that Elder Xiao hasn't pursued accountability, and yet he wants to stir the pot. Here he comes. Here he comes. I've been watching from the group matches, and I wouldn't hesitate to tell you if there's no chaos, it wouldn't be Su Xiaoshou. On the judge's platform, the 18 figures clad in black sat solemnly. Upon Su Xiaoshou's arrival, the 12th judge shifted uneasily in his seat. Here comes that troublemaker. I just mentioned him. Watch closely, this kid is definitely up to no good. I've been driven mad by this fellow. Come. I bet a spirit crystal that even Elder Xiao won't be able to handle him. The other judges chuckled, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. Is it really as bizarre as you say? What is so special about an innate body combined with acquired sword intent? I've seen countless geniuses. Indeed, no matter how talented he is, can he surpass Su Qianqian from the Inner Academy? The 12th judge shifted his chair, leaning forward, observing as Su Xiaoshou sprinted toward Elder Xiao, shaking his head slightly. No, those are secondary. The most terrifying aspect of this guy is his unpredictability. After a pause, he added, you can never anticipate what outrageous act he might commit next. In the arena, all eyes were fixed upon him. Elder Zhao's expression darkened ominously as he watched the boy, flushed and distressed, approach him, yet felt utterly powerless. Contestants could request a pause in the match to address unusual circumstances. A provision within the rules of the Battle of Heroes, although it had never been utilized before. What's the matter? If you don't have a valid reason, do you believe I want to deal with you? Elder Xiao was already at the peak of his patience, and Su Xiaoshou's unwelcome interruption left him feeling choked. Help, judge! The youth before him appeared frantic, his face flushed, and as he drew near, Elder Xiao felt an intense heat radiating from him. Su Xiaoshou was genuinely alarmed. That old man had no idea what he had fed him. Ever since that crimson seed settled in his stomach, he felt an increasing heat coursing through him, an alarming sense of burning emanating, gnawing at his body. Initially, he had attempted to meditate and refine it away at the Gahu Lake, but the more he tried, the worse it got. This thing was melting. The searing sensation permeated every cell of his body, relentlessly scorching him, that Xiaoshou felt as though he might explode. Though he possessed an innate body, he could not withstand such heat. Several of his meridians had already ruptured, and if this continued, he would surely perish. That he wanted to go to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Yet with the Battle of Heroes underway, the best medical personnel and pharmacists were all present at the venue for support. Thus, he had no choice but to seek help on site. However, acquiring assistance from these support personnel was no easy feat, and that old man's connections remained uncertain, making it unwise to expose his existence. Therefore, Xiaoshou had to resort to drastic measures. Elder Xiao regarded the youth coldly. Eager to hear what he would utter, the Xiaoshou ripped off his shirt, revealing his scorched flesh, crying out in agony, "Judge, help! I've taken drugs. I request a suspension. I need medical personnel to examine my condition. Immediately, at once." Chapter 22. Request for support. The entire audience was left in a state of bewilderment. That I in this day and age, could one even request a ban on oneself? Xiaoshou's expression darkened. He had thought it was a matter of great significance. Drugs? Who among the competitors does not consume a few pills beforehand to bolster their strength? There are even no regulations against using elixirs to restore spiritual energy during the competition. Ridiculous! Hurry up and get the hell off! Xiaoshou fumed, his anger palpable, almost drawing his sword to strike. That Xiaoshou's face grew pained. If I weren't truly under the influence of too many drugs, I wouldn't have come to you. That I genuinely need assistance. His gaze turned toward the back, where a group of white-clad healers Saturday. Xiaoshou furrowed his brow. The youth's urgency did not seem feigned, and the flush of his body. What was happening? He was aware that Xiaoshou possessed an innate physique. What could possibly have such a severe side effect on him? "Come here," Xiaoshou commanded, pressing a hand against his chest, and was immediately assaulted by a terrifying wave of scorching energy. Sizzle. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air as Xiaoshou quickly withdrew his hand. He was not endowed with an innate physique. The audience gasped in shock. What the hell did Xiaoshou take? He actually harmed Elder Xiao. This is madness. Did he really take drugs? Is he intentionally walking into a trap? Perhaps, just as he claimed, he has truly overdosed and has no way out. Hilarious. This is simply too funny. Xiaoshou was equally astonished. He hastily enveloped his palm in spiritual energy to dispel the searing aura. Yet his hand was left in a state of decay. Having neglected to protect himself with spiritual energy at the outset, he was now reaping the bitter consequences. The ember seed, he murmured to himself. Old Sang has gone mad. This substance has previously destroyed an innate physique. Xiaoshou nearly lost control. Staring at him in terror, his face a canvas of confusion. Xiaoshou awkwardly rubbed his hand. Realizing that his mutterings had been overheard, he quickly added, "This substance is quite beneficial. It is your opportunity." "It's nothing, truly." Xiaoshou was on the verge of insanity. "What do you mean, nothing? Who just said it had destroyed an innate physique?" "I heard you," he retorted, his voice laced with disbelief. "You misheard." "Huh, sigh." Xiaoshou exhaled deeply, patting his shoulder. "You should rest. Hang in there." Encouraged, passive value 1. Xiaoshou. "This is not the answer I sought. I need medical personnel. I do not wish to be reduced to ashes." Xiaoshou paid him no further mind, instructing him to retreat to the sidelines, and announced the commencement of the match, proceeding to draw lots for himself. The audience's expressions turned lively. What was happening? Xiaoshou claimed to have taken drugs and requested a ban, yet the referee ignored him, refusing even a medical attendant. "Haha, this is too funny. This story teaches us that self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Xiaoshou is so unfortunate. Overdosing to this extent is simply tragic. Someone get him a medical attendant. He is turning into braised pork. Ha! I can't hold it in." Indeed, Xiaoshou's bare torso grew, increasingly crimson and alarming. Steam rose from his body as he gloomily returned to his waiting area. How can it be so cruel? Not even providing a medical attendant. Xiaoshou pondered. This outburst, however, was not entirely fruitless, at the very least. He had gleaned several critical pieces of information. The Ember Seed had destroyed an innate physique, and old saying, that name sounded vaguely familiar. Based on the information Xiaoshou inadvertently revealed, it seemed he must know something about this. Ember Seed? Moreover, it could possibly be connected to that damned old man. This was also why Xiaoshou had not persisted further in his inquiries. Collaborative crime. Xiaoshou sat cross-legged, continuing to refine and expel the searing energy from his body. For now, this was all he could manage. However, as he refined it, the terrifying heat began to seep into his spiritual sea. It wouldn't end up burning my spiritual sea, would it? Xiaoshou felt a deep sense of grievance, having been unwittingly ensnared by that old man. Suddenly, he recalled Xiaoshou's earlier words regarding opportunity. Perhaps the old man intended for him to attempt refining this so-called Ember Seed, given the circumstances. He resolved not to dwell on the fact that it had previously obliterated an innate physique. With no one to assist him, he could only rely on himself. That on the arena, the luminous screen shifted, and names were set, prompting two individuals to step forward. The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electric. Yet their joy belonged solely to them. That Xiaoshou immersed himself in intense training, occasionally inhaling the golden elixir to mitigate the pain within, while simultaneously repairing his injured body. Attacked, passive value 1. Attacked, passive value 1. Information poured into his mind in rapid succession. Xiaoshou was perpetually tormented by the burning sensation. Under normal circumstances, he might have relished this. But now, having obliterated an innate physique, that phrase haunted him like a nightmare, flitting through his thoughts at intervals. I still have to compete. How am I to manage this? Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, his condition was abysmal. His meridians were scorched and severed, repeatedly mended by the golden elixir. The suffering was unimaginable. Perhaps I could expel this searing energy through combat. Time passed, and while Xiaoshou sat in meditation, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He sprang to his feet. This idea might actually be feasible. Gazing toward the arena, he noticed numerous pairs of competitors had already taken the stage. Yet he had yet to draw his lot. Currently, a white-clad man captured the audience's attention, his demeanor cool as he wielded an ice river sword, slicing through his opponent and encasing them in ice. Triumphing in the match, Zhao Qingting wins. Xiaoshou's eyes lit up at the sight of IC.AT that moment. He longed for this individual to strike him with a sword. It would likely bring him unparalleled relief. However, Zhao Qingting, an innate master, that thought sent a shiver down his spine. The luminous screen shifted once more, revealing two prominent names. Xiaoshou, Zhang Fu. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted in cheers, a fervor not seen since the entrance of the innate master, Zhao Qingting. Here it comes, Xiaoshou. Open your eyes wide. Su Sandbag is about to appear. Oh, why call him Su Sandbag? Don't you know? Let me tell you, this Xiaoshou, in the waiting area. Without hesitation, Xiaoshou soared onto the stage, rushing to Xiaoshou's side, imploring, "If I defeat this person, will you treat me?" Xiaoshou's face darkened. What kind of contestant was this? This is the referee. Who does he think I am, to come and speak to me like this? The officials in the back began to chuckle. Look at this guy. It hasn't been long since Elder Xiao came in, and he is already annoyed. Others joined in the laughter, curiously observing Xiaoshou. Return to your position. Xiaoshou barked. That Xiaoshou pointed to his neck, steam billowing. His eyes were filled with desperation, but this was the referee. What could he do? Look at this. It's all burnt red. I am also a contestant. I have the right to request treatment. You did this before the competition. It's not my concern. Xiaoshou would have liked to treat him, but this was beyond him. Even the most skilled medical personnel could do nothing, leaving Xiaoshou to endure. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshou's eyes brightened. You're right. What happened before the competition is your concern, but if I am injured during the match, I can receive treatment. Yes, exactly. He nodded emphatically, loudly conversing with himself. And according to the rules, I must be restored to my peak condition. Xiaoshou was utterly exasperated. Get lost. Zhang Fu. Where is Zhang Fu? Hurry up and come up. Chapter 23. A Fist. A palm contracted bonus. On the arena, Su Xiaoshou exuded an imposing aura that he appeared arrogant, bare-chested and blood-red, steam rising from him, resembling a war god. "Where is Zhang Fu? Come forth and face me," Su Xiaoshou bellowed, aiming to provoke Zhang Fu into attacking him. Simultaneously, he hoped that Xiao Qishou would witness the impending carnage and intervene to save him. However, the primary goal remained to eliminate the ember seed within him. In the waiting area, Zhang Fu and his friends wore expressions of concern. Honestly, you might as well concede. He is Su Xiaoshou, now one of the two most renowned innate masters, a prominent dark horse. There is no shame in losing. Zhang Fu hesitated. But did you not see how he was acting? This guy has truly taken drugs. Didn't you see him when he battled Wenchong? He was nowhere near as reckless as he is now. If you go up, it won't just be a light beating. He could shred you to pieces. Zhang Fu shivered, realizing his friend made a compelling point. Yet, he raised his hand to inspect the bite marks, frowning. But I just defeated him yesterday. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to concede today? Embarrassment pales in comparison to losing your life. Zhang Fu pondered before shaking his head. He might not break through my defenses. He shook off his friend's attempt to grab his hand and leaped onto the stage. Alas, how foolish! A desolate sigh echoed behind him. Are you Zhang Fu? Su Xiaoshou gazed at the towering figure before him, whose fists were as large as sandbags. Excellent. With such an imposing presence, the repercussions of his strikes would undoubtedly be devastating. This was precisely the effect he desired. He cast a smug glance at Xiao Qishou, thinking that under the audience's scrutiny, the referee could hardly turn a blind eye. Once he intervened to save himself. Could that broken thing within him remain unseen? Zhang Fu clasped his hands. Greetings, Senior Su. That I have cultivated a technique known as Great Golden Copper Body, which offers exceptional physical defense that I hope you will not hold back in your guidance. Great Golden Copper Body? Su Xiaoshou stumbled slightly. Was this not a defensive spirit technique? How could someone intending to strike and practice such a thing, squandering his magnificent physique? Xiao Qishou chuckled, fully aware of Su Xiaoshou's underlying intentions. He waved his hand. The match begins. Su Xiaoshou felt it was still insufficient. He must provoke his opponent to strike, or else his initial plan would be utterly thwarted. He provocatively beckoned Zhang Fu with a flick of his fingers, slightly squatting to signal that if the enemy did not move, neither would he. Zhang Fu smiled lightly, then shouted sharply, sinking into a horse stance, his spiritual energy surging around him, transforming his skin into a copper hue. The scene reached a tense stalemate. Laughter erupted from the audience. Haha, I admire these two, but what on earth is going on in this match? Zhang Fu's great golden copper technique only has a counterattack in the final move. Right. What is Su Xiaoshou doing? Doesn't he have offense? Offense? You must not be aware of Su's sandbag-esque reputation. He has only ever been the one to be beaten a day without a thrashing. And he itches all over. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I could watch them hold their stances until nightfall. Xiao Qishou's face darkened. He had never scowled so much in a year as he had today. What were they all doing? Competitors, please be aware that the match time is limited to 15 minutes. Su Xiaoshou frowned. Zhang Fu's composure was impressive, indicating he did not intend to strike. Was his first plan truly coming to naught? Was he really going to rely on delivering a blow to release the pent-up anxiety within him? He could indeed strike, but he feared this fellow might not endure. Su Xiaoshou turned to Xiao Qishou. Are you really not going to help me? Xiao Qishou replied with a derisive chuckle. Do you believe if I intervene, he will die? Su Xiaoshou pointed at Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu turned pale, feeling his legs go numb, desperately suppressing his urge to leap off the stage. What did their little quarrel have to do with him? Xiao Qishou's eyes grew cold. This brat dared to threaten him. Feel free to act. If Zhang Fu dies, I will concede defeat. Zhang Fu felt his legs tremble. Damn it, he was not a gambling chip, but a living being. Everyone in the referee's area backstage was astonished. Has Boss Xiao become furious? Wow, Su Xiaoshou is impressive. He has made Boss Xiao speak like this. I'm in awe. I told you Su Xiaoshou was exceptional. But now I'm genuinely worried about that lad on the other side. The ninth realm. He should be able to withstand it, right? On the stage, hearing Xiao Qishou's words, Su Xiaoshou raised an eyebrow. His gaze fixed not on Zhang Fu, but directly on Xiao Qishou. Are you certain? He summoned the aura of Emberfire Seed within him, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! A massive crater erupted in the stage, releasing a wave of scorching energy that blackened the area for several yards. I truly took medicine. No one can withstand this. Su Xiaoshou flexed his muscles. Just this, Xiao Qishou scoffed. Zhang Fu was exhausted. He noted Su Xiaoshou's nonchalance and Xiao Qishou's disdain, but more frighteningly, he foresaw his own chilling future. Help, should he really hold on? Su Xiaoshou's punch terrified him to his core and made the audience's eyelids twitch. My heavens! What destructive power! How tragic for Zhang Fu. He had triumphed through 3 consecutive victories in the preliminary rounds, yet faced with Su Xiaoshou, he seems utterly insignificant. For the love of all that is holy, can someone at least acknowledge Zhang Fu before speaking? His legs are shaking. Zhang Fu did tremble, not just his legs, but his voice quaked as well. Senior Su, please show mercy. When I said do not hold back, I did not mean it literally. Just a few exchanges if you would, he implored in a subdued tone. Spare me some face. The audience erupted in laughter, and seeing Xiao Qishou remain silent, Su Xiaoshou lunged forward. Enjoy your final moments of life. Xiao Qishou's gaze bore into him, while he sensed Su Xiaoshou might be jesting. What if he took it seriously? Bang. Su Xiaoshou's fist struck Zhang Fu's chest. An overwhelming wave of scorching energy surged forth, granting him a rush of relief. Sizzle. Zhang Fu's hair stood on end, and his clothing became charred. Yet he stood unyielding. The Su Xiaoshou was astonished. He could actually withstand a punch delivered with only half his strength. Impressive, since venting indeed had an effect, and the opponent's defense was so formidable. There was no need to save himself. He would save Zhang Fu instead. He took a deep breath, condensing his energy in his dantian, for the first time channeling spiritual power into his attack. The left hand gathered a visible, terrifying surge of scorching energy, akin to an invisible flame, warping the surrounding space. Zhang Fu's pupils constricted. Hold on, he had to hold on. After this palm strike, he would concede defeat. Refusing to lose face, Su Xiaoshou calmly stated, one punch, one palm. Zhang Fu panicked and quickly changed his tune. I concede. Boom! A flash of light surged as Su Xiaoshou's fist connected with his chest. A deafening explosion erupted in the void, and a visible heat wave radiated outward, instantly causing the stones on the stage to shatter into fragments, leaving them charred black. With this strike, the overwhelming spiritual energy struck Zhang Fu like a giant swatting a fly, sending him flying. He couldn't even finish his sentence before being knocked unconscious and propelled off the stage, crashing to the ground and dragging a trench behind him. Just as his body came to a halt, sparks flew, and Zhang Fu ignited in flames. Save him! Xiao Qishou bellowed. The white-clad angels needed no urging. They sprang into action the moment Zhang Fu was sent flying, extinguishing the flames and tending to his injuries, each performing their duties. Refreshing. Su Xiaoshou took out a red gold pill, inhaling its aroma and moaning in pleasure. This one strike had alleviated a significant portion of the scorching energy within him, although he still felt pain. He was relieved to vent his frustrations. Casting an innocent glance at the glaring Xiao Qishou, he declared, I held back. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Xiao Qishou, the audience. Chapter 24. The 3-word secret. A collective gasp filled the air. Was it truly just one punch and one palm? Why does Zhang Fu seem so pitiful, yet somewhat amusing? He fought his way into the top 64, only to, amusing as it is, Su Xiaoshou seems a bit too powerful. His strength rivals that of the top contenders. You still can't see it. This guy might truly possess a congenital physical body. Congenital physical body. I don't know. Someone analyzed it a few days ago and suggested there was a 70% chance. After today, as punch and palm, that probability must have shot up to 90. This remark silenced many. A congenital physical body was notoriously difficult to cultivate, often yielding returns that did not justify the effort. Could it be that someone genuinely achieved it? Perhaps it's due to Su Xiaoshou taking drugs? Just look at that scorching wave. It's clearly not his innate ability. Exactly. I think this kind of person should be disqualified. He even applied for disqualification himself, yet the referees are doing nothing. Jealous murmurs arose. And this wave of dissent reached Xiaoshou's ears that he dismissed it with disdain, too apathetic to explain. Everyone has their own opportunities. Who decreed that one could not cultivate a powerful technique before a match? By that logic, how could one prohibit pre-match training, mid-match breakthroughs, or post-match reflections? Xiaoshou was such a case. The Amber Fire seed given by elders saying could hardly be considered mere fortune. One misstep could lead to death. If you possess the skill, go cultivate your own congenital physical body. Perhaps someone will use you for human experimentation. Xiaoshou sauntered back to the waiting area. The matches continued, with many bouts yet to unfold in the transition from 64 to 32. He had ample time to rest. As he savored the red gold pill, he kept a keen eye on the information bar, his spirits lifting. Gained respect, passive value, 142. Gained jealousy, passive value, 874. Gained mockery, passive value, 113. Gained attack, passive value, 1. Each entry that appeared was not merely passive value, but the whispers of the crowd. Just listen to how many praises are being sung. Then observe how many harbor jealousy. TSK. Xiaoshou casually glanced downward. Passive value, 42888. Clang, he bumped his head against the railing, and the audience erupted in ridicule, causing that figure to surge to 43003. How could it be so much? Xiaoshou was bewildered. He remembered finishing 3 rounds in the preliminary matches yesterday and only amassing a little over 10,000. How did he skyrocket this morning? He pondered deeply, but could not recall what misdeed he had committed that would incite such ire. Did he kill Wenchong? It is implausible. During that time, I was still ensconced within the barrier, and surely the passive value for the major portion would not have registered. Even if it had, I suspect it would only amount to a few hundred. At most 1,000, but how could it possibly soar to over 30,000? Xiaoshou hastily turned back to scrutinize the information panel, where the lines of data were starkly objective and authentic, revealing only dozens or hundreds. There was no sign of any substantial figure. Could it be a system error? This thought flickered through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it, choosing instead to believe in the fall of a meteorite. Sitting cross-legged on his chair, Xiaoshou took a sip of water to steady his nerves, momentarily stupefied, unsure of what had transpired. Attacked, passive value 1. Attacked, passive value 1. While in this daze, the information panel continued to refresh incessantly, each second presenting a new piece of data that Xiaoshou, in a fog, suddenly slapped his forehead. Jinzhao Huizhong. It seemed he began to comprehend. After ingesting this substance at dawn, his body had been relentlessly scorched, and the system would likely register this as an attack every second. Thus, it was incrementing his passive value by 1 per second. Yes, this gradual accumulation appeared trivial, and Xiaoshou had scarcely paid it any mind. However, time was relentless, calculating. When he encountered that old man, it was around the time of Chun, and now approximately 3 hours had elapsed that Xiaoshou began to count on his fingers, then included his toes. 3 hours equate to 6 hours, 1 hour to 60 minutes, and 1 minute to 60 seconds. Over 20,000 seconds. Over 20,000 passive values. Hiss. Xiaoshou's nostrils released 2 puffs of steam, and the chair beneath him, without the protective aura, was completely melted through. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground. Staff rushed over immediately, inquiring what had happened to Xiaoshou, dazed, waved his hand dismissively, indicating all was well. The staff prepared to leave. But he quickly called out, "Wait, can you help me calculate how many seconds are in a day?" "A day?" The staff member's eyes darted. 86,400, right? Crack. The cup in Xiaoshou's hand shattered as he struggled to rise, only to collapse back onto the ground. "What did you say? Repeat that." The staff member, observing his steaming body, was at a loss for whether to assist him or not, and could only reply, 86,400. Gulp. Xiaoshou swallowed hard. Over 80,000? His expression transformed, fluctuating between agony, bliss, shock, and silly laughter. The staff, bewildered by his antics, recalled the earlier admonition from the judges. Regardless of Xiaoshou's state or requests, they were to treat him as if he were a fool. Quietly, the staff member withdrew, thinking to themselves how astute the judges were, able to foresee such events. Xiaoshou took a deep breath of the red gold pill, attempting to quell his excitement with the tremors of his body, only to realize he was nearly out of the precious substance that in just over half a day. He had consumed both bottles of elixirs given by Elder Qiao and the judges that Xiaoshou felt a pang of regret. These were life-saving treasures. Nonetheless, this also underscored the extraordinary potency of the Jinjiao Huizhong. However, upon recognizing its value, Xiaoshou's pain transformed into uncontainable joy. Pain. It would pass with a little endurance. What successful individual hasn't endured immense suffering? Focusing solely on pain, how could one ever appreciate the joy of indulgence? He beckoned for the staff member once more, instructing, "Go find Elder Xiao, the chief judge on the arena, and request some red gold pills. Make sure to ask for a generous amount." The staff member stared at him, incredulous. "What are you thinking?" Xiaoshou, already flushed, felt no shame. "I'll share the 3-word secret. Listen closely. First, if he refuses, say, 'The medical staff won't give me any. Surely you can spare some red gold pills for me.' A contestant, or I might not last." The staff member nearly lost his mind. Who would dare speak to Elder Xiao in such a manner? He was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Law Pavilion, not a street vendor. And for free? You must be dreaming. Second, if he still refuses, say, "Hey, don't think I don't know you two are colluding, using humans as experiments," and say it with conviction. The staff member's head spun. Xiaoshou was daring indeed, demanding with such intensity. Why not just fly to the heavens? Third, by this point, he will undoubtedly agree. There is no way he could refuse. Just say the final line. "You've already given so much. Do you really think this little is worth your time?" Add a few more zeros. The staff member scoffed. "You should go yourself." "What do you mean? I should go myself?" Xiaoshou protested. "I am the contestant. You are the staff member. We must each fulfill our roles. I have battles to fight later. I need to conserve my energy. So hurry up. You can do it. Don't be timid. That guy isn't so fearsome. Remember, those in higher positions often rely on their status. There's no reason he wouldn't help." The staff member staggered, wondering if Xiaoshou's rationale for self-destruction was sufficient. "Go on." Xiaoshou waved his hand, and the staff member, unsure of how to retort, could only leave with a bitter expression. "I am in dire straits. I need to find a new job." As soon as the staff member departed, Xiaoshou returned to the Crimson interface. Sharp acquired LV.9. Sharp acquired LV.10. Sharp innate LV.1. With a spirit crystal clenched between his teeth. He intermittently drew breath, his gaze unfocused, a blissful grin adorning his face. Indeed, when one is devoid of wealth, it is impossible to fathom the joy that comes with affluence, with a bounty of passive values at his disposal. He waved his hand grandly, only spending 3,000. Merely a drop in the bucket for someone with over 40,000 passive values. Following strong, Xiaoshou finally welcomed the second innate-level passive skill that has Sharp ascended to the innate tier. A shimmering, translucent sheen enveloped his exterior, as if he could slice through anything, resembling a radiant treasure. Xiaoshou concentrated, channeling the luster to his forearm, forming a blade-like appendage, and swiped it against the ground. Whoosh! It was as if a sword had glided, leaving a deep gash in the earth that Xiaoshou's eyes sparkled. He gathered the sheen to his toes and swept it across the ground once more. Whoosh! His shoe split apart, that Xiaoshou. Yet, gazing at the sword-like mark beneath him, he could not contain his exhilaration. Indeed, each passive skill that reaches the innate level undergoes a significant transformation. He recalled Strong, which elevated his physical form to the innate level. Now, with Sharp attaining the same, the translucent sheen granted exceptional cutting capability to every part of his body. This was nothing short of an assassin's artifact, an uncountable force that if he were to execute a surprise leg sweep during a competition, he could cleave his opponent in two. Xiaoshou shivered at the thought. How terrifying! As a passive skill, there was no casting time, no preparation. He could wield it freely. How could one defend against it? Could one block a leg sweep, or could they withstand 3,000 flowing strands of hair? An idea struck Xiaoshou. He concentrated the translucent sheen in his hair, casually tossing a spirit crystal into the air. Whoosh, his hair swept through. The once solid spirit crystal shattered into fragments that rained down upon the ground with a crisp sound. Xiaoshou was taken aback. This sudden inspiration truly worked. He gazed at the scattered crystal shards, filled with regret for the waste. He should have used a stone for the experiment. That Xiaoshou finally comprehended the formidable nature of the passive system. Each passive skill was akin to an upgradable spirit technique, and one that required no rigorous training. Presently, he possessed 2 innate spirit techniques and 2 more waiting to advance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key was that if utilized correctly, these passive skills could effectively function as instantaneous active techniques. How terrifying! Xiaoshou chuckled foolishly, casually exchanging for 10 passive keys, eager to draw for 10,000 passive values, with plans to return for more if needed. Initially, his greatest trump card was the Bai Yin Yu technique, but he had been compelled to reveal it prematurely by Wensheng. Now, he found himself devoid of any hidden ace. Revealing all his cards was a perilous endeavor. He needed to conjure a passive skill with greater lethality. Otherwise, should he encounter the innate-level opponents Mo and Zhao Qingteng in the upcoming battles, he might truly find himself at a disadvantage. Xiaoshou felt a surge of arrogance. At least from his perspective, only these 2 could barely contend with him in the outer academy. And indeed, this was reflected in reality. Formidable figures like Wensheng, Lu Zhen, and Zhang Fu had all been bested by him. And in the eyes of the audience, he had gained the qualification to vie for the top spot. With each key inserted, Xiaoshou's heart brimmed with hope. If he could black out the screen once more, it would be even more exhilarating. The last time sword mastery had ushered in the Bai Yun illusion, drastically enhancing his prowess, he was naturally eager to progress further. As the last key vanished, Xiaoshou, adhering to custom, shouted decisively, "Drink, bestow upon me the luck of the European emperor." Upon uttering this, he eagerly gazed at the information panel. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank 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 you for your patronage." This. Plop. Xiaoshou fell face first to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Another staff member in the waiting area found it quite peculiar, having observed Xiaoshou's eccentric behavior, thrashing about and tossing his hair, as if he were a child at play. Yet, how could he have collapsed? This was indeed a significant matter. He hurried over to rouse Xiaoshou, who upon awakening looked dazed and, after glancing at the information panel, promptly fainted again. Damn! The judge's words were indeed accurate. Xiaoshou must be toxic. As a competent staff member with some medical experience, he discerned that Xiaoshou had merely succumbed to a severe psychological shock. However, to have fainted from tossing his hair was a first for him. Slap, slap, slap. The staff member utilized his spiritual energy to repeatedly slap Xiaoshou's cheeks, finally managing to awaken him once more. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiaoshou gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. The staff member panicked, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. "I did nothing inappropriate while you were unconscious. Just go away. I don't want to see you. Did I need to be alone?" Xiaoshou cried out. The staff member? He turned and walked away. Resolute, Xiaoshou felt a deep sense of despair. He had anticipated the worst possible outcome, yet he never imagined it would truly unfold. This was a loss of 10,000 passive points. Just like that, they had gone down the drain. Was this some kind of joke? Not even a one more spoonful to be had. How cruel. How heartless. How unreasonable. Xiaoshou felt as though his very essence had been drained, utterly devoid of strength to rise from the ground. He contemplated whether to hastily invest in method of breathing and mastery of swordsmanship with the remaining 30,000 points. No way. I refused to yield. 10 more draws. Xiaoshou was a person who never accepted defeat, or so he believed, and thus exchanged for 10 more keys. If I don't get anything worthwhile this time, I will hide. He exhaled deeply, ultimately conceding, quietly inserting the keys until the last one vanished. Drink. Xiaoshou instinctively began to speak, his voice gradually dwindling as he gazed skyward in silence. Forget it. I cannot afford to take risks. Thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Acquired basic passive skill. Endless life. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Su Xiaoshou's eyes suddenly gleamed with a green light, and he felt an exhilarating surge of joy. Look at this incongruous length. It's out. The goods have arrived. Ha! He laughed towards the heavens. 20 keys meant 2 innate levels, and for just 1 passive skill. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Su Xiaoshou deemed it immensely valuable. Levels could be accumulated over time, easily attained, but without skills, what was the point? He leapt and danced around a pillar, as if possessed, his mouth stretching into a wide grin, filling the waiting area with his maniacal laughter. The staff member watched Su Xiaoshou frolicking around the pillar, feeling as though he had unlocked a door to a new world. Could one person's revelry be so blissful? Am I truly out of touch with the times? He sighed, glancing at the pillar embraced by Su Xiaoshou with a sense of foreboding, with each of Su Xiaoshou's leaps. The pillar seemed to diminish slightly. What a terrifying prospect. Chapter 26. All yours. Su Xiaoshou, after a long absence, opened his panel, directing his gaze to the first section. Point 1. Basic passive skill. Method of breathing. Endless life. This newly emerged passive skill, prominently displayed in the basic passive skills section, took Su Xiaoshou by surprise that he was no longer an ignorant novice regarding the system. In comparison, while basic passive skills might lack the potency of extended passive skills, their auxiliary capabilities were undeniably formidable. This fact could be observed through the method of breathing listed in the same section. This skill had yet to be upgraded, but it was far from weak. In fact, it was exceedingly powerful, to the point where its side effects were somewhat terrifying, causing Su Xiaoshou to hesitate. Thus, endless life, would it also be so powerful? Su Xiaoshou pondered the literal meaning of this passive skill. The vitality of life is ceaseless? If so, would it not serve as a tremendous boon to his current self? He turned his attention inward, focusing on the Qi Sea, and noted the unrefined ember fire seed. It was no larger than a fingernail, yet the energy contained within was tremendously formidable. Even beyond quantification, as long as this entity existed, Su Xiaoshou endured relentless torment. Every moment, it emitted a searing aura, voraciously eroding his body. Blood, veins, bones. Every cell susceptible to invasion was cloaked in this burning power. Su Xiaoshou's exterior appeared blood-red, yet beneath the surface, he was grievously wounded. Patches of flesh were charred to cinders, and veins were scorched to the point of bursting. Yet the existence of method of breathing allowed him, just as his injuries threatened to worsen, to simply inhale a bit of the red gold pill and instantly recover, buying him some time. However, his supply of red gold pills was running low, leaving him with no scent of their efficacy. Yet, under his scrutiny, he observed that the destroyed veins and bones within him were gradually mending themselves, although the recovery speed was certainly slower than the destruction. It was nonetheless several times more effective than the body's natural healing capability. Su Xiaoshou immediately realized this was the effect of endless life. Therefore, the function of this newly acquired passive skill was to accelerate the recovery of his injuries. It was akin to a timely gift. Without hesitation, with 20 consecutive draws, he still had 20,000 passive points left, so he casually exchanged for 5 skill points, directly investing them into this passive skill. Endless life. The effect was almost visible to the naked eye. Su Xiaoshou felt invigorated, a surge of vitality flooding his body, instantly healing a significant portion of his injuries. Indeed, Su Xiaoshou exclaimed in astonishment. This was a divine skill. He exchanged for 5 more skill points, directly investing them again into endless life. A rich surge of life, energy, transformed into invisible ripples, causing the nearby staff member, who had been secretly observing Su Xiaoshou, to suddenly feel invigorated, startled. He no longer dared to peep, yet felt an overwhelming urge to return home, that if outsiders felt this way. Su Xiaoshou was even less exempt. He gaped in shock, internally examining his physical condition. The destructive force of the ember fire seed was surprisingly matched by endless life, leading to a standstill, both forces evenly balanced. This. Su Xiaoshou was momentarily stunned. This recovery speed was somewhat terrifying. It was worth noting that within just half a day, the Ember Fire Seed had consumed nearly 2 bottles of red gold pills, almost 10 in total. And now, if the recovery speed of Endless Life could counterbalance it, did that not imply that for similar injuries in the future, he would no longer need to consume red gold pills? What a tremendous resource saver. Meanwhile, the ever-curious staff member watched in astonishment as Su Xiaoshou withdrew a 9th-grade spirit sword from his ring and made a deep cut across his palm. Splatter. Blood flew, leaving the staff member utterly aghast. Not only had he fainted for no reason, but now Su Xiaoshou was also engaging in self-harm. Was he truly unwell? Su Xiaoshou, however, was oblivious to these thoughts. He watched as the wound across his palm healed at an astonishing rate. And in no time at all, it was as if nothing had occurred. Not even a scar remained. Damn, Su Xiaoshou finally could not contain his exclamation. The innate level Endless Life was indeed far quicker in recovery than even the red gold pills. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from a distance, and Su Xiaoshou looked over to see the earlier staff member returning. He cradled 10 bottles of pills in his arms, his expression one of disbelief. He had actually managed to procure red gold pills from Elder Xiao. And not just 1 but 10 bottles. An experience that felt surreal. The crucial point was that these pills were entirely gratis. Su Xiaoshou's face broke into a wide grin. You got them? 10 bottles? The staff member, snapping back to reality, nodded dumbly to Su Xiaoshou. Isn't it exhilarating? Speaking with the Grand Elder of the Spirit Law Pavilion in such a manner must be the highlight of your life. The staff member nodded fervently. Isn't it great? There's even better news. Su Xiaoshou waved his hand grandly. It's all yours. The staff member. No, I cannot accept this. These are your possessions, and I absolutely must refuse. He regained his composure, realizing that although he did not understand Su Xiaoshou's bizarre behavior, he still held professional integrity and could not accept bribes. That Su Xiaoshou chuckled. No worries, I insist. You should take them. The staff member shook his head incessantly. Really don't want them? Su Xiaoshou received 10 bottles of elixirs and waved to the enviously gazing staff at the other end, saying, Come, I'll give you some. Staff member A, staff member B, both fell into silence, exchanging glances that revealed mutual restraint and a hint of longing. That Su Xiaoshou stifled a laugh. Don't worry, it's just the 2 of you here. No one will see if you share. The 2 shook their heads. Unable to contain himself, Su Xiaoshou remarked, Must you really dampen my spirits when I'm this happy? 2 bottles each. There's no room for negotiation. The staff members were inclined to refuse, but Su Xiaoshou drew out his sword, Sanku, and with a clang, he drove it into the ground. Will you take them or not? We'll take them. Splendid. Ultimately, for bottles of the elixirs were discreetly distributed, that it was unavoidable. These individuals were far too timid, unwilling to accept gifts without his coercion. However, with both threats and incentives employed, Su Xiaoshou managed to share his joy. After all, these were the precious golden elixirs, renowned for their healing properties, often sought after but rarely obtained. Thus the 2 staff members were more than willing to break their usual restraint. As dusk approached, the 32 competitors were finally narrowed down, and according to tradition, today would see the selection of the top 16, but just as Su Xiaoshou finished distributing the elixirs and was still reveling in his delight, he suddenly heard the referee call his name, prompting him to leave the waiting area and approach the arena. The setting sun cast long shadows, elongating his departing figure. The 2 staff members each held a bottle of golden elixir. Captivated by the extraordinary allure of his golden-scaled silhouette, I never imagined Su Xiaoshou would be like this. Indeed, generous, dashing, and unconventional. Absolutely. Though he can be a bit wild at times, that only adds to his charm. Quite right. What? Chapter 27. Su the Deceiver. I possess a plethora of passive abilities. Out of the cloud platform, the main arena. Su Xiaoshou. Zhou Tianchen. As the sun dipped lower, 2 tall figures stepped into the arena, Zhou Tianchen's waiting area not far from Su Xiaoshou's. And as soon as they emerged, their eyes locked. That Su Xiaoshou took note of the towering blade behind his opponent and the fierce battle intent radiating from his gaze, nodding in satisfaction. Clearly, he was not one to concede easily. After all, this was the advancement round from 32 to 16. Who would willingly forfeit such an opportunity? Zhou Tianqin was remarkably handsome, and his elegant demeanor combined with his diligent mastery of the dominant blade technique added a touch of youthful ferocity. Eliciting screams from the female disciples in the audience that on the arena, he planted his broad, golden dominant blade into the ground, arms crossed atop the hilt, chin slightly raised. Post-heaven sword intent, innate physique. Su Xiaoshou I Zhou Tianqin. Acknowledge your strength. In this outer court, you rank just below me, position 5th on the wind and cloud list. The audience gasped, many captivated by his formidable aura. Zhou Tianqin's words carried an undeniable weight. And coupled with his 4th-ranking prowess, he exuded a remarkable presence that Su Xiaoshou smiled nonchalantly. For the first time, he found himself being challenged upon stepping onto the stage, rather than needing to provoke others. The sensation was refreshingly novel. Before he could respond, Zhou Tianqin continued, "However, my goal this time is the top spot. Thus, you must submit beneath my blade." With that, he drew his golden dominant blade, pointing it at Su Xiaoshou, an overwhelming wave of blade intent surging forth. Crack! The blade intent wreaked havoc, shattering the nearby arena into fragments. Post-heaven blade intent? The audience erupted in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. When did Zhou Tianqin cultivate post-heaven blade intent? My goodness! Look at his mastery. It's definitely been over a year. Su Xiaoshou is in danger. With this blade intent, he could contend against innate fighters that I thought his claim for the top spot was mere bravado, but now it seems far from certain. Xiaoshou was equally taken aback. Realizing that this individual had concealed his abilities so deeply that no one had forced him to reveal his full strength during the group stages or the breakout rounds, that if his opponent had not been Su Xiaoshou, would he have been able to restrain this post-heaven blade intent until the finals? Su Xiaoshou's previously carefree smile faltered. What in the world was happening? Post-heaven blade intent, and effortlessly controlled. He recalled how his own single move, drifting clouds, could drain spiritual power. Then glanced at his opponent. The comparison was utterly unfathomable. Nevertheless, maintaining composure, Su Xiaoshou smirked. "Junior brother Zhou, do take care not to let your tongue slip in the wind." Zhou Tianqin's fierce blade intent momentarily faltered, and the audience erupted in laughter. "Ha! It seems Su Xiaoshou is among the oldest in the outer court." Oldest? He has practically the last one remaining. Those older than him have already entered the inner court, and those weaker than him have failed to advance. So, doesn't that make Su Xiaoshou the undisputed senior brother? Theoretically, yes, but he has been in the outer court for 3 years, previously keeping a low profile, nearly getting expelled from the Spirit Palace. Now, who knows how he suddenly erupted? He is like a dark horse, as if he has been possessed. Ah, you're hilarious, possessed. Thinking about it, even someone as formidable as Momo or Zhao Qingting would be like younger siblings in his presence. Haha, I can't take it anymore. Look at Zhou Tianqin. His face is turning black. Zhou Tianqin's face indeed darkened, but his blade intent intensified even more. Seeing the atmosphere reach a boiling point, Xiaoshou waved his hand. "The match begins." "Wait!" Zhou Tianqin interjected, his blade held horizontally, interrupting Xiaoshou's rising excitement. What sort of contestant was this? Had Su Xiaoshou led them astray, with each one of them behaving so peculiarly? The audience was also curious. Why wasn't he fighting? What more did he want to say? "There is something I must clarify before we begin." Zhou Tianqin stated, "What happened yesterday, while Wenchong's sneak attack on you was indeed shameful. You, Su Xiaoshou, should not have taken his life. A mere reprimand would have sufficed. Yet you resorted to such cruelty." He directed his blade at Su Xiaoshou, an expression of righteous indignation in his eyes. "In my view, you are just a despicable and shameless person, incapable of achieving anything significant." At that moment, Su Xiaoshou longed to drape a cloak over him, sneering, "Is this your reason for delivering a critique before the match even begins, as if to strike first at the heart before the kill?" Zhou Tianqin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for words. "I did not intend to strike first at the heart. I merely stated the facts." "Oh, have you even approached the arena? Can you see clearly?" Su Xiaoshou fired back, You know nothing and come here spouting nonsense, casting aspersions that if I were to say that it was intentional, would you then feel justified in attacking me? That's not it. It's not like that. Zhou Tianqin floundered, his hand gripping the sword shaking. His face flushed red, as though he had something to say but could not find the words. No need to elaborate, Su Xiaoshou interjected, his words landing heavily as if a mountain was pressing down. I know your next statement would be to call me sharp-tongued. No, I didn't. You people always stand atop your moral high ground to reprimand others, yet never consider that these so-called righteous words are the true blades that pierce the heart. Zhou Tianqin retreated repeatedly, his gaze unfocused, his blade intent suppressed beyond recognition by Su Xiaoshou. He suddenly thrust his blade upright, grounding himself, and decided to say no more. What's this? Su Xiaoshou countered. You insist on speaking when you shouldn't. Yet when it comes time to speak up, you're at a loss that if you can't argue, will you resort to violence? Zhou Tianqin, holding his blade, was caught in a dilemma, uncertain whether to strike or refrain. Feeling exceedingly awkward, Su Xiaoshou appeared calm on the surface. But inwardly, he was laughing uncontrollably, realizing that Zhou Tianqin was the type of person who was single-mindedly devoted to his ideals, overflowing with a sense of justice and passion. He often saw only the surface of issues or was easily misled, becoming a pawn in others' schemes, adorably naive. The audience was left in astonishment. Su Xiaoshou's words not only served as the best response to yesterday's incident, but also silenced many with ill intentions. Oh, poor Su Xiaoshou. I misjudged him. The detestable Zhou Tianqin scum, shameless, killing with a heart of malice. Goodness, are you all insane? Shouldn't it be Su Xiaoshou who is the one with a malice-filled heart? Heavens, how is this fellow so eloquent? I almost fell for his charm. Zhou Tianqin, don't be deceived. Pick up your blade and strike him. In the arena, Su Xiaoshou observed the hesitant demeanor of his opponent, who seemed on the verge of conceding, and suddenly realized he had perhaps overstepped, that he quickly added, Junior brother Zhou, while one should not judge solely by appearances, as a competent spirit-refining master, once you step onto the arena, you must never utter words of surrender. Remember, to show fear before battle is a grave taboo. To flee without fighting is a disgrace to a spirit-refining master. To yield is a stain upon one's life. He flicked his sleeve, exuding an ethereal aura, speaking with conviction. Zhou Tianqin, his heart now steady, gripped his golden dominant blade, his battle spirit reigniting, and cupped his hands in salute. Senior brother Su, I have learned much. Su Xiaoshou nodded slightly, presenting an expression of mentorship. Xiaoshou, in the 28th chapter, as the resounding clash of the golden blade and concealed suffering commenced, Su Xiaoshou was violently struck back, his spiritual energy surging within, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. What a thrill! Zhou Tianqin laughed heartily. Continue. Su Xiaoshou's expression turned peculiar, for the first time. His innate physical strength did not favor him, as even the lines he prepared were snatched away. How infuriating! I cannot confront him head-on. Su Xiaoshou pondered, realizing that the opponent's acquired knife intent was undoubtedly of a direct confrontation type. Engaging him in a close-range encounter would surely result in a bloody face. He was tempted to test his innate level of sharpness against him, yet fearing being cleaved in two, he ultimately refrained. Thus, he resolved to hone his acquired sword intent using the opponent's knife techniques. Watching as the adversary unleashed another formidable strike, Su Xiaoshou gripped concealed suffering, recalling the myriad sword techniques he had gleaned in the white cloud illusion. The lethal techniques, long hidden in his mind, surged forth. With the golden blade at its apex, Su Xiaoshou angled his sword to parry, witnessing the overwhelming blade slice perilously close to his face. With a flick of his wrist, he employed a technique imbued with the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Forcefully repelling the golden blade, swoosh! A sword aimed at the throat slashed through, causing Zhou Tianqin to lean back sharply. Several strands of hair, cascading down, he deftly rolled away, pivoting the golden blade with a surge of spiritual energy. Striking fiercely at Su Xiaoshou's knee. Clang! Su Xiaoshou's sword failed to connect, and he reversed concealed suffering, embedding it into the ground, precisely wedged between the blade and guard of the golden knife, resonating with a thunderous hum. Their gazes locked, the air crackled with tension, both perceiving the fervor igniting in each other's eyes. That Su Xiaoshou's arm trembled, instantly propelling them apart. As the first round concluded in a flash, the audience erupted in cheers, their blood surging with excitement. It has begun. Acquired knife intent versus acquired sword intent. My heavens, what a close call. One misstep could either mean Zhou Tiansan's throat is sealed or Su Xiaoshou's leg severed. This battle promises to be spectacular. Indeed, their reactions are astonishingly swift. This is the caliber expected in a promotion match, as opposed to those overwhelming displays we've seen before. Exactly, in just a few moments, life and death have already hung in the balance multiple times. The spectators, still buzzing with enthusiasm, observe Zhou Tiancan stabilizing his stance with the knife, refraining from attacking, instead bellowing with exuberance. Su Xiaoshou, receive my strike 9 tides. 9 tides was a relentless knife technique, each wave surpassing the last, should it gain momentum. Combined with the fluidity of acquired knife intent, who could withstand it? He raised the knife slowly, its blade ascending inch by inch, his aura surging with each increment. The swordsman across from him fell silent, promptly closing his eyes, and in an instant, the arena transformed with swirling clouds. Even the flying sand appeared to slow. The contrasting realms of intent intertwined, the enmity between sword and knife palpable. Crack! The arena beneath them groaned under the strain, the barrier quaking violently. The audience sat upright, fingers intertwined. Even Xiaoshou squinted, her focus heightened to its zenith. That it felt as though intentions were bursting forth, shaking the very heavens. That I am the next breath. Zhou Tiancan swung down his knife, transforming his intent into a surging tide of lethal force. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshou's eyes widened in fury, his sword sweeping through the air as if the clouds embraced the sun, capturing the tide within its grasp. Clang, clang, clang. The audience held their breath, astonished to witness the emergence of true forms between the two, where the tide met the clouds. The interplay of blade and sword created a cacophony of clashing sounds. Wow! This is incredible, one spectator exclaimed, only to be silenced by another. Show quiet. Su Xiaoshou's garments rustled as his hand became a blur, appearing languid like drifting clouds, yet moving with astonishing speed. Countless beams of sword light erupted from concealed suffering, the 9th-grade spirit sword, now unleashed in its full glory, humming with excitement. Nevertheless, he continually had to evade the knife lights he could not contend with, and despite this, his garments displayed splatters of crimson. Sustained damage, passive value 1. Sustained damage, passive value 1. The information bar refreshed incessantly. Zhou Tiansan's knife intent was unmatched, and even a mere graze could inflict immense pain, with the overwhelming force lingering in the wounds, making recovery nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Yet, at this moment, the terrifying regenerative power of endless vitality manifested. With each wound that opened, this passive skill activated, allowing the indelible knife intent to be mended almost instantaneously. Su Xiaoshou's heart soared with joy, thinking to himself that this basic passive skill was incredible for recovering health. Zhou Tiancan, on the other hand, was a representation of standing firm, not moving an inch, as just a few strikes forced Su Xiaoshou to retreat step by step. Ha, Su Xiaoshou, you have no counter. Once the 9 tides knife intent is unleashed, not only can I take you down, but even an innate level opponent like me can be severed, let alone your mere acquired sword intent. It was undeniable that the battlefield appeared overwhelmingly tilted in Zhou Tiansan's favor. With Su Xiaoshou on the verge of being pushed off the stage, Su Xiaoshou, hold on. Get up. Fight back. You cannot let yourself be defeated. Wah. You're covered in blood, Su Xiaoshou. I'm so worried. Xiaoshou, don't hold on any longer. Come to your sister's embrace. I can't bear to see so much blood. Su Xiaoshou was indeed drenched in blood, but it was merely an illusion that he strived to minimize the cost while seeking survival beneath the onslaught of blades, ensuring that his injuries were neither fatal nor impairing his movement. And with endless vitality, operating fervently, his condition was nearly at its peak. With every sword technique he unleashed, Su Xiaoshou transformed into a ravenous sponge. absorbing Zhou Tiansan's strikes, continuously reflecting the knowledge he had acquired, the previously untapped sword techniques coalescing in an instant. Just as he was about to tumble off the stage, he unhesitatingly exchanged 2 skill points, directly enhancing sword mastery. Sword mastery, acquired LV.2. Sword mastery, acquired LV.3. In an instant, an ocean of knowledge flooded his mind, but Xiaoshou let out a mighty roar as he weaved through the blade lights, gathering all knife intent in a single stroke before thrusting outward with renewed vigor. Boom! The void shattered, the barrier resonating. As Zhou Tianquan was sent reeling backward, astonished, the audience was equally perplexed, each person grasping for understanding. Did Xiaoshou just break through? It seems so. Under such intense pressure, he managed a counterattack. That final retraction of the sword resembles the second form of the white cloud sword technique. Clouds roll and unroll. But how does the subsequent counterattack fit in? The third form of the white cloud sword technique SMT like that. This, if you ask me, who can I ask? Xiaoshou indeed experienced a breakthrough, and that strike was inspired by D. Sheener. However, he had never successfully cultivated the second form before, so in a moment of desperation, he altered the sword technique, inadvertently steering the white cloud sword technique in a different direction. In truth, although he had embarked upon the path with white clouds floating, his swordsmanship had transcended the original white cloud sword technique. Xiaoshou's eyes brimmed with astonishment. This Xiaoshou had audaciously modified his sword technique in the heat of battle using his sword intent. Such a feat was something even the sword sect would hesitate to attempt. To achieve such prowess solely through sword intent was indeed unparalleled. Xiaoshou, drenched in a rain of blood, appeared even more crimson, his garments torn, hair matted with blood. Nevertheless, he still wore a smirk, lifting his sword inviting. Junior brother Zhou, could you go a bit faster? Don't hold back. Zhou Tianquan, having been thwarted in his 9 tides, was still seething with rage. His expression twisted as he drew his blade with a sneer. That suits me just fine. In the 29th chapter, as the rampant knife intent flooded the arena with his declaration, it converged entirely into the golden blade. Zhou Tianquan gripped the blade with both hands, causing it to tremble and unleash a blinding radiance that Xiaoshou's pupils contracted. This fellow still had a trump card. He grasped concealed suffering, and the once unruly 9th-grade spirit sword let out a whimper. As if feeling wronged, Xiaoshou's expression darkened. He knew that with his current level of sword intent, it was unlikely he could withstand this move. Without hesitation, he exchanged 3 more skill points, further enhancing sword mastery. Sword mastery, acquired LV.6. In the blink of an eye, a fresh surge of knowledge flooded in. Gazing at Zhou Tiansan's golden blade, he seemed to glean something in the next moment. An ethereal sword intent coalesced around him as Xiaoshou grasped concealed suffering, drawing in boundless knife intent. Zhou Tianquan. The audience, witnessing the identical stances of the two, was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Xiaoshou can also perform Zhou Tiansan's knife techniques. Impossible! Isn't that stance from the innate spiritual technique immortal, lifting the mountain? How can Xiaoshou do it too? Is he stealing techniques on the spot? My heavens, that is too monstrous. Stealing an innate spiritual technique. Are you joking? Xiaoshou was unaware of Zhou Tiansan's knife techniques. He couldn't unleash that golden radiance. Yet this stance was precisely the latest technique he had just comprehended. White clouds floating too. Immortal lifting the mountain. The two simultaneously drew their blades. Zhou Tiansan's golden blade soaring, unleashing a towering wave of golden sword light. The murderous intent surging forth, tearing through the arena as it cleaved towards Xiaoshou, leaving no avenue for escape. Strangely, as Xiaoshou drew his sword, not a single sound escaped him, as if he were merely teasing the air. The audience collectively dropped their jaws, and Xiaoshou felt his heart skip a beat. After all that feinting, it turned out he was simply unsheathing his sword. This was life-threatening. Instinctively, he wanted to rush forward, only to see Xiaoshou, in response to the golden blade light, delicately perform a flourish with his sword and slowly retract Sanku. A powerful suction emerged, transforming the void into a swirling vortex of clouds. as Su Xiaoshou effortlessly pushed aside the tearing golden light. But it didn't end there. He spun around and sent the golden light back with a flourish. Zhou Tianshan was dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this that could redirect his innate spiritual technique? Immortal's mountain lifting style. This technique had nearly drained his spiritual energy, and now he was compelled to forcefully unleash a strike to completely counter the terrifying onslaught of Immortal's mountain lifting style. The two golden lights collided with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless golden scales that cascaded like a beautiful shower of gold. Amidst this stunning display, a figure wielding a sword gracefully approached. Zhou Tianshan, however, could hardly pay attention to it. Su Xiaoshou's swordplay was as elusive as an antelope's antlers, leaving no trace. Such a divine sword technique left him shaken, reminiscent of the time his grandfather had introduced him to the way of the sword in his youth. Is there such a way to wield a sword? What about the blade? He fell into profound contemplation, unintentionally forgetting he was in the midst of battle that Su Xiaoshou, with no choice but to halt his swordplay, pointed the black sword at Zhou Tianshan's forehead. Yet, even so, he could not fully control the intent of his sword, resulting in a crimson mark upon Zhou Tianshan's brow. To Su Xiaoshou's astonishment, Zhou Tianshan had not yet regained consciousness. This was a battle, for heaven's sake. Could he not show some respect for his opponent? Just as Su Xiaoshou intended to retract his sword, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhou Tianshan's body, sending Su Xiaoshou sprawling back. All eyes were transfixed on the void as torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into Zhou Tianshan's being, accompanied by an ethereal melody that seemed to whisper secrets of the celestial, overwhelming the senses. Drink! Zhou Tianshan suddenly opened his eyes, his breath ascending from the 10th level of spiritual refinement to the innate realm. With a powerful shout, his blade intent surged forth, shattering the barrier entirely. That Su Xiaoshou, stunned, thought, "What in the world is happening? Breakthrough in the midst of battle. Are you cheating?" With no time to ponder further, he sprang to his feet. Zhou Tianshan, already terrifying at the 10th level, would be utterly formidable if he stepped into the innate realm. Unexpectedly, after finishing his shout, Zhou Tianshan sheathed his blade and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior Su, for your mercy. I was reckless. Just from that single retraction of your sword, I can tell you are indeed a true gentleman." Xiaoshou snapped back to reality and waved his hand, declaring, "The match is over. Su Xiaoshou wins." He understood that had Su Xiaoshou not retracted his sword, Zhou Tianshan would not only have broken through, but might have lost his life here. Of course, with him watching, such a fate was clearly impossible. However, victory was victory, and in a life-and-death battle, one could not expect an opponent to grant opportunities for breakthroughs. The fight had concluded the moment Su Xiaoshou retracted his sword. That Su Xiaoshou held his black sword aloft and smiled, neither affirming nor denying Zhou Tianshan's praise. Zhou Tianshan, feeling a flush of embarrassment, recalled how he had boasted before the match about Su Xiaoshou's ruthless nature, only to find himself spared by the very ruthless Su Xiaoshou. It was a bitter irony. Good. His gaze shifted, thoughts racing, and he nodded earnestly at Su Xiaoshou. "I've decided. Zhou Tianshan, count you as my friend." Su Xiaoshou waved his hand and left the stage, not wishing to engage in further conversation with this straightforward fellow. This match had undoubtedly been the most challenging he had faced thus far. The previous match against Lu Zhen had its difficulties, but with Zhou Tianshan he had gained so much more, particularly the last stroke, akin to a divine revelation. He hadn't even had time to name it. The moment of inspiration had flashed by, and he had executed it with the sword, a state of unity with the blade, the technique, and the intent, all seamlessly intertwined that it felt as if everything was naturally harmonious. Utterly liberating. Upon unleashing that strike, even Su Xiaoshou himself was taken aback. He needed to return and contemplate this further. Zhou Tianshan's breakthrough into the innate realm had shattered the barrier, flooding the information panel with an overwhelming influx of data. However, Su Xiaoshou could not concern himself with that now. He was solely focused on refining his swordplay. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, some in admiration, others in astonishment, but most, however, were filled with regret. Almost everyone present pondered a singular possibility. Had Zhou Tianshan awakened just a moment sooner, perhaps the outcome of the match would have been altogether different. The only exception was the chief judge, Xiaoshou, who stood in a daze, watching Xiaoshou's retreating figure, speechless. His earlier declaration of match over, which had come a moment too late, was not due to waiting for Zhou Tianshan to concede, but rather because he had been utterly captivated by Xiaoshou's swordplay, the antelope's antlers, the immortal strike, completely discarding spiritual techniques, forgetting swordplay, and engaging purely in sword intent to battle, reacting instinctively. Wasn't this the ultimate state of the strongest sword cultivator, as once described by the eighth sword immortal? He was left in a state of shock. Perhaps at this moment, even Xiaoshou himself had not realized just how formidable it was to fight purely with sword intent. Yet he saw the silhouette of a rising strongest sword cultivator. He waved his hand to quell the audience's excitement and reactivated the drawing curtain. The matches shall continue. Chapter 30. The reverse application of breath technique, Heightened Lake. Surrounded by railings and willows, the aura of spiritual energy was palpable. Xiaoshou had not come to wander aimlessly. He held his sword, meticulously observing his surroundings, hoping to encounter that old man with the grass hat and dark circles under his eyes once more. Should they meet, he intended to fulfill the vow he had made last time. Unfortunately, as the full moon ascended, he still had not spotted the old man. The tranquility of Heightened Lake was indeed ideal for cultivation. And during the waiting period, Xiaoshou quickly integrated his insights from the sword path he had gained that afternoon. After achieving mastery of swordsmanship, his perception of the sword path seemed to have been forcibly elevated several levels. And at such a high level, his aptitude for swordsmanship appeared to be continuously improving alongside the rise in the passive skills level. Once he calmed his mind, he soon comprehended much. For instance, during his battle with Di Shiner, he had perceived countless flaws in her swordplay. At the time, he had thought her swordsmanship lacking, but now it seemed his own level had surpassed that of an ordinary person. Only someone like Zhou Tianshan, who had similarly grasped the after-the-fact blade path, could exert pressure on him within these realms of understanding. Lacking a mentor, Xiaoshou could only rely on his own continuous reflection and study of his sword intent. The more he studied, the more he felt that fighting purely with sword intent seemed far more reasonable and natural than engaging with spiritual techniques, that he scratched his head, lost in thought. It must be an illusion. After all, I only know one technique of White Cloud's swordplay. What right do I have to discuss which is superior between the two? He quickly abandoned this promising line of thought. Had a great master of swordsmanship come to enlighten him, perhaps he would have pursued this direction further. But clearly, he lacked such an opportunity. Above his dantian, the amberlight seed burned like a blazing sun, scorching his chi seed to a deep red. Within the span of just one day, Xiaoshou's spiritual energy had been battered into a state of disarray. Each time he circulated his energy, the searing spiritual force would tear through his meridians that if the innate body suffered thus, then this would surely obliterate an ordinary person within mere seconds. While correspondingly his offensive power had greatly increased, it was akin to wounding 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 points of damage upon himself. I must completely refine this thing. Otherwise, even with endless life, I estimate that in just a few days, while my body may remain intact, my cultivation will be rendered useless. He glanced at his mind's eye, noting the passive points, 27, 899, that originally, after his battle with Zhou Tianshan that afternoon, he had used 5,000 passive points to upgrade mastery of swordsmanship, leaving him with just over 5,000. However, after being scorched for more than 3 hours, his passive points had surged by over 20,000. Though some of that was due to the enthusiastic audience's contributions. While an increase in passive points was undoubtedly a good thing, the internal scorching was excruciatingly painful. Xiaoshou would rather be pummeled by 100 people on the arena for half a day than endure this torment. Moreover, he was still uncertain about the potential risks of this thing being situated atop his chi si. Damn that old man. He resolved to completely refine it tonight. That Xiaoshou retrieved 2 crimson gold pills, squeezing them in his hand, and after some contemplation, he exchanged 5 skill points to enhance breath technique. Breath technique, postnatal LV.6. Having advanced 5 levels, Xiaoshou felt no change whatsoever. This was perhaps the only passive skill that yielded no reaction upon leveling up. However, upon seeing the information, he instinctively shuddered. In terms of fear, he dreaded breath technique the most. Initially, he had planned not to upgrade this technique until he entered the innate realm, but now he had no choice. If he attempted to refine the Emberlight seed later and the potency of the crimson gold pills fell short, he would be in serious trouble. Furthermore, his body had developed considerable resistance to the recent influx of medicinal pills, significantly diminishing the sensations, which was why he felt confident in upgrading by 5 levels at once. With these preparations made, Xiaoshou attempted for the first time to mobilize his spiritual energy to actively engage with the Emberlight seed. His spiritual energy surged forth. But upon encountering the Emberlight seed, it suddenly scorched away, leaving only a thread of energy. Seizing the moment, Xiaoshou utilized that slender thread of spiritual energy to draw forth the energy from within the seed. A surge of searing heat surged forth, striking Xiaoshou as if struck by lightning, causing his entire being to tremble. Merely extracting a few strands of this elemental fire's power instantaneously obliterated his meridians, leaving him in a wretched state. Yet, endless vitality once again exhibited its formidable prowess, swiftly restoring him to his former condition, rendering the prepared crimson gold pill temporarily unnecessary. Blood streamed from Xiaoshou's 7 orifices, and he was beset by excruciating pain that in exchange for the torment of his ravaged flesh and the agony of instantaneous regeneration, he refined the extracted elemental fire, fully assimilating it into his chi. Sensing a qualitative transformation in his spiritual power, what had once been ordinary spiritual energy now felt as though it possessed a hint of fire attribute. To his astonishment, he had grasped a fragment of the innate power characteristic of advanced practitioners during his postnatal phase. If he could fully refine it, would he not then be able to confront innate beings with his postnatal cultivation? Xiaoshou pondered deeply. It seemed that the old man's intention in having him consume this substance was indeed benevolent. Should he successfully refine the Ember Fire seed, his strength could soar to new heights. Resolutely, Xiaoshou focused, realizing that the refining process was excruciatingly slow. The gradual refinement of this elemental fire would likely take no less than half a month. Despite having been tormented by this force earlier in the day, the realization that he was indeed qualified to refine this substance made him, despite the pain, begin to resent the sluggish pace of the process. One could not deny that this fellow was audacious. He endured the intolerable agony of refinement without a single complaint, gritting his teeth and persevering. How can I accelerate this process? Xiaoshou mused, wiping the blood from his face, his gaze fixed on the plump goose frolicking in the water, contemplating for quite some time. Currently, he possessed only one method to refine the Ember Fire seed, which was to utilize a conventional mental technique for the process, resulting in continued suffering and excruciatingly slow progress. However, in his daily practice, he employed the breathing technique, treating it entirely as a mental method. If that were the case, could he not utilize the breathing technique for refinement? Breathing technique, Xiaoshou murmured softly, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. This basic passive skill, which he had merely regarded as a method for cultivation and healing, was never explicitly described as a mental technique, but rather as a fundamental passive skill that might possess other applications. Breathing technique. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Xiaoshou struck his forehead, realizing that in its literal interpretation, his previous cultivation and healing had, at best, only utilized the inhale aspect of the breathing technique, while he had never employed the exhale portion. Since I can draw energy into my chi through the inhalation power of the medicinal pill, could I not expel the energy from the Ember Fire seed using the exhalation power? Xiaoshou was taken aback by his own idea, but felt a strong sense of feasibility. Action was better than idle thought. He immediately adjusted his breathing, took a deep breath of air, and then directed his focus entirely on the Ember Fire seed, visualizing an ordinary breath while simultaneously channeling the intention to expel the Ember Fire seed. A hissing sound erupted. A torrent of searing energy was drawn from the Ember Fire seed, flowing through his trachea and out of his mouth, scorching everything in its path like molten lava. Xiaoshou was suddenly choked and coughed up blood, as the intense energy erupted from his mouth and nose, leaving him with the sensation that his throat had been half melted, nearly resulting in his demise. Yet, the existence of endless vitality, inexplicably sustained a breath of life. And he hastily seized the crimson gold pill in his hand, inhaling it forcefully. What the hell? The moment after consuming the pill, panic gripped Xiaoshou, that he watched in horror as the crimson gold pill dissolved in a gas between his fingers. While the massive surge of pure, searing energy that had just been expelled surged back into his mouth and nostrils with his inhalation. Under the moonlight, on the opposite shore of Goose Lake, an elderly man with a straw hat perched on a willow branch suddenly trembled violently, nearly falling from his perch. Is this kid out of his mind? P.S. Confirming the update schedule. 2 chapters a day. Released at noon 12 o'clock and evening 19:00, and this will be the norm henceforth. Also, a request for recommendation votes. Chapter 31. Complete refinement. Half of Xiaoshou's body felt as though it had been plunged into an icy abyss, while the other half was engulfed in a volcanic inferno. The sensations of relief and torment arrived simultaneously, as his flesh was ravaged by the searing energy, while being simultaneously restored by the crimson gold pill and endless vitality. This extreme interplay of ice and fire, entangled within him, afforded Xiaoshou only the experience of pain. Clack, clack, clack. Xiaoshou's teeth chattered, completely losing control over the energy, and in truth, the breathing technique was also beyond his control. The two forces racing through his body tore apart his meridians and surged into his qi, causing it to emit a sound as if it were about to rupture. The agony was maddening. The acrid scent of burning filled the air, and Xiaoshou's position on the grass was instantly incinerated, while the nearby willows transitioned from vibrant green to a charred black, and the white jade railing appeared as if smeared with soot. The plump goose, terrified, scuttled about, feeling as though the lake was on the verge of boiling over. Within Xiaoshou, the searing energy sought to erupt after entering his qi, but unexpectedly, under the powerful transformation of the breathing technique, it merely circled around once before being suppressed. That he retrieved another crimson gold pill. Inhaling it deeply, the euphoria swiftly overpowering the pain, leading to a rapid restoration of his decaying body. A resounding hum echoed, sending ripples through the nearby mud and grass, bending the willows, and causing the white jade railing to explode with a loud bang. Gurgling sounds filled the air as a portion of the Goose Lake's water boiled away, bubbles rising, and the fish revealing their bellies, leaving only a group of plump geese trembling in a distant corner. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the old man in the straw hat, mid-flight, suddenly dove in a Goose Lake. Xiaoshou opened his eyes, cold sweat mingling with blood cascading down his face, and he repeatedly patted his chest. I survived. With just a single breath, the ember fire seed had visibly shrunk, while his cultivation realm surged significantly, leaping forward from the 7th level of spirit refinement. The searing energy was being suppressed, and the injuries within him were rapidly healing at a visibly accelerated rate, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout his body. The combined restorative power of endless vitality and the breathing technique, alongside the consumption of a crimson gold pill, manifested in full force at this moment. That Xiaoshou wiped away the blood and sweat, discovering that apart from his grotesque exterior and some fatigue, he was in a state indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. What the hell? This recovery ability is astounding. Yet, upon recalling the earlier agony, Xiaoshou could not help but shudder. Did I end his qi? The ember fire seed now appeared quite aggrieved, having diminished in size, while its destructive pace was entirely suppressed by endless vitality. Xiaoshou inhaled a few breaths of fresh air. Observing his body gradually recovering, gritting his teeth, he resolutely sat down once more, a fierce determination etched upon his face. Pain is pain. He had endured torment in his previous life. Moreover, though this force was painful, it was only temporary. Since leaving it would surely lead to disaster, it was better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Therefore, he decided to refine it thoroughly tonight. He took out a spirit refinement pill and consumed it entirely, restoring himself to peak condition. With a grim visage, Xiaoshou expelled another vast surge of red energy from his mouth and nostrils, causing the air itself to ripple with heat, and he audaciously swallowed it down along with the crimson gold pill once more. Below Goose Lake, the old man tightly grasped his straw hat, utterly astonished, having completely forgotten that he was still in the water. sputtering and choking several times. Previously, having heard tales of an innate practitioner emerging from the outer courtyard, he had casually forced the Ember Fire seed into this young man's body, harboring the hope of creating a fire attribute genius, with the risk of merely losing a life being negligible. However, after observing for a day, he began to feel a stirring of emotions. The individual who had initially struggled to endure had, for some reason, managed to suppress the agonizing pain solely with the crimson gold pill, even managing to ascend the platform to fight. Perhaps the spectators merely saw him charred crimson and mocked him for consuming drugs prior to the competition. Yet only those who had similarly ingested the Ember Fire seed could fathom the immense suffering he had endured. Thus, when the young man brazenly demanded more, he seized the opportunity, sending 10 vials of his crafted crimson gold pill through the hands of Xiaoshou. Under the moonlight, the young man's training at Goose Lake astonished him yet again, as this fellow audaciously abandoned any semblance of refinement and began to voraciously consume. Did he not fear death? At this moment, the old man in the straw hat could no longer bear to watch. He intended to intervene. But as he flew halfway, he found that this young man, relying on his unique technique and immense willpower, had forcibly endured through another wave of agony. This was not the end. After merely a few breaths, he astonishingly sat down once more to train again. What kind of monster was this? Did he not feel pain? The old man was flabbergasted. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure by chance. With such immense willpower, this child had a promising future. This precious disciple was surely his to claim. The sudden commotion at Goose Lake naturally drew the attention of the enforcement personnel from the Spiritual Law Pavilion. And soon, a group of figures clad in black appeared nearby, while Xiaoshou remained utterly oblivious. "Stand down." The old man suddenly soared above the lake's surface, steam rising as the moisture evaporated from his body. Pressing down on his straw hat, his voice somewhat hoarse, the enforcement personnel halted, craning their necks to gaze at the silhouette beneath the radiant full moon, emaciated and unremarkable. However, sensing the faint aura of scorching energy emanating from him, they were all taken aback. Weisstein, Old Sang, the front row exchanged bewildered glances, incredulity etched upon their faces. "When did you return?" The leader of the group smacked the head of the speaker, who lowered his head in acknowledgement and hurriedly departed. "Yes." The others followed suit, quickly dispersing. Old Sang removed his straw hat, standing atop the white jade railing. The evening breeze caressed his wrinkled garments, whisking away a few dry blades of grass from atop his head that a flock of plump geese gathered at his feet, honking raucously in a desperate quest for safety. Yet within the depths of his dark, sunken eyes, there was but a solitary figure. "Ha!" A faint smile flickered across Sang Lao's face, as if a thought had crossed his mind. This night at Goose Lake was destined to be anything but tranquil, and the jade railings were in urgent need of repair. For in the distance, waves of scorching heat emanated from a young boy, wreaking havoc with astonishing force. Bang, bang, bang. The following day at noon, disciples from the outer court entered the spectator area, their expressions weary and dispirited. Damn it, was the Spirit Palace undergoing renovations last night? It was so noisy. Did you all hear it? It must have been from the direction of Goose Lake. My courtyard is nearby, and it was unbearably loud that if nothing had happened, I would have thought there was an invasion. What noise? I was near Goose Lake too. How is that possible? Are you deaf? Oh, my apologies. I just remembered I have a soundproof formation. Sigh. Having money does have its perks. Damn. Xiaoshou, bearing his own set of dark circles, entered the cloud-soaring platform, appearing as a victim. Unbeknownst to others that he was the very sinner they spoke of, he quickly slipped into the waiting area, finally feeling at ease. Usually, his practice consisted of sleeping, especially in his own courtyard where the soundproof formation ensured that no noise would disturb him. This habit, when brought to Goose Lake, had exploded into chaos, leaving him uncertain whether it would affect his opponent. If it did, that would be splendid. After a night of refinement, the Emberlight spark had completely vanished, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the seventh realm that a breakthrough was possible, but unnecessary. Through relentless tempering, Xiaoshou had further solidified his previous level. Reflecting on the process was truly moving. Xiaoshou continued with the advancement matches from 16 to 8, while Su Xiaoshou instructed the staff and drifted into slumber that he was utterly exhausted. During his usual training, he would breathe through dreams. 2 consecutive days without rest had truly left him unaccustomed. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, only to be jolted awake by a staff member who approached with 2 bottles, slapping him squarely on the face. Smack! Wake up! It's your turn! Chapter 32. The Signature Startled, Passive Value 1. Su Xiaoshou sprang up, surveying his surroundings, only to realize he was in the waiting area. Covering his face, he looked at the staff member with a hurt expression. Why did you hit me? The staff member wore an innocent expression. 3 large question marks gradually appearing on his face, but Su Xiaoshou glanced at the staff member's hands, noticing the absence of a pill bottle. It's time for the match, the staff member declared coolly. Su Xiaoshou finally distinguished reality from dream, awkwardly exiting the waiting area. Su Xiaoshou, go for it. Su Xiaoshou, hang in there. Su Xiaoshou, champion. As he stepped outside, the audience's cheers startled him that he quickly spotted nearly everyone standing and celebrating. He was taken aback. Although he had received cheers before, there had been plenty of jeers as well. Why were they so supportive today? They clearly hadn't slept well. Little did he know. After days of consecutive defeats, the 7th-ranked Wen Chong and the 4th-ranked Zhou Tiancan, he had become a favorite to win. Encouraged, passive value, 442. Cheered, passive value, 665. Streams of information flooded his mind, and Su Xiaoshou waved back with a grin, leisurely making his way toward the arena. Passive value, 44820. Passive value, 45611. Passive value, 46002. Su Xiaoshou's eyes nearly crinkled with joy. Although the process of refining the Emberlight spark last night was painful in the final hours, it had shone brilliantly, contributing nearly 20,000 to his passive value. And now, the passive value continued to surge. Su Xiaoshou, hurry up! Xiao Qishou's irritable voice rang out, prompting Su Xiaoshou to quicken his pace as he entered the barrier. Instantly feeling a sense of clarity, but he began to understand why the battle of winds and clouds required a barrier. Opposite him stood a charming girl, clad in a light yellow dress, her hair neatly arranged. With a pair of phoenix eyes, wielding a flexible bone whip that cracked against the ground with each step, exuding vitality, Li Xinjing, at the 10th level of spirit refinement, Su Xiaoshou intended to speak. But the young girl preempted him, her face adorned with mischief. To fear before battle is a grave mistake. To flee without fighting, what comes after that, never mind. Li Jianjing tivilet had heap semaking had for the hat pilai for li Xiaoshou. I've seen your matches. You're amazing. Could you give me your autograph later? Admired, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou bashfully scratched his head, surprised to discover he had a fan among his opponents that he quickly suppressed the mocking retort that nearly escaped his lips and nodded in agreement. Li Xinjing's face lit up with joy, giggling mischievously. Xiao Qishou, wearing a stoic expression, waved his hand. The match begins. In a display of magnanimity, Su Xiaoshou gestured for her to strike first, only for Li Xinjing to raise her hands and blink her large eyes. I concede. Su Xiaoshou's face darkened. She had stolen his line only to concede right after? What kind of fan are you, unaware that I desperately need passive value? Seeing his change in expression, Li Xinjing quickly explained. Zhang Fu is still lying in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, unable to participate in the ranking matches. I refuse to fight you. I want to compete in the rankings. The match is over. Su Xiaoshou wins. Xiao Qishou, hastily swallowing a mouthful of water, raised his hand again. The audience immediately began murmuring, astonished that anyone would forfeit a match at this stage of the competition, effectively relinquishing the rewards that lay ahead. How boring. Why not fight properly? I wanted to see Su Xiaoshou's performance. I think Li Xinjing made a wise choice. She is only at the 10th level, and she surely can't compete with Su Xiaoshou at the 7th level. Preserving her strength for the subsequent ranking matches is a smart move. Listen to the nonsense you're spouting. After conceding, Li Xinjing skipped over to Su Xiaoshou, eagerly extending a spirit pen and bouncing with excitement. Autograph. Su Xiaoshou was taken aback. Where shall I sign? Li Xinjing generously extended her hand, her delicate fingers bright against the palm. Here. She subtly glanced towards the audience, which seemed to be in a frenzy. Yet within the arena, they could hear nothing. Outside, a girl in the front row was screaming frantically. Li Xinjing, stop right there. Su Xiaoshou is mine. Li Xinjing made a silly face at her friend, beaming with pride. Humph, serves you right for not practicing diligently. Now you can only envy me from the sidelines. That Su Xiaoshou, unfazed, grasped her hand, feeling its warmth and softness that he swiftly signed, never concede to anyone in the future. It's a loss. Oh, it's not a loss. Li Xinjing, being a blossoming young girl of 16 or 17, blushed fiercely when caught in such a public display. Regardless of how thick-skinned she usually was, the tingling sensation in her hand urged her to pull away. But she stubbornly held on, meekly replying, "Thank you." Just as the signature was completed, the young girl turned and bolted away, and Su Xiaoshou called out, "Hey, your spirit pin." Without looking back, she shouted, "It's a gift for you." Su Xiaoshou glanced at Xiaoshou, who shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with nostalgia and emotion. Not hurrying him to leave, Su Xiaoshou could only tuck the spirit pin into his ring. The girl in the front row was beside herself, her eyes blazing as she charged toward the newly exited Li Xinjing, too fast for the staff to stop her. "Li Xinjing, today is your doom. Watch my heavenly flying kick." "Wait, look at you. Are you really going to kick?" "What? I am so smitten. Just chop off my hand." As Su Xiaoshou exited the barrier, he glanced at the information panel, feeling inexplicably dizzy. Disdained, passive value, 333. Disdained, passive value, 333. What was going on? Though he had won without bloodshed, shouldn't victory be met with encouragement and praise? What was happening? Just moments ago, they had cheered for him, and now they were turning against him. Ah, humanity. Su Xiaoshou forced a smile, waving at everyone in an attempt to salvage the situation. Disdained, passive value, 886. Su Xiaoshou. In the waiting area, Su Xiaoshou squatted on a rest chair, unable to sleep amidst the fervor. With the competition reaching this stage, he had successfully entered the top 8 according to the schedule. He still had one match to compete in today, and if victorious, he could vie for the championship the following day. Will I win the championship? Su Xiaoshou felt uncertain. Had he not faced Zhou Tianquan yesterday, he might have believed he could claim victory. But with Zhou Tianquan's formidable power at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, who knew how strong the others at the innate level might be? Su Xiaoshou shook the cup of water in his hand, lost in thought. The term 8 was indeed a broad classification that encompasses the realms of Yuan Ting, Juwu, and Shangling after undergoing the 10 realms of spirit refinement. The spirit refiners grasp the heavenly principles and carve out their Yuan Ting at the Purple Mansion, that if successful, they may awaken the innate powers of their attributes, thus achieving the state of prenatal. As for what these innate attribute powers entail, they are indeed diverse and peculiar, varying from person to person. They could manifest as the 5 elements or as conceptual realms, such as the sword of ice rivers wielded by Chao Qingting, or the blade that shatters prenatal reality by Zhou Tianquan. What Su Xiaoshou fears is precisely this. Although his passive abilities can already be considered as innate spiritual techniques, there are indeed limitations. At the very least, he lacks innate attribute powers, which places him at a significant disadvantage compared to those genuine contenders for the championship. But Su Xiaoshou gazed towards his Qi and could not help but smile bitterly. The spiritual energy, there was a deep crimson black, brimming with a scorching aura, a testament to his desperate efforts the previous night. Yet, in comparison to true, innate attribute powers, it still fell short by half. Alas! Su Xiaoshou sighed in resignation. He had initially hoped to ascend to the championship throne with his existing strength, but it seemed increasingly unrealistic that he turned his focus back to his mind. Passive value, 48226. Chapter 33. A malady strikes again. Currently, Su Xiaoshou possessed 5 passive abilities, 3 of which were already innate, while the remaining 2 awaited upgrades at LV.6. With a reserve of 10,000 passive points, he still had an impressive surplus of 38,000 to utilize. After drawing endless vitality last time, he had also obtained 3 passive keys, prompting him to purchase 7 more keys. Aiming for a 10-fold draw, he clasped his hands together and silently prayed for good fortune from the heavens. The red roulette of the shop remained shrouded in a gray mist as Xiaoshou inserted the keys one by one. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly, "May the luck of the European Emperor bless me." In the waiting area, two staff members exchanged knowing glances upon hearing his exuberant exclamation. "Here we go again." One crouched by the corner while the other stood, both wearing expressions of curiosity as they silently observed Xiaoshou. The staff member below nudged the one above with his head. "Go prepare the rescue tools." "Wait, let me see too." "Hurry up. Or what if something goes wrong again?" Xiaoshou sat on a resting chair, turning his gaze to the information bar. "Thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. 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 One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage." Thud. The two staff members behind the wall stood petrified at Xiaoshou's devout demeanor, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the ground, their faces reflecting a knowing expression. The person above quickly turned to fetch elixirs and tools, while the one below dashed out, pondering whether artificial respiration would be necessary. The Xiaoshou, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly turned his head. "What are you doing?" One staff member pouted, entering a dazed state, while the other, clad in heat-resistant gloves, halted with two vials in hand. "Are you all right?" they exclaimed in surprise. "Haha, what could possibly be wrong with me?" Xiaoshou scoffed. This faulty system was becoming increasingly difficult to yield results, and he was well prepared, not easily startled into fainting, that he waved dismissively at the two. "No need to make a fuss, just go back." Oh. The two staff members turned back every few steps, whispering, "He doesn't seem feverish today. These gloves should be of no use." "Who knows? Better safe than sorry." Xiaoshou watched as they disappeared around the corner, his expression suddenly contorting into a grimace as he clutched his heart. What a predicament! This wretched contraption, yet another 10,000 passive points vanished without a trace. Even though he was prepared, who could withstand such a blow? 10,000 passive points, 2 keys. He recalled that during his initial use of the roulette, 3 keys yielded a sharp along with another one more spoonful. But what of now? Xiaoshou exchanged 8 more keys, completing the count and forcefully inserting them into the hole of the red roulette. 9 remaining. "Insert again. Continue. Come on, may the luck of the European Emperor bless me." Xiaoshou shouted defiantly, glaring at the information bar, as if such intensity could amplify the yield rate. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." Acquired extended passive skill, perception. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." With a resounding bang, the resting chair beneath him was shattered by the uncontrolled force of his innate body, sending Xiaoshou soaring, his head colliding with the ceiling. What a thrill! Wooden splinters rained down as Xiaoshou's head was embedded within. The two staff members behind the wall observed as he braced himself against the ceiling, struggling to extract his head, exchanging glances of astonishment. He is quite generous, but he is clearly unhinged. Indeed, what a shame. A once whole person, now only half useful. As Xiaoshou's head was halfway extracted, he suddenly froze against the ceiling, causing the two behind him to grow anxious. Cannot get free? Need assistance? Naturally, Xiaoshou was not genuinely stuck. He had merely halted because he was distinctly embedded within the wooden structure, unable to see anything. Yet he astonishingly saw the anxious figures of the two staff members behind the wall. More accurately, the silhouettes within a few meters around him appeared blurred in his mind. He could even sense their emotions. This was perception. Xiaoshou's heart soared with joy. This passive skill was extraordinarily powerful, capable of materializing the surroundings within his mind. Was this not an excellent means of guarding against assassination or spying? Cough, cough, a splendid skill. Can you come down? A concerned voice called from below. The blurred images in his mind revealed that the staff members had already brought out a ladder, nearly causing Xiaoshou to faint. What a trivial matter to require a ladder. He quickly pulled his head free and jumped down, waving his hands to signal that it was unnecessary to go through such trouble. The two staff members sighed. feeling utterly drained. They had never encountered such an eccentric participant in previous years. Self-destructive, leaping about, employing all sorts of bizarre tactics. Silently, they lifted the ladder out and returned with it, seemingly robbed their ability to speak. Under a curse. Passive value. 2. Xiaoshou smacked his forehead, realizing that with just the two of them present, could they not be more subtle? He sought out another chair to squat on, unceremoniously exchanging 10 skill points. Dedicating them all to perception. Perception, postnatal LV.2. Perception, innate LV.1. The visual range in his mind expanded to approximately 10 meters, which was fine, but what astonished him most was the dramatic increase in clarity of the imagery. Xiaoshou closed his eyes. The previously blurred mosaic-like visuals transformed into high definition, and he could even distinctly see the heads of the two cowering figures in the corner behind the wall. Xiaoshou suddenly turned his head, their eyes meeting. Bang crash! The two behind the wall instinctively shrank back, colliding into one another, knocking over the teapot on the table, whispering in astonishment. Does Xiaoshou have eyes on the back of his head? Damn it, he nearly scared me to death just now. How did he know we were watching him? Xiaoshou was stunned. The actions and words of those two were vividly clear to him. Previously, while he could sense their spying, he had no knowledge of their specific words or actions. Now, it was as if a surveillance camera had been installed above him, projecting the visuals directly into his mind. My heavens! Xiaoshou felt as if he were reliving the moment when Wenchong attempted to ambush him once more. But this time, he need not turn back. With a swift dragon tail sweep combined with the innate level sharp, he would cleave him in twain from below. Another sinister move. Xiaoshou marveled with excitement. The passive points in his mind suddenly diminished by 20,000, leaving him with 20,000 remaining. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go all in, purchasing 9 additional keys, including the one previously acquired. He now had 10. I've yet to try drawing after a yield. What if I hit the jackpot consecutively? Xiaoshou pressed down on his wildly beating heart, cautiously inserting each key into the red roulette. Come on. May the luck of the European Emperor bless me. Let the storm come even more fiercely. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. One more spoonful. Thank you for your patronage. 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 One more spoonful. Bang! Crash! Behind the wall, hearing this earth-shattering roar, the two staff members felt their teacups tremble in their hands, nearly spilling over. They exchanged glances, downing their tea in one gulp before hastily springing into action. One redonned his gloves, grasping the elixir vials. The other pouted, raising 3 fingers. 2, 1. Go! Faster! Another episode has occurred. Restrain him. In the next instant, a panicked voice pierced through. What on earth are you doing? Shut up. Ugh. Chapter 34. Hello. Goodbye. Xiaoshou was washing his hands. Had it not been for his timely intervention with his hand to shield against that fatal kiss, he might have lost his first kiss in this lifetime. Cursed. Passive value. 2. Cursed. Passive value. 2. The two staff members behind him were rolling on the ground, clutching their stomachs after receiving a kick from Xiaoshou. The sensation was far from pleasant, of course, considering that these two had the audacity to attempt a rescue with a ladder. Their own skills were quite limited, and Xiaoshou was judicious with his force. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the main stage as a towering spirit tree shot upwards, piercing through the barrier and launching a robust figure off the ring. The battle is over. Mu Zishi wins. The audience erupted into a cacophony, utterly astonished by the spirit tree that had sprung forth so violently on the stage. Oh, my dear, this is simply unbelievable. Is she congenital? Junior sister Mu is actually congenital. She has only been in the Spirit Palace for a year. This is her first participation in the Storm and Cloud competition, and she possesses such strength. A genius. No, a prodigy. Poor Wenchong. With his 10th level cultivation and minor success in body tempering, he has fallen short of the top 8. That's quite a height. He was flung several dozen meters away. Oh my, look. Wenchong has fallen, and there is someone at the landing spot. It's Xiaoshou. Be careful. Su Xiaoshou was meticulously scrubbing the back of his hands, washing away impurities when suddenly a dark object intruded into his mind, seemingly descending from the heavens. What on earth? It even damaged the small barrier in the waiting area. Surprised attack, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou chuckled. Times had changed, and he was no longer the same Su Xiaoshou as before. With a swift motion, he felt as though he had grasped a large watermelon, albeit a prickly one, and upon closer inspection, goodness, it was a human head. Su Xiaoshou was taken aback and hastily released his grip. Instinctively delivering a knee strike, bang, with a dull thud, Rinchong soared into the air once more. This time Su Xiaoshou forgot to temper his strength, and in his surprise, he inadvertently exerted even more force. The spectators watched in disbelief as Rinchong plummeted from heaven to hell, then soared back to earth, crashing down with a splatter of blood, his entire body disassembled. "Ha! I can't take it. What a coincidence to run into Su Xiaoshou. What a grave sin. He is a congenital body. With that knee strike, he must have broken some ribs. What a tragic man. In just one match, he suffered 2 critical hits." Su Xiaoshou's reaction is impressive. It seems after the last ambush from Boss Wen, he has honed his counterattack skills, both piercing and grappling. Tut tut. The audience chattered incessantly. And as the barrier shattered, Su Xiaoshou found himself accumulating passive values. Respected, passive value, 32. Praised, passive value, 17. Medical personnel hurried past Su Xiaoshou, casting him a glare as if he were the root cause of the chaos. Despised, passive value 4. Su Xiaoshou felt a twinge of grievance. He was merely washing his hands when trouble fell from the sky. Who knew that was a person? It was a miracle he and T crushed the watermelon in his grasp. Hated, passive value 1. Hated, passive value 1. Hated, passive value 1. The information panel suddenly refreshed multiple times, leaving Su Xiaoshou momentarily dazed. The rapid accumulation of passive values was bewildering. He quickly glanced in the direction where Rinchong had fallen. And indeed, the fellow had been revived by the medical staff, glaring at him with a face full of resentment. "Oh dear, you fell off the stage and then ambushed me, and now you're blaming me?" Su Xiaoshou's expression darkened as he shook the water off his hands and marched over. Suspected, passive value 1. Suspected, passive value 1. Rinchong's gaze flickered as Su Xiaoshou approached. What was he planning? The 2 staff members behind him sensed the impending danger. They knew Su Xiaoshou all too well and hurriedly rushed forward to restrain him. "What are you doing?" Dante acted impulsively. "This is a patient, a wounded person." Su Xiaoshou gritted his teeth. "I feel his resentment toward me." Rinchong panicked. How on earth could he sense that so clearly? He frantically grasped the medical personnel's hands. "Don't treat me yet." Su Xiaoshou. "He is coming." The 4 medical staff turned their attention towards Su Xiaoshou, and another wave of glances ensued that Su Xiaoshou forced a smile. "Heh, it's nothing. I'm just checking to see if this fellow has any disabilities." "No need to worry. I'm fine." Rinchong trembled, gripping the medical personnel's hands tightly, his face pleading, "I request to be treated elsewhere." As Su Xiaoshou's laughter was warm. "Su Xiaoshou, Zhao Qingteng." Xiao Qishou's voice suddenly interrupted the small commotion in the waiting area, evidently announcing the completion of the drawing for matches. Once the words left his lips, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence before erupting into a tidal wave of cheers, clearly filled with anticipation for the match. Su Xiaoshou was momentarily stunned. Zhao Qingteng, the second in the Storm and Cloud rankings, a congenital master. Has he finally arrived? He sighed deeply, knowing that reaching the quarterfinals meant the probability of encountering a congenital master was exceedingly high. Mocked, passive value 1. Mocked, passive value 1. The information panel refreshed again, and Su Xiaoshou instinctively glanced at Rinchong, who wore a face of schadenfreude. Who could tolerate this, with both resentment and mockery? It seemed relentless. What of Zhao Qingteng? It didn't guarantee he would surpass me. What else with the mockery? Su Xiaoshou abruptly shook off the staff's grip and charged forward. "What on earth are you doing, Su Xiaoshou?" Rinchong panicked. Su Xiaoshou. "Stop!" The medical personnel hurriedly sidestepped, fearing being knocked by the congenital body. "This is a patient. What are you planning? Ren Chong stared in shock as the four white-clad angels fled. Take me with you. Su Xiaoshou scooped up the incapacitated Ren Chong, a face full of remorse and regret. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have struck you. But it's all right. I can set your bones, and I have plenty of golden elixirs. You'll be just fine. Su Xiaoshou's voice carried a hint of tears as he spoke, while simultaneously checking Ren Chong's ribs. Don't touch me. Help. Where are the medical personnel? Don't just leave me behind. The medical staff and personnel in the waiting area huddled together, watching Su Xiaoshou as he tended to Ren Chong's bones while retrieving elixirs. Their bodies trembling. Was this a devil? From the main arena descended a young girl clad in light green silk, her features exquisitely delicate, like a finely sculpted jade. She sported long twin tails, glancing around with her small head until she seemed to find her target. Bouncing over to Su Xiaoshou and patting his head. Su Xiaoshou, Elder Xiao is calling for you. Wait a moment. I'm setting bones. Su Xiaoshou did not turn back. The girl tilted her head, evidently curious. She observed Su Xiaoshou applying pressure to Ren Chong's wounds, occasionally sniffing the elixirs, and was instantly astonished by this action. Pointing at Ren Chong, he is about to die. It's fine. The golden elixir will keep him alive. You're letting him sniff the elixir, but not eat it. What good is that? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshou paused. Alright, it seemed this fellow didn't know the breathing technique. Ren Chong was spitting blood, his eyes rolling back. Already half a foot in the netherworld, Su Xiaoshou hurriedly fed him the elixir. The bone setting was naturally successful. Su Xiaoshou's skills were reliable, but as for the pain, it was left to fate. Su Xiaoshou, come up! Xiao Qishou's furious roar echoed. Su Xiaoshou shuddered, turning to see the green-clad girl's delicate figure. She must have been the one who called him earlier. Who are you? Mujikshi. The girl in green smiled sweetly, her demeanor friendly. Hello, Su Xiaoshou. Oh. Su Xiaoshou had no time to dawdle and hurriedly rushed toward the stage. Hello, goodbye. Muzishi. Cursed, passive value 1. Chapter 35. Judge, he is cheating. The quarterfinals third match. Zhao Qingting stood with his sword at an angle, gazing up at the sky, proud and aloof that he stood there, and the air itself turned frigid. Even snowflakes began to fall. That Su Xiaoshou plunged into the barrier, unexpectedly shivering. The temperature within the arena was several times lower than outside. Is this the power of congenital attributes? He marveled inwardly. Having already known about Zhao Qingting's ice attributes, but only in the heat of battle did he truly comprehend the terrifying nature of the congenital point. One's own power could influence nature. How could that not be fearsome? After entering the arena, there was a period for recuperation, and Xiao Qishou was considerate of Su Xiaoshou. Although this fellow always dawdled, he still afforded him the necessary preparation time. That Su Xiaoshou extended his hand, the snowflakes in the air landing softly in his palm, appearing serene and graceful. The audience was utterly captivated, as if entranced by the scene unfolding on the Yun stage, where a gentle snowfall graced the air, and 3 men stood, picturesque in their presence. Referee, he's cheating. Before the crowd could regain their composure from this enchanting tableau, Su Xiaoshou pointed accusingly at the opposing figure, Zhao Qingting, and exclaimed in indignation, the match hasn't even begun, and he is already manipulating the environment. This is utterly unfair. The snowflakes suspended in the air seemed to hesitate momentarily as Zhao Qingting finally turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoshou. Mocked, passive value 1. He dares to mock me. Su Xiaoshou shot back defiantly, refusing to back down. Xiao Qishou furrowed his brow. Logically, Su Xiaoshou's assertion held merit, but when the competition commenced, who would truly concern themselves with a few snowflakes? What do you propose? Su Xiaoshou grinned mischievously. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Could you ask him to retract the snowflakes? While he appeared nonchalant, his mind was acutely focused on the significance of this match. Who knows what properties these snowflakes possess? Perhaps they could reveal his location upon contact, or maybe they were gathering energy for a formidable attack. Su Xiaoshou would not be so reckless as to confront a preternatural expert while conceding the advantage of weather and terrain. Wasn't he that tantamount to surrendering half the battle? The audience began to murmur in discontent. Some may have sympathized with Su Xiaoshou's caution, yet the majority perceived him as excessively pedantic. After all, it was merely a handful of snowflakes. Was it truly necessary to fuss over them? They cannot be retracted, Zhao Qingting interjected, his voice tinged with an icy undertone. Then we have a predicament, Su Xiaoshou shrugged. You excel at long-range spellcasting, while I specialize in close combat, and you're also cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Even Zhao Qingting, who exuded an air of arrogance, could not help but twitch at the repeated accusations of cheating. What exactly do you want? How about you lift the barrier and let the sun shine through? Su Xiaoshou suggested. Xiaoshou stumbled in disbelief. You want the sun to shine? There are 1,000 people here watching you bask in sunlight. It's impossible to bask in sunlight, so since you've claimed to be a close combat fighter, let us reduce the distance. Xiaoshou turned to Zhao Qingting, his gaze questioning. Zhao Qingting nodded, and Su Xiaoshou's spirits lifted. He had indeed taken the bait. How much closer is some? He continued to inquire. Xiaoshou was reaching his limit with this fellow. Was he really going to press for every inch? Anything is fine, Zhao Qingting replied, his eyes growing cold. They're waiting outside. Let us begin soon. Anything is fine? Su Xiaoshou raised an eyebrow. With a sudden movement, he closed the gap, nearly touching noses with Zhao Qingting. Su Xiaoshou exhaled softly. Is this acceptable? Zhao Qingting was taken aback by the unexpected warmth, his pale face reddening slightly as he instinctively retreated a few steps, feeling his heart race. After a long pause, fine. The audience was on the brink of madness, with several female disciples exclaiming, No way! Zhao Qingting's formidable prowess, coupled with his frosty demeanor, rendered him the quintessential cool prince in the eyes of nearly all the female disciples from the outer academy. While Su Xiaoshou had garnered support in prior matches, facing Zhao Qingting now tilted the scales dramatically. Get away! Who allowed you to approach my brother Qingting? Don't agree to him. Sob, senior brother Zhao. Quickly create some distance. Oh my, I didn't know it could be like this. I've learned something. I want to train hard too, so I can be close to brother Qingting. The two men stood merely a step apart, their gazes locked in an intense exchange. Xiaoshou raised his hand at the opportune moment. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Xiaoshou's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness as the snowflakes danced around him. He struck Zhao Qingting with a powerful punch. Bang! Ice shards exploded upon impact, yet Su Xiaoshou sensed that he hadn't truly struck Zhao Qingting. What is this? Clones, teleportation, substitution technique. A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Xiaoshou's mind as he activated his perception, noting the snowflakes stirring behind him, where Zhao Qingting appeared. After revealing himself, Zhao Qingting did not immediately attack, but opted to create distance. He raised a finger, his intentions unclear, and coolly remarked, You did well. Receive praise, passive value 1. Yet Su Xiaoshou felt the sting of mockery. He had no clue how Zhao Qingting had evaded his strike. The false Zhao Qingting he had hit shattered into ice fragments amidst the snow. The situation was undeniably bizarre. Su Xiaoshou feigned nonchalance. You dodged quite well. I presume it has nothing to do with these snowflakes. Otherwise, you would be brazenly cheating. Zhao Qingting's expression remained impassive, and Su Xiaoshou lamented the missed opportunity. This cold-faced man was indeed difficult to read. He stared at Zhao Qingting with an air of indifference. Yet his perception was heightened to its maximum, allowing him to clearly visualize the creation and descent of each snowflake in his mind. His instincts warned him that this snowfall was not to be underestimated, for it was a phenomenon that appeared solely in his presence. Zhao Qingting had never employed such a tactic before. The blue ice river sword, with its remarkably wide blade, was slowly raised by Zhao Qingting, causing the snowflakes in the air to tremble slightly. Su Xiaoshou withdrew Tsanku, knowing that unless he could dismantle Zhao Qingting's technique, close combat would be futile. With the innate Yuan court realm, Zhao Qingting's spiritual energy had evolved into spiritual essence, which he infused into the ice river sword, the blade crackling ominously as icy crystals formed. Whoosh! A single stroke swept through the air, a chilling frost bearing down upon Su Xiaoshou, who swiftly sidestepped. However, the cold aura did not physically touch him. Rather, its proximity unleashed a terrifying chill that severely impeded his movements. That Su Xiaoshou finally comprehended why no one had ever evaded Zhao Qingting's one-sword ice river. He shivered all over, nearly losing his grip on the sword, and faced the subsequent wave of sword energy with no strength left to resist, barely managing to raise Tsanku. There was no clash, no thunderous roar, under the astonished gazes of the audience. Su Xiaoshou was abruptly encased in ice. What the heck? Even Su Xiaoshou was frozen like this. Just 2 strikes. Zhao Qingting is undeniably formidable. Against anyone, it swung sword ice river. Su Xiaoshou with his innate physique. Thus, 2 swords ice river? Is the gap between the 10th level of spirit refinement and the innate realm truly that vast? I'm stunned. Zhao Qingting's expression remained remarkably indifferent, drawing his sword as if facing mere trifles. With Su Xiaoshou alone equating to 2, however, given that the opponent was an innate physique, perhaps his ice river spiritual essence, which could freeze even the flesh of 10th level spirit refiners to decay, might not be sufficient to freeze him completely. Zhao Qingting's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Xiaoshou, noting his lack of intent to intervene, thus solidifying his resolve. He pressed on with the assault. Chapter 36. One will strike, one will endure. Zhao Qingting maintained his distance, merely raising the ice river sword, murmuring, "Galaxy!" Whoosh! The snowflakes on the ground swirled instantly, rising dramatically before shattering into sword energy. Zhao Qingting's sword seemed to tear through the galaxy, slicing through the delicate snowflakes. Xiaoshou's sword quivered on his back, shock evident in his expression. Postnatal sword intent. It was indeed postnatal sword intent. Previously, Zhou Tianchan had displayed postnatal blade intent, and now Zhao Qingting unveiled postnatal sword intent. Was Su Xiaoshou a treasure chest key, capable of revealing anyone's hidden cards? Among the audience, Zhou Tianchan clutched his blade, his eyes filled with concern. Sword intent. Beneath the sword intent, how could the frozen Su Xiaoshou withstand it? Would Su Xiaoshou, defeated so thoroughly, fall to Zhao Qingting's 3 strikes? Would that mean? He shook his head vigorously, unable to sit still. Meanwhile, Mu Zishi tugged at her twin ponytails, standing atop a chair in the waiting area. Craning her neck to observe the Su Xiaoshou, who had previously dismissed her with disdain to owe her astonishment, he began the match encased in ice. Elder Xiao sat quietly in the audience, attending Su Xiaoshou's second match. And for the second time, he felt he might be able to comfort Su Xiaoshou after the bout. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, it seemed as though they all witnessed the sword energy from the galaxy cleave its target in 2. As the sword energy flashed by, the ice sculpture exploded. Yet to their astonishment, it was not cleaved apart but instead shattered from within, revealing a hand. Zhao Qingting's eyes narrowed. Was that a hand? This hand shimmered with a translucent sheen, as if imbued with life, radiating an aura of perfection, and with a fierce grip, it confronted the oncoming sword energy. The audience was left in shock. One grip. Clang! With an ear-piercing shriek, Su Xiaoshou erupted forth from the ice sculpture like a spirited monkey. In a single somersault, he hurled the galaxy's sword energy back. What the heck? Zhou Tianchan outside the arena nearly had his eyes pop out. This scene felt eerily familiar. Previously, his immortal mountain lifting style had been repelled by Su Xiaoshou's sword, sealing his fate. Little did he know, one day apart, this fellow had even discarded his sword to deflect sword energy with bare hands. Are you kidding me? Su Xiaoshou knelt gracefully, shivering as he exhaled the lingering frost. Clouds floating by, sword deflection style. Indeed, this was the sword intent attack method he had comprehended during his previous battle with Zhou Tianchan, now executed using sharp light. The transparent sheen coalescing around his hand formed a blade-like edge, its sharpness rivaling that of Tsanku. As the heavy snow fell, the onlookers were left speechless. Had he used a sword, it would have been one thing, but Su Xiaoshou's bare-handed deflection of sword energy truly left everyone slack-jawed, even catching Zhao Qingting off guard momentarily. With a swift motion, Su Xiaoshou slashed through the air, and Zhao Qingting barely managed to evade, the galaxy's sword energy crashing against the barrier, sending ripples that threatened to tear it apart. Terrified, everyone was utterly astonished, unable to believe that such a ferocious sword was wielded by Su Xiaoshou, and their perception of his innate physical prowess was instantly elevated. That Su Xiaoshou's face was as cold as ice, his lips tinged with a purplish hue, evidently suffering from the biting chill. Yet, the gash in his palm, torn open by the sword's energy, invigorated him. The searing energy within him surged forth, swiftly dissipating the cold, a most unexpected blessing. Seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was vulnerable, Xiaoshou did not miss the chance for a continuous assault. After deftly releasing a wave of sword energy, he immediately grasped Sanku. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a languid stroke, the intent of his sword crashing forth with overwhelming force. White cloud drifting, net sword technique. Indeed, the names of these two sword techniques had sprung to his mind while he was immobilized by the frost. And as for the execution, he was far more than merely adept at close combat. That as Zhao Qingting barely evaded his river of star sword energy, he suddenly found himself ensnared by a net of swords. And in an instant, the ice river sword was unleashed, the arena resonating with a metallic clang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhao Qingting's white attire was marked with several crimson slashes. The truth revealed that Xiaoshou, having been tempered through numerous battles, had honed his sword intent to an even greater degree. Although Zhao Qingting also possessed acquired sword intent, he could hardly withstand the relentless barrage unleashed by Xiaoshou the next moment. He abandoned all resistance, the sword net slicing through his form, and his ice sculpture avatar was shattered into countless fragments that materialized, this unknown technique of substitution. Xiaoshou had been prepared, his perception constantly attuned to the movements of the snowflakes. And he indeed noticed a slight anomaly in the suspension of the snowflakes, that it was here. The audience gasped as they watched Xiaoshou strike towards the air beside him, just as they were about to erupt in anger. The next moment, Zhao Qingting emerged from his palm. What the hell? In that instant, a wave of exhilaration coursed through the hearts of all present. What was happening? Was it a case of Xiaoshou willingly engaging Zhao Qingting, who was equally willing to endure? Zhao Qingting's expression shifted, instantly realizing that this fellow had merely been probing, effortlessly unraveling his snowy journey technique. Such insight in a battle was genuinely terrifying. Caught off guard, he could not even muster his ice river sword and could only respond with a single palm strike. Xiaoshou chuckled, his right hand curving, sharp light swirling around, as his palm strike transformed into an eagle's claw, viciously piercing Zhao Qingting's relatively tender palm. Splat! Blood sprayed forth, although Zhao Qingting had hastily conjured an ice mirror to defend. How could the innate sharpness be so easily countered? The eagle's claw shattered the ice mirror, leaving 5 bloody punctures in his palm. Xiaoshou finally comprehended the distinction between a palm strike and a claw strike, with his 9 white bone claw, if he had twisted it slightly. Zhao Qingting's 5 fingers might have been reduced to but 1. If he was fortunate, he had shown restraint, merely contemplating the act without execution. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingting was racked with pain, his visage contorted, and his body vanished in an instant. This time, he dared not be reckless, retreating to the farthest distance, which Xiaoshou could not pursue. This snow truly harbors something sinister. Xiaoshou chuckled softly, turning to Xiaoshou. I told you he was cheating. Yet you did not believe me. If it were me, I would have declared him the loser immediately. Xiaoshou merely scoffed, remaining noncommittal. The audience was stunned. Zhao Qingting, since his debut in the Storm of Champions, had drawn his first blood at the hands of Xiaoshou, a fact no one had anticipated. So, Zhao Qingting's fleeting technique is indeed, as Xiaoshou claimed, reliant on the snowflakes for movement. The crowd's expressions turned peculiar. If this were true, Zhao Qingting had truly cheated if the premature snowfall was merely to enhance his poise. No one would find fault. Indeed, some might even envy such a skill. However, if it were linked to techniques requiring build-up or covert execution, such conduct would surely draw disdain at that moment. Some had already begun to shift allegiances. Clearly unsettled by Zhao Qingting's actions. Xiaoshou, go for it. I always knew you were the best. Xiaoshou, defeat Zhao Qingting, and I shall bear you a child. Xiaoshou, oh my, so handsome. Zhou Tianshan gazed in astonishment. Having stepped away from the arena, he realized the audience was this fervent. Chapter 37. This sword is unmatched. In the arena, having employed Snowy Journey to shift positions, Zhao Qingting did not pause for even a moment. While Su Xiaoshou spoke, he crossed his hands and instantly formed dozens of hand seals. Su Xiaoshou's composure faltered. This was unequivocally a grand move. Just as he had allowed himself a fleeting distraction, Zhao Qingting had capitalized on it. Lu Jun, forgive me. I have succumbed to the grave mistake of underestimating my opponent. He leaped forth, but alas, the distance was too great to close in one swift motion that Su Xiaoshou inhaled a breath of spiritual crystal, barely regaining a modicum of spiritual energy, and unleashed a languid stroke once more. Net sword technique. Faced with the incoming sword net, Zhao Qingting disregarded all caution, slamming his bloodied palm into the void. Great cold, no weapon. After executing this, he picked up the ice river sword, barely managing to counter the sword net. The sound of slicing echoed as Zhao Qingting was left bloodied and battered. Su Xiaoshou could scarcely fathom the terror of the move Zhao Qingting was determined to execute. Merely a breath later, the snowflakes in his perception were summoned by the spiritual imprint in the void. Rising into the air, the audience wiped their eyes in disbelief. The snow had already accumulated into a thick layer on the ground, and upon being summoned, the barrier was instantly shrouded in a blizzard of white, rendering even the figures indistinct. Command! Zhao Qingting shouted, the sword intent slicing through the void. In that instant, every snowflake erupted with a chilling sword energy, like thousands of fine swords soaring into the sky. Su Xiaoshou stood frozen in shock. Zhao Qingting was truly devious. It turned out that the initial snowfall served not only to facilitate snowy journey, but was also a precursor to the current great cold. No weapon. As the blizzard of sword-intent snowflakes danced at Zhao Qingting's command, they intertwined and cut through the barrier, unleashing an endless cascade of sword light. Not only did it obliterate Su Xiaoshou's sword net in an instant, but it also pierced through his innate physical body. Xiao Qishou's expression turned grave. This terrifying innate spiritual technique, though dubbed Great Cold, no weapon, harbored lethal intent within each falling snowflake. Could Su Xiaoshou truly withstand it? In the eyes of the audience, amidst the white expanse of the barrier, a sudden eruption of crimson blossoms shot forth in all directions. That was Su Xiaoshou's position. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiaoshou even shut his eyes. For if he did not, it seemed his very eyeballs might be pierced by the sword-intent snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each snowflake was akin to a tiny sword, sharp beyond compare. Even his innate physical body could not endure. And in the blink of an eye, his flesh was riddled with countless wounds. Xiao Qishou poised himself, ready to act at the slightest hint of Su Xiaoshou's surrender. Zhao Qingting gasped for breath, having exhausted his trump cards. This move had drained nearly half of his spiritual essence. Yet, Su Xiaoshou continued to hold on. Was his innate physical body truly this formidable? Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qingting soared forward, striking towards Su Xiaoshou with a palm. Has he lost his mind? The audience gasped. Despite the favorable circumstances, how could Zhao Qingting choose to engage in close combat? Did he not fear being overturned by Su Xiaoshou in such proximity? Wait! Suddenly, someone leaped to their feet. It's Xuanbing's sealing tablet palm. This is an innate pinnacle spiritual technique. Su Xiaoshou is finished. Xuanbing's sealing tablet palm. Even Elder Qiao was taken aback. Knowing that this technique could rank among the best even within the inner academy, and he clutched his garments tightly, Su Xiaoshou was in grave danger, struggling against the onslaught of sword-intent snowflakes. Su Xiaoshou's life-sustaining was in a frenzy of circulation. Pierce and repair. Repair and pierce. The pain Su Xiaoshou endured at this moment far surpassed that of refining the ember seed. Attacked, passive value 1. Attacked, passive value 1. The information bar in his mind flashed through thousands of notifications, indicating the frenzied density of the sword-intent snowflake attacks. Su Xiaoshou was truly relying solely on willpower to endure. Sensing Zhao Qingting's palm approaching, he could no longer hold back and allocated skill points. Swordsmanship proficiency, acquired LV. 7. Swordsmanship proficiency, acquired LV.8. A surge of knowledge flooded his mind, and Su Xiaoshou seemed to have found a way to break the deadlock. He gritted his teeth against the pain and raised Sanku with a sudden burst of determination, channeling the overwhelming sword intent into the blade, betting everything whoosh. Sanku shot forth at incredible speed, the blade igniting in flames. However, Zhao Qingting had long been prepared, tilting his head just so, the spiritual sword only piercing his shoulder. Yet the momentum remained unyielding, and to the astonishment of the crowd, it pierced through the barrier, soaring towards the horizon. The spectators had no time to heed the spiritual sword, for even with the pain of a pierced shoulder, Zhao Qingting's palm struck down fiercely. In stark contrast, Su Xiaoshou found himself at the end of his rope, Xianbing's sealing tablet palm. Boom! With a resounding crash, the swiftly piercing sword in tense snowflakes abruptly halted, bound by the half of the arena where Zhao Qingting stood. The space behind Su Xiaoshou was transformed into a colossal block of ice under this terrifying palm. Half of the arena was frozen solid. The arena fell into an eerie silence as this ice block, larger than a house, was nothing short of astonishing. The scene was frozen in time. Then, to the audience's terror, it became apparent that this was not the end. Zhao Qingting finally exhaled, his body drenched in blood. His hands clasped together. Seal! A faint sound echoed, and before the incredulous eyes of the crowd, the ice block, occupying half the arena, suddenly shrank, constricting tightly around Su Xiaoshou, leaving only the image of his hands raised in a final pose. What the hell? Every spectator's eyes bulged in shock. Such an immense ice block, in but a fleeting moment, has astonishingly diminished to such a trivial size. The density accumulated within, could it not instantaneously transform a person into an ice sculpture fossil? Is there even a glimmer of vitality left? This hand is far too reckless, is it not? Has Su Xiaoshou perished? Xiaoshou inhaled deeply, sensing that a significant event was unfolding. Yet again, it is the same refrain. The referee's greatest dread is precisely this decisive strike. To intervene for rescue would be tantamount to prematurely assisting Su Xiaoshou in conceding defeat, and he would likely be ungrateful. To remain a mere spectator would mean watching the contestant face certain doom. What course of action is there? He could only slowly raise his hand. The match concludes. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound that tore through the void interrupted Xiao Qishou's words. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward the horizon, where the previously piercing Tsanku that had vanished into the distance was now hurtling back with astonishing speed. Zhao Qingting, in a state of terror, turned back only to see a dark point rapidly enlarging, a sword piercing through his chest, crashing violently against the ice sculpture that encased Su Xiaoshou. Zhao Qingting bent his body, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his own liver. Xiao Qishou's attempt to intercept the sword was delayed. This defiant counterattack was something he had not even anticipated. Sanku was lodged in the ice sculpture. Buzzing with excitement, full of spirit, Xiao Qishou was left in utter astonishment. Could it be that the sword had attained sentience? Su Xiaoshou had actually grasped the threshold of innate sword intent outside the arena. Zhou Tianqin stood elated, watching the trembling Sanku. Feeling his own battle spirit ignited, this strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, it surpassed Su Xiaoshou from merely a day ago by at least tenfold. Elder Qiao was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that after merely closing himself off for a few days, Su Xiaoshou's progress could be so monumental. It was simply unfathomable. In a certain waiting area, staff members assisted the fallen Mu Zishi back onto her chair. The little girl in green had her mouth agape in shock. Her long ponytails nearly yanked from her head. Crackle! As the sword vibrated, the ice sculpture began to crack that Su Xiaoshou, his entire body frozen, felt as though even his soul was trembling. The only reason he could maintain a thread of clarity was due to the formidable force of endless life. Emerging from the ice sculpture, his lips quivered, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. What sort of sword technique is this? Zhao Qingting's face was filled with reluctance that Su Xiaoshou shivered twice, slowly exhaling a breath of cold air. White Cloud Sword Technique. Suspected of deceit. Passive value 1. Please recommend. Chapter 38. First save Zhao Qingting. With a crack, Zhao Qingting's knees buckled, and he collapsed face first onto the arena floor. His chest was pierced front and back by Tsanku, the wound as large as a fist. Blood gushing forth, instantly staining the arena red. Someone help! Seeing that everyone was frozen in shock, Su Xiaoshou shouted fervently at Xiao Qishou. The referee waved his hand. and immediately, medical personnel rushed forward, surrounding Su Xiaoshou and Zhao Qingting. Su Xiaoshou recognized four familiar faces among the crowd. Were these not the same ones who had saved the great watermelon before the match? Don't mind me, save Zhao Qingting first. Upon seeing these individuals fumbling for their tools, Su Xiaoshou panicked, quickly pointing to the other side. He has a hole in him and is innate. He is far more critical. You are important too, the medical personnel insisted. Saving lives was their duty, even when faced with someone who seemed somewhat deranged. Receive care, passive value 4. Su Xiaoshou watched them threading needles with a conflicted expression. While saving lives was undoubtedly commendable, the truth was he did not require it at the moment. In the battle with Zhao Qingting, only great cold without weapons and mysterious ice-sealing hand had truly inflicted harm upon him. But it had already passed. The sword path snowflakes from the former had nearly turned him into a beehive. Yet endless life merely rendered the process agonizing. Once the sword path snowflakes ceased, his injuries had recovered by half in a mere moment. The instantaneous compression of ice from the latter would likely have frozen the souls of others. But Su Xiaoshou had just ingested the ember seed, coupled with his innate physical body and endless life. To be honest, the damage from mysterious ice-sealing hand was even less than that from great cold without weapons. I truly do not require assistance. Su Xiaoshou spoke weakly. The four staff members shot him incredulous looks. Who could possibly miss that he had been nearly beaten to death? Look at his clothes, drenched in blood, and his face. Bruised and battered, clearly frozen badly. Very well. Su Xiaoshou surrendered to their insistence, as the four approached him with needles and blades. Suspected of deceit, passive value 4. In an instant, the four of them halted in unison, their faces frozen in shock as they gazed at Su Xiaoshou. How could this be possible? This fellow must be a freak. Such an attack from Zhao Qingting had only left him with this little injury. Moreover, the surging life force within him was unceasing, almost as if he had consumed a golden elixir. This was no time for treatment. They distinctly remembered him bleeding profusely. How could this be? Could it be that his innate physical body was this formidable? Su Xiaoshou shrugged and stood up. Although his exterior still bore signs of frostbite, his mobility had remarkably recovered in this brief time. I told you, I don't need treatment. Yet you still don't believe. Su Xiaoshou pointed at Zhao Qingting. Quickly go save him. Sanka should have avoided his vital points. He won't die. The four hesitated, clearly momentarily bewildered by the revelation. And to reassure them, Su Xiaoshou simply waved his sleeve. Let me be frank. This fellow has not caused me any harm at all. Hurry and save him. Meanwhile, the other medical personnel had just paused in their treatment, their expressions suddenly filled with excitement. Yes, awake. Wonderful. Huh. They had barely basked in their joy when Zhao Qingting, just regaining consciousness, turned pale and fainted once more. Cursed. Passive value 1. The four medical personnel across the arena glared at Su Xiaoshou with murderous intent, their gazes fixed upon him. Attacked, passive value 4. Su Xiaoshou received admiration, passive value 666. Received admiration, passive value 888. Truly, as soon as he stepped out of the barrier, a series of notifications flooded in. Su Xiaoshou noticed the entire audience rising in applause, cheerfully waving back at them. He suddenly spotted Elder Qiao and Zhou Tianquan, both of whom were giving him a thumbs up, as if they were about to rush down for a warm embrace. Received commendation, passive value 2. Fortunately, this was the third match, and the audience could not descend, averting a male-male embrace. Su Xiaoshou smiled in response. Though internally he felt a twinge of confusion, that it was understandable for Elder Qiao to encourage him during the match. But what was Zhou Tianquan's deal? Just a moment ago, he had been in battle, and now he had turned into a fan. Returning to the waiting area, although time was getting late, Su Xiaoshou did not immediately depart. After the arena was cleared, Xiaoshou no longer needed to draw lots. As only one round remained in the quarterfinals, Mo, an innate master, top of the wind and cloud ranking. In terms of strength, undeniably the foremost sister of the outer court. Su Xiaoshou stayed, naturally wishing to observe this Mo sister who was highly likely to be his opponent tomorrow. In the arena, Mo donned a robe of azure, her skin as white as snow. She held a small copper censer, burning sandalwood incense, her presence as ethereal as a secluded orchid in a valley. Utterly overpowering her adversary, Su Xiaoshou watched with keen anticipation. However, once the match commenced, there was no thrill or turbulence. In mere moments, her 10-stage opponent was sent flying off the stage within 2 exchanges. Su Xiaoshou, this damned innate master. With a sense of frustration, he turned and exited the waiting area. In a forest, 2 paths diverged, one leading to Goose Lake, the other to the courtyard. The former symbolized mystery and the unknown, while the latter represented ease and comfort. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoshou chose the latter. After a good laugh, having finally dealt with the Ember Seed, why would he head to Goose Lake again, to consume yet another? There were far less painful ways to meet his end. Returning to the courtyard, after bathing, he lay down on the bed, an indescribable sense of relief washing over him. Su Xiaoshou retrieved a spirit-refining pill and inhaled deeply. The pleasure was double. The upgraded breathing method had already intensified, and this single inhalation was akin to consuming a whole pill. Fortunately, Su Xiaoshou had learned to resist the overwhelming ecstasy. Even so, he was momentarily lost in the sensation, followed by a surge of spiritual power, flooding his sea of energy. His body trembled. He broke through to the 8th stage of spirit refining. Su Xiaoshou was bewildered. After finishing the Ember Seed last night, he had painstakingly suppressed his realm. Yet now, in a moment of inattention, he had ascended. Oh well, the faster the better. Perhaps my pace, in the eyes of genuine geniuses, is nothing remarkable at all. Su Xiaoshou reassured himself, dismissing the matter. After all, a good night's sleep would stabilize his realm. That he decided to check the information bar in his mind. Passive value, 18882. A bit lacking. Although he had somewhat anticipated the outcome, Su Xiaoshou still felt a twinge of disappointment. Without the Ember Seed providing a passive value of 1 per second, relying solely on the contributions from over 1,000 spectators, a single match would yield at most 4 to 5,000 passive values. Thanks to the Great Cold Without Vessel technique from the Morning Ivy, otherwise I would have lost another 1 or 2,000 passive points. Ember Seed. At this moment, Su Xiaoshou found himself somewhat nostalgic for this thing. However, the Ember Seed was akin to a time bomb. It was better left unconsidered, but perhaps he could learn to control it. Su Xiaoshou stroked his chin in contemplation, ultimately suppressing this audacious thought. Rather than pondering the Ember Seed, it would be more prudent to reflect on the intentions of that old man who made him consume it. Chapter 39. Peculiar swordsmanship as night fell and stars twinkled in the sky. Su Xiaoshou awoke from a brief slumber. No, it was not due to anxiety over tomorrow's semifinals. Absolutely not. With sword in hand, he stepped into the courtyard, standing quietly, amidst the sounds of cicadas and frogs. The wind whispered softly, and the atmosphere felt ethereal. What a splendid time for sword practice. Su Xiaoshou recalled the sword techniques he had comprehended over the past few days. Mastery of swordsmanship was fundamentally different from other passive skills. It was not as straightforward as strength or sharpness, which were merely given. Instead, it required a deeper understanding. These insights demanded Su Xiaoshou to draw his own conclusions. He slowly closed his eyes at this moment. Everything in the courtyard seemed to tremble subtly: rockeries, spirit pools, and newly constructed houses. He reflected on the Great Cold Without Snow technique from the Morning Ivy, which had left a profound impression on him throughout the competition. That it was not merely the power of the technique or its skill level that captivated him, but rather the fact that it was the first time he witnessed someone separating sword intent from themselves and entrusting it to snowflakes. This innovative application of sword intent had truly broadened his horizons. Indeed, he was now clandestinely learning from the Morning Ivy's Great Cold Without Vessel. Although he could not summon snow, if sword intent could be entrusted to snow, could it not also be imparted to other elements of nature? As the cold wind swept through, Su Xiaoshou felt as though he had become one with the heavens, and the small stones on the ground began to tremble rapidly. Crack, crack! Su Xiaoshou abruptly opened his eyes, and the fragments of stones soared into the air, resembling floating snow, as sword intent surged forth. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed his sword, envisioning a celestial scene of snow-capped mountains rolling in his mind. As if this strike could sever the very heavens and earth. In his line of sight, The fragments of stone trembled violently before crashing to the ground. Was that it? Su Xiaoshou's expression darkened. This was not quite what he had imagined. Phew! Fortunately, no one had witnessed this. Otherwise, he would have suffered a tremendous embarrassment. That he calmed himself, realizing that clandestine learning was not as simple as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the concept of sword intent manifesting through all things seemed to hold great potential. Essentially, this is another method of combat using sword intent. Su Xiaoshou mused, pacing with his sword, his thoughts dispersing into the night. This training method resembled the combat style he had previously contemplated, one that relied solely on sword intent without the use of spiritual techniques. Moving with the heart, following the blade. Visuals of falling leaves and the destruction of thousands emerged in his mind, followed by the image of countless swords converging towards a single point. Perhaps if he continued down this path, he could reach such a realm. Su Xiaoshou felt a stirring within. He was aware that his innate talent was not particularly exceptional, having mastered only one technique of the white cloud sword art over the past 3 years. Yet his comprehension of sword intent had improved with the emergence of mastery of swordsmanship. If that were the case, could he dare to traverse this path? The mainstream path of sword cultivation involved combining sword intent with spiritual techniques to unleash terrifying power. His notion, however, was to combat purely with sword intent. This would undoubtedly be a journey entirely distinct from the crowd, though he remained uncertain whether it would lead him astray or allow him to carve out his own style within the mainstream. Sigh. Su Xiaoshou shook his head. The latter seemed too challenging. It was best to take one step at a time. First, I must consider how to approach tomorrow's semifinals. His innate physical form had already been exposed, and everyone knew that if they maintained their distance from him, he would lose half of his advantage. The only factor that could sway the battle remained this Tsanku. Su Xiaoshou bore a peculiar expression. How had he circled back to sword intent again? He fell into deep thought. With a single technique of white cloud floating, he had explored many variations under the enhancement of sword intent. Net sword style, flicking sword style, reverse sword style. The first two were merely initial applications of sword intent. But concerning the reverse sword style, Su Xiaoshou gazed at the tsanku in his hand. During his battle with the Morning Ivy, the moment of inspiration that had struck him in a critical juncture had primarily combined sword intent with the weapon. At that time, he felt as if the tsanku had come to life. Is the sword truly imbued with spirit? This seemed to be another method of entrusting sword intent to an object, but since tsanku was more intimately connected to him, the connection had been successfully established. That Su Xiaoshou's mind suddenly shifted. What if he could channel sword intent into tsanku, thus achieving a counterattack? But could it be limited to that? No. Su Xiaoshou's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If he could perfectly manipulate tsanku through sword intent, would he not be able to realize the legendary sword control technique? Or even flying with the sword? It was known that flight was the privilege of the innate. He had only reached the 8th realm of spirit refinement. If he could fly with the sword, would that not astonish everyone? Let's give it a try. Su Xiaoshou recalled the battle from the afternoon, infusing sword intent into the tsanku blade. Buzz, a resonant hum echoed, and tsanku began to tremble. Su Xiaoshou was astonished. He could indeed sense that the black sword in his hand was no longer a lifeless object, but rather possessed a hint of sentience. Excellent. This indicated that he had established a connection with it. Su Xiaoshou threw tsanku, raising his fingers upwards. Rise! He seemed to envision the black sword soaring into the air. However, upon being thrown, it fell to the ground in a decidedly ordinary manner. Clang, clang. Su Xiaoshou's countenance darkened like pitch. The black sword appeared to struggle, as if it had been forcibly thrown. This was not how it had been in the afternoon. Had he thrown it with insufficient force? Su Xiaoshou picked up the sword, infused it with sword intent once more, and hurled it with great vigor. Whoosh! The blade ignited with energy, shooting towards the horizon. Su Xiaoshou exclaimed in excitement, and soon he felt the invigorating sword intent return to him. With a swish, a dark spot appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards Su Xiaoshou. Startled, he realized that he was not covered in ice. If that strike landed, would he not become the second Morning Ivy? With this thought, he leaped into the air, attempting to stand atop the sword to control it. However, tsanku flew too swiftly, gliding beneath his feet and causing him to stumble. Bang! Crash! Both he and the sword fell to the ground, rendering the scene eerily silent. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. Once more! Xiaoshou resolved to master the legendary sword control technique tonight. The results: bang, crash. Again. Bang, crash. Persistence was a poison, and the night was laden with sorrow. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiaoshou finally realized that when he threw the black sword did not possess true sentience. Its moment of excitement occurred only when it reached its apex and when he summoned it back. Thus, the reverse sword style was crucial. Only during the reverse process did the black sword truly come alive. This revelation left Xiaoshou in a contemplative silence for quite some time, unable to discern the difference between throwing it away and calling it back. Yet, he could not identify the reason behind it. This damn reverse sword styled. I should have renamed it to sword control style. Xiaoshou decided to eliminate the throwing step, positioning the sword tip towards himself and infusing it once more with sword intent. Buzz! The blade instantly sprang to life. And Xiaoshou immediately sensed its vitality that he reversed the sword's tip towards the horizon. Buzz! This vitality dwindled to a mere thread. He flipped it again. Buzz! Again he flipped. Buzz! Xiaoshou, what on earth was the principle behind this? Did it truly require pointing towards himself to exhibit sentience? Was it trying to devour its master? Xiaoshou, refusing to be dissuaded, flipped the sword continuously. Buzz! 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 A dark line descended, and in a fit of anger, Xiaoshou hurled Sanku away, exclaiming, "This sword is utterly insane!" Whoosh! The black sword shot back towards him. Xiaoshou, cursing, his passive points increased by 0. Chapter 40. Goodness, have I seen an immortal? The following day at noon, the outer courtyard of the Tianshan Spirit Palace was abuzz with excitement. For today would witness the crowning of the champion of the storm and cloud competition. Not only the outer courtyard disciples and elders had come to watch, but even some inner courtyard disciples with free time had gathered to observe. The audience's emotions were soaring to the sky. Some had arrived early to claim their spots, and before them were renowned figures from the Spirit Palace, to the left, elders from the Spirit Affairs Pavilion, elders from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, elders from the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, and some unknown figures, typically elusive, who seemed like elders yet were not. To the right, the top 100, top 10, and top 5 of the Storm and Cloud rankings. Those who had once dominated the arena with unparalleled might now sat obediently below, awaiting the commencement of the competition. That a female disciple, having arrived the night before to secure her seat, found herself flanked by Morning Ivy on one side and Zhou Tianshan on the other. She cupped her face and gazed back and forth, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of fainting. Those nearby looked on with envy, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wow! She fainted! Quick, get her medical attention. I'll hold her spot. Oh my heavens! Who are these people? Brother Du, Sister Ling. They are all among the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud rankings. Look quickly. Is that the inner courtyard, Su Qianqian? Where? The crowd was instantly drawn to a startled exclamation. For Su Qianqian of the inner courtyard was a legendary figure of the Tianshan Spirit Palace. The most formidable genius of the contemporary Su family from Tianshan County, she broke through to the innate level at 13, attained innate sword intent at 14, wielding the renowned sword mumming Qingshu ranked 21st on the continent, and was a direct disciple of Xiaoshou from the Spirit Law Pavilion. Just one of these accolades would surely astound the world. And yet such a person sat right before them. Clad in a white fitted outfit, Su Qianqian rested her snow-white giant sword across her thigh, her petite feet swinging casually on the chair. Seemingly indifferent to the spectacle, she glanced around, but ultimately pouted in disappointment, failing to spot the little beast brother she wished to see. What a pity I didn't see the senior sister from the inner courtyard. I heard she quite likes Su Qianqian and has always been by her side. Indeed, Sister Rao is my goddess. Her beauty is unmatched, her figure astounding, and her strength unparalleled in the inner courtyard. Alas, I could not witness her splendor in person. Sigh. Hey, I think I saw her during the group matches. Oh please, how could Sister Rao possibly have time to wander around the outer courtyard? You must be dreaming. I truly saw her. Groups of onlookers clustered together, eagerly pointing out the renowned figures from the inner courtyard around them. whispering among themselves. Such scenes were not often witnessed in previous years. That it was only this year that the outer courtyard had erupted, producing 4 innate-level contenders along with a certain Xiaoshou, attracting many from the inner courtyard to come and observe. Holy moly! Zhang Xinxiong, one of the 33 from the inner courtyard, a living legend. The 33 from the inner courtyard. Where? The crowd hurriedly scanned the area in the direction indicated, and indeed, they spotted a commanding figure not far away. Zhang Xinxiong, approximately 27 or 28 years old, was bearded and exuded a distinctly masculine aura. He was tall, even seated, towering over ordinary individuals. His attire was exceedingly simple, consisting of light-colored linen clothing and a shawl draped over his shoulders. Nonetheless, even in such simplicity, the sunlight revealed the astonishing muscular contours hidden beneath his garments. My heavens! He is extraordinarily handsome. What a true man! I'm in love! This renowned figure from the inner courtyard did not occupy a front-row seat, but rather sat in the middle. Beside him was Lu Jin, the one who had previously severely injured Xiaoshou. Lu Jin was also quite large, yet sitting next to him evoked a peculiar sense of delicacy. Which one is the Xiaoshou who killed the Chong? Zhang Xinxiong inquired. Let me check. Lu Jin respectfully replied, his gaze sweeping through several waiting areas, ultimately shaking his head. It seems he has yet to arrive. He seems quite composed, making a grand entrance. Zhang Xinxiong chuckled lightly, his tone betraying no emotion. Yet those around him could distinctly sense an unusual atmosphere. Chong. Was this a name one could casually utter in ordinary conversation? I heard that boss one knows someone from the inner courtyard. Could it be this Zhang Xinxiong? It seems so. If that's the case, Xiaoshou is in trouble, for he has indeed killed Wen Chong. Goodness, I seem to have witnessed the demise of Xiaoshou. Just a single statement stirred ripples among the crowd, prompting everyone to lower their voices and engage in hushed discussions. But it can't be said that way. After all, Zhang Xinxiong is one of the 33 from the inner courtyard. How could he possibly act against an 8th-level spirit refinement practitioner? That would be beneath his dignity. Yet, being on his radar is no walk in the park. You're overthinking it. Even if Xiaoshou were to claim victory with his cultivation, whether he can enter the inner courtyard is still debatable. Moreover, with Mu Zixi ahead and Sister Mo behind, it would be remarkable if he even made it to the top 3. He possesses an innate physique. And so what? Does that guarantee a bright future? Have you ever seen an innate physique? Have you ever encountered a master-level physique? The crowd fell into silence. Above the innate level lies the realm of the masters, and while there remains a glimmer of hope for reaching such a foundational level in spirit refinement. As for physicality, that is exceedingly rare. Not to mention, they had never even heard of it. At the judges' table, Xiaoshou downed the contents of his cup and soared onto the arena, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The time has come. The semifinals begin. The spirit energy activated the formation. The luminous screen shifted, and 2 vibrant names stood resolutely in the air. Xiaoshou, Mojikshi. A thunderous roar erupted, and the audience was instantly stirred. The semifinals represented battles of the innate level, precisely what everyone had been anticipating. These 2 individuals, one had only entered the Spirit Palace a year prior, yet had already broken through to the innate level, his aptitude rivaling that of the inner disciple Su Qianqian. The other, possessing an innate physique, had recently triumphed over Chao Qingting, further validating his formidable strength capable of contending with the innate level. The entrance to the waiting area swung open, and Mu Zixi, clad in light green, bounced excitedly toward the arena, seemingly unfazed by the impending battle. Each step she took radiated youthful vigor, delighting the audience. Truly worthy of junior sister Mu, the innate level is just steady. The crowd turned their attention to the other side, where Xiaoshou's waiting area was located. Snap. The door opened. 2 staff members hesitantly emerged, palms raised in a gesture indicating Xiaoshou's absence. The crowd gasped. What happened to these 2? Where's Xiaoshou? Oh my, where did this fellow disappear to again? At such a critical moment. Why does he always go missing? It's already the semifinals. Can he be a bit more reliable? Hey, you 2? Where has Xiaoshou gone? The 2 staff members looked utterly perplexed, They were just as clueless as the crowd. They had been waiting in the waiting area since morning, yet the contestant had failed to show up. They had even sent someone to Xiaoshou's residence, only to find it littered with sword marks and no sign of him. Xiaoshou, where on earth could he be? Xiaoshou's expression darkened. He felt an urge to shout. Suddenly, the sword on his back trembled, and he swiftly turned to gaze toward the horizon, the audience. Two sensed something amiss and collectively looked up that a beam of sword light approached from the distance, resembling a celestial sword descending to the world, atop which stood a figure clad in flowing garments. The ethereal aura, the otherworldly demeanor. Goodness, do I see an immortal? No, wait. As everyone focused their gaze, their eyes widened in disbelief that I asked that Xiaoshou. Chapter 41. I am about to strike. One day, the heart's court stirred with dust. The azure robe flowing like a transcendent immortal, it must be said. Xiaoshou at this moment truly resembled an immortal descending from the heavens after being entangled in worldly affairs. Not only was he handsome, but his demeanor was also exceptional. That moment, he was floating on his sword, unknowingly capturing the hearts of countless young maidens. I've perished. Xiaoshou is indeed charming. Go die. Xiaoshou is mine. Some girls were swooning, but many others were filled with deep-seated questions. How pretentious. Why can he, an 8th-level spirit refinement practitioner, fly on a sword? Exactly. Isn't flight a capability attained after comprehending the innate level? Could it be that Xiaoshou attained enlightenment overnight? Impossible. Look at his aura. It's only at the 8th level. Wait a minute. How is this guy flying so slowly? One person pointed out, and the crowd turned their gazes towards Xiaoshou, who was approaching at a leisurely pace, their expressions growing peculiar. Flying on a sword is typically a beautiful tale, yet the speed of this flight. I could walk faster than you, if not for the strong winds today. I doubt even the fabric of his clothing would flutter. Xiaoshou, with his back to the crowd, advanced slowly, as if only this leisurely pace could complement his current state of mind. Just wait a moment. Why is he turning his back to us? Another person voiced the truth. Initially, the crowd thought he was merely showing off, but now they realized something was off. This fellow not only flew at an agonizingly slow pace, but he was also facing away from everyone, resembling someone who was incapable of flying properly. On the arena, Mu Zishi curiously looked up, her big eyes sparkling. She felt that Xiaoshou was here to entertain. Flying backward. Doesn't that make him dizzy? Xiaoshou, perched upon the black sword, slowly turned his head, simultaneously controlling Sanku while attempting to smile and wave at the crowd. He felt as if his neck were about to cramp. As for why he was flying backward and at such a slow pace, Xiaoshou was internally roaring, I want to fly forward too. I want to be as swift as lightning, but this cursed sword technique simply wouldn't allow it. He had spent an entire night pondering, and it turned out that this wretched black sword only exhibited significant spirit when its tip was pointed at him. For reasons unknown, the moment the tip turned, he lost all control. After countless attempts, he finally conceded defeat. After much effort, he managed to stand atop the black sword, intending to fly out of the courtyard, but instead, he ended up crashing into the building. Regarding this reverse sword technique, Xiaoshou was left utterly bewildered. Left with no choice, he had to turn his body around so that Sanku could carry him forward. The journey from the courtyard to the cloud-soaring peak took him over an hour. After that hour of flight, he finally understood that there exists another way to feel dizzy. Dizzy from flying on a sword. Xiaoshou suppressed the urge to retch, waving his hand nonchalantly in response. Although the experience was torturous, the outcome was exceedingly fruitful. Admired passive value, 664. Admired passive value, 882. Envied passive value, 441. Envied passive value, 261. Throughout this journey, he had accumulated at least over 4,000 passive points, not counting the junior disciples he encountered along the way. Of course, these records were from before. Now, the information panel suspected passive value, 563. Mocked passive value, 446. Despised passive value, 337. The passive value had suddenly surged again by over 2,000 AS for the details. No need to dwell on them. Having passive points is what truly matters. Su Xiaoshou forced a smile, automatically censoring the first half of the information panel. Below, Xiao Qishou felt a bit dizzy watching Su Xiaoshou. What was he to say when he first saw this guy? He nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. But upon closer inspection, this lad had merely grasped the basics of sword spirit resonance yesterday, and after just one night, he had learned to wield it. This was truly a genius. Such talent he had only witnessed in Su Qianqian. Although, to be fair, this application was rather astonishing, but wasn't reverse sword technique still a form of sword technique? However, after waiting for half a day, this fellow not only remained aloft, but also engaged in greetings with the crowd. Surely, he and T missed the announcement that the first match was his. Su Xiaoshou, get down here for the match. Xiao Qishou finally couldn't hold back his roar. Su Xiaoshou glanced down and was instantly taken aback, nearly shaking his sword in surprise. Good heavens, how high up was he? I'm coming, just a moment. The audience erupted in laughter. Not just the battle, but every appearance of Su Xiaoshou seemed to bring immense joy. I can't take it anymore. I thought someone was truly impressive soaring on a sword, but it turns out to be reverse sword technique. He can't possibly be stuck. Can he? No way. I'm laughing so hard it hurts my stomach. Su Xiaoshou. Go for it. You're almost at the barrier. Hold steady. Encouraged, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou beamed. Someone was actually encouraging him. With renewed enthusiasm, he accelerated, charging towards the barrier. Bam! Crash! The nightmare sound that had echoed thousands of times before resurfaced. Due to the speed, Su Xiaoshou collided with the barrier wall, and the black sword fell with a clatter after hitting the barrier. Mocked, passive value, 224. Mocked, passive value, 446. Mocked, passive value, 654. Su Xiaoshou, below Mu Zishi, gripping her ponytail, tilted her face up to witness this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. She watched as Su Xiaoshou slid down the barrier wall, calling out, Feng Yunling. Without a token, how did you get in? Hey, can you hear me outside? Naturally, the sounds from the arena were audible outside, even if they couldn't hear. Many in the audience were shouting, Feng Yunling. Su Xiaoshou awkwardly retrieved the token from his ring and dove into the barrier. As he saw the mocked messages finally cease flooding the screen, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been too reckless. Next time, he must ensure he could control his sword flight. Xiao Qishou glared at him, while Su Xiaoshou sheepishly exchanged a glance of apology before turning to Mu Zishi, saying, Sorry to keep you waiting. You're so funny. Praised, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou, was this truly praise? It felt more like mockery. Prepare for battle. Xiao Qishou raised his right hand, and instantly, everyone reined in their jesting and became serious. This was the semifinals. Although the opening was a bit humorous, the match was sure to be thrilling and educational. The audience fell into a hushed silence. The match begins. Su Xiaoshou's demeanor shifted to seriousness in an instant, with a flick of his fingers. Sword intent surged and several beams of light shot towards Mu Zishi. He closely followed, approaching her to Mu Zishi, unfazed by the incoming sword lights, tossed her twin ponytails back, her cheeks dimpling with a gentle smile. Su Xiaoshou. Be careful now. I'm about to attack. Chapter 42. The Violent Girl. As soon as her voice fell, Su Xiaoshou saw the girl's tightly clenched fists unleash a torrent of dark particles rushing towards him. What was this? Su Xiaoshou's internal energy erupted, instantly repelling the black particles, and he finally realized seeds? How peculiar. Using seeds in battle, confused, he looked down to see the ground strewn with these seeds. No way, innate, would attribute. He glanced at Mu Zishi, and the image of that towering ancient tree that had launched a giant watermelon into the waiting area resurfaced in his mind. Seeds, ancient trees. Su Xiaoshou's pupils constricted. Could it be? Indeed. Mu Zishi seemed to know what he was thinking, narrowing her eyes with a gentle smile, and clapped her hands together. Little tree, rise. Rush, rush, rush. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ancient trees surged upward, crashing through the arena's barrier, sending Su Xiaoshou hurtling out. Swoosh! Blood sprayed in the air. Thus Su Xiaoshou felt a chill in his lower body. The terrifying force of the ancient trees nearly shattered his spine, almost costing him his life. That I knew it. Su Xiaoshou groaned in pain as he soared through the air. Who could have predicted such a start? While others fought with blades and swords, This little girl fought with seeds, innate-level ancient trees, their collision power? So terrifying. Regaining control of his body midair, Su Xiaoshou hurriedly summoned the black sword, hoping to ride it to safety. Unexpectedly, a thick vine shot up, wrapping around him and yanking him downward. What the? Su Xiaoshou was on the verge of madness. This was the flaw of close combat, getting caught in a combo right from the onset. He barely had time to react before everything went dark, and he could see nothing. What on earth was happening? Su Xiaoshou was bewildered. The participants were confused, while the spectators were clear-headed. The audience's attention was entirely captivated by the ancient trees. As Su Xiaoshou was flung away, the formations created by the ancient trees swiftly shifted, opening a space at the center. Then, one of the trees unleashed a thick vine, directly pulling Su Xiaoshou into the ancient tree formation. Everything proceeded as planned. The Muzishi clenched her small hand and swung it fiercely. With a thunderous crash, all the tree trunks slammed together, merging into one, leaving only the crowns swaying gracefully. The air fell silent. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They could almost distinctly hear the sound of Su Xiaoshou's bones being crushed. This girl is a bit too ruthless, isn't she? My goodness. She smiles like an angel, but shows no mercy in battle. Heiske, who would have thought you were such a wood sorceress? No, you're a wood demon. Once the ancient trees were forcibly merged, they formed a monstrous ancient tree thick enough for a dozen people to encircle, completely obscuring Su Xiaoshou from view, making it seem as though he had become their nourishment. Muzishi appeared even more delighted. Such a thick tree looked utterly adorable. She suddenly turned and sprinted towards the barrier's edge. What was she up to? Questions arose in everyone's minds, including Xiaoshou, whose pupils dilated, sensing impending doom. Oh! The little girl, like a smiling angel, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Explode!" The air fell silent for another second. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud ascended. The ancient trees erupted, and the arena was instantly blasted into a giant pit. Even Xiaoshou, caught off guard, was flung out of the barrier by the shockwave. He quickly activated his protective energy, stabilizing himself in midair. As he looked back at the arena, this middle-aged man, along with the audience, gasped in shock. The ancient tree that had surrounded Su Xiaoshou disintegrated into powder in the explosion. Scattering outward, as soon as it hit the ground, it rooted itself and sprouted into a multitude of seeds. This is simply merciless. My heavens, is she really that violent? Even if Su Xiaoshou survives, can he withstand another attack? On the arena, after executing her explosive artistry, Muzishi frowned slightly. She realized that her strike might not be sufficient to defeat an innate physical body, and had already increased her strength. Even the final explosion left her fearful of the backlash. To her surprise, she could still sense Su Xiaoshou's vitality through the tree seed that had secretly parasitized him, but he hadn't died. Is Su Xiaoshou some kind of cockroach? Muzishi inwardly lamented. Through the parasitic seed, she could clearly perceive the surging life force within Su Xiaoshou. Perhaps I can try that technique? As the mushroom cloud finally dissipated, thanks to Muzishi's reluctance to approach, Su Xiaoshou had relied on endless life to recover significantly in a short time. Even so, he was drenched in blood, and many of his bones were shattered. This explosion was undoubtedly more shocking than Lu Zhen's earlier strike. Thankfully, it wasn't an internal explosion, otherwise Su Xiaoshou would likely have been unable to rise. So powerful. Innate, with the ice sword of the morning green vine in front and Muzishi's ancient trees behind, Su Xiaoshou truly envied such innate elemental powers. They were incredibly formidable. If one could possess such power, how could they possibly be constrained solely by close combat? Although there are not many long-range techniques, Su Xiaoshou did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he remained rooted in place. The two sides seemed to be locked in a stalemate, causing the audience to grow increasingly anxious. Is Su Xiaoshou foolish? Why is he not attacking? Is he waiting for the ancient tree to sprout? Indeed, on the surface, both individuals appeared motionless, yet the seeds that had been detonated lay scattered across the ground, swiftly covering the entire arena. At this moment, all advantageous terrain was firmly under Mu Zixi control. Wood barrier. So Xiaoshou les Mu Zixi was not inclined to wait any longer. With a clap of her hands, the tree seeds exploded, and the ancient trees surged forth. They charged from all directions, and this time it was not merely a dozen ancient trees, but upon a cursory glance, the count exceeded 100 and continued to multiply. The audience could scarcely bear to watch. With this barrage, even Su Xiaoshou's innate physique would surely suffer severed limbs, that if things went awry, he might even lose his head. What is this? Su Xiaoshou has drawn a sword sheath. Curiosity swept through the crowd. Amidst the rising ancient trees, Su Xiaoshou seemed to possess several pairs of eyes, darting and shifting with the agility of a monkey to eye in a narrow crevice, ensuring the ground was free of ancient tree seeds. He astonishingly produced a sword sheath. Be careful. Each time his opponent attacked, Su Xiaoshou reciprocated with caution. As his words fell, the seeds on the ground and the emerging ancient trees began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Xiaoshou closed his eyes, and in that moment, it was as though he returned to the previous night, that I in the depths of the courtyard. How profound the sword intent lingered. Mu Zixi's eyes widened. She was utterly unable to discern the source of the overwhelming sword intent. Was it Su Xiaoshou's sword? The seeds on the ground? Or myself? Mu Zixi felt her thoughts were absurd. Yet paradoxically, she could distinctly sense the sword intent rising above her head. Could it be that I am, in fact, Su Xiaoshou's sword? The young girl shook her head, banishing this ludicrous notion from her mind. Chapter 43. Su Xiaoshou blooms, seeking recommendations. In the void, Xiaoshou was stunned. He had initially believed that reverse sword control was Su Xiaoshou's greatest insight. But little did he know, that was merely the beginning. All things are swords. Who taught him this? Within the Tiansang Spirit Palace, was there anyone whose swordsmanship surpassed his? Furthermore, the notion that all things are swords was comprehensible. Yet Mu Zixi had also awakened sword intent. What on earth was happening? Did she not possess humanity? To Su Xiaoshou, indeed, anyone could embody the concept of all things are swords, though he had only unraveled half of this technique. As the spiritual energy stealthily propelled the tree seeds, Mu Zixi's face wore an expression of having her scheme uncovered. The surrounding tumult persisted, yet Su Xiaoshou remained in serene solitude, albeit encircled by ancient trees. Amidst the audience's impatient anticipation, Su Xiaoshou slowly sheathed Sanku. The surrounding sword intent dimmed and dissipated entirely, that Su Xiaoshou appeared to surrender, allowing the ancient trees to form a forest around him. The audience gasped. Is this it? I thought he was holding back a grand move. How did he end up unleashing nothing at all? Has he truly given up? Perhaps Mu Zixi will relent. Relent? What a joke. The young girl, witnessing Su Xiaoshou sheathing his sword, instinctively sensed danger, yet could not pinpoint the source of her concern. She could only strike first. Yarikome. With another clap of her hands, the hundreds of ancient trees surrounding the arena surged towards Su Xiaoshou as a unified force. Some audience members had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Xiaoshou being obliterated. Faced with the onslaught of towering ancient trees, Su Xiaoshou remained unfazed. He stood poised, his aura slightly subdued, drawing his sword by a mere inch before swiftly returning it to its sheath. What is he doing? Drawing his sword? No! He hasn't drawn it. Despite being surrounded by ancient trees, some managed to catch glimpses of his actions. Filled with curiosity, did I end the next moment. All the ancient trees abruptly halted, followed by a resounding boom as Mu Zixi was propelled skyward by the very ancient trees she had summoned. Everyone was bewildered. What had just transpired? Had Mu Zixi also lost her composure? Had she mistakenly targeted the wrong opponent? In the front row of the audience, Su Qianqian craned her neck, her eyes brimming with astonishment. While others could not see it, her innate sword intent was perceptible in its entirety. Just at the instant Su Xiaoshou had drawn his sword by an inch, several leaves were severed cleanly in half. What terrifying swordsmanship this was! First, all things are swords, then embodying that essence and form, gathering the vast sword intent back into the sheath. Then, by leveraging the moment of drawing the sword, he unleashed a fearsome circular cutting force. Indeed, the hundreds of ancient trees that had suddenly ceased their advance, after a brief moment of stillness, were all severed at the roots, yet their momentum remained undiminished as they crashed down upon Xiaoshou. Boom! Another colossal mushroom cloud erupted. However, despite the number of ancient trees exceeding 100, this mushroom cloud was noticeably smaller than the last. Hiss! The audience finally comprehended. Xiaoshou's mere inch of sword drawing had indeed encircled and cut through hundreds of ancient trees. My heavens! This Xiaoshou's progress is astounding. This sword drawing technique is simply magnificent. Oh my, with just this one sword draw, I have already fallen for Xiaoshou. Leaves cascaded around the arena. Debris filled the air. Xiaoshou sheathed his sword, standing amidst the uneven arena. His demeanor at that moment truly left everyone spellbound. Although he had resolved the situation with a single sword strike, Xiaoshou furrowed his brow. This sword was executed exceptionally well, and he was immensely satisfied. Mu Zishi had no reason to detect the sword intent he had concealed. Yet, she had preemptively used the ancient trees to propel herself away. Evading his sword. Why? High above, Mu Zishi's heart raced, her pulse quickening. Had it not been for the tree seeds stealthily residing within Xiaoshou, would she not be in peril now? Damn Xiaoshou. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? All right, it's my turn to unleash a grand move. A tree seed was thrown into the air, and in an instant, ancient trees took root in the void, crashing downward, propelling Mu Zishi towards Xiaoshou. Qing Ting watched, her lips twitching. This young girl truly had audacity. Did she not learn from her previous wound inflicted by Xiaoshou's sword? The audience was left in confusion. Was there yet another who dared to approach Xiaoshou? This was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Xiaoshou's eyes sparkled. Close combat was indeed splendid. As the arena beneath him crumbled, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch. However, the response from his opponent left him momentarily dazed. Mu Zishi clenched her fist, exhaled, and swung a punch of her own. Was this little girl mad? Had she lost her mind? Yet, in the midst of the battle, compassion was not an option, though this punch could potentially cripple Mu Zishi's arm. Xiaoshou unleashed all his strength without a shred of pity. Thud. The anticipated sound of bones fracturing did not resound. At the moment their fists collided, Mu Zishi's fist transformed into entwined vines, wrapping around Xiaoshou's body. His forearm, shoulder, entire being, all became ensnared by the vines that Xiaoshou felt as though he had hit a mound of cotton, devoid of any resistance, and he was thrown off balance. I'm right here. A lowly voice chimed from behind him, and Xiaoshou turned in terror, suddenly realizing that the vines constraining him had coalesced behind him into a figure. Mu Zishi. Was she a snake? How had she wound herself around his waist? Get off! Xiaoshou exerted all his strength to shake Mu Zishi off, yet he failed. Ugh! A sudden pain shot through his lower back as Mu Zishi's feet transformed into sharp spikes, piercing into his waist. Damn it, don't mess around. As he attempted to pry her off, roots pierced into his shoulder joints, causing his hands to lose control and fall limply. You parasite, get off me! Xiaoshou panicked. What kind of fighting style was this? How revolting! His entire body was immobilized, with only his head able to move, that he turned to strike back, but met only empty air. Dare you call me a parasite? Mozijifumet had lipspatin. Bloom! Pop! A red flower burst forth from the top of Xiaoshou's head, swaying gracefully. Ha ha ha! Xiaoshou has bloomed! My heavens, how utterly hilarious! Is this even a battle? Can we not be serious for once? The audience erupted in laughter. Even Su Qianqian, who had been deeply worried earlier, could not help but cover her mouth, giggling. While the crowd reveled, Xiaoshou was left in sheer terror, his entire being paralyzed, that he was utterly bewildered. When had this tree seed infiltrated his body? Without even a hint of perception, it was far too silent. And as if blooming was not enough, this thing had taken root in his mind, continuously releasing paralyzing agents, leaving him utterly immobile. He was akin to a fish on a chopping board. At the mercy of others, he was confident he had not underestimated his opponent, having even employed the sword-drawing technique painstakingly cultivated the previous night, yet he still found himself ensnared. This young girl was truly terrifying. P.S. Just started to test the waters, seeking recommendation votes. Any extras would be appreciated. Thank you. Wishing everyone prosperity. Chapter 44. A passive victory. The scene had devolved into a stalemate. The blooming Xiaoshou stood motionless in place, while behind him Mu Zishi, with her feet pierced into his waist and hands penetrating his shoulders, was left with only her little head adorned with twin ponytails capable of movement, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Mu Zishi inhaled deeply the essence of Xiaoshou. She sighed, her face suffused with ecstasy. This overwhelming vitality, which had tantalized her from the very beginning, was utterly captivating. All her schemes had finally borne fruit. Who could possibly resist? I'm about to indulge. Xiaoshou felt a shiver run down his spine at her words. Although he could not see, he could vividly imagine what was to come. No! Chomp! Mu Zishi revealed her gleaming canines and sank her teeth into the carotid artery of his neck. The audience tightened their legs in concern. Is this really okay? Why isn't the judge intervening? Xiaoshou genuinely contemplated stepping in. But Xiaoshou shot him a glance. What did it mean? Did he not want him to intervene? Or did he want him to save him? Never mind, Mu Zishi was likely aware of what she was doing. Xiaoshou certainly needed a lesson. Observing the satisfied expression on the girl's face, he could feel her vitality surging within her in a short span of time. Xiaoshou found it difficult to watch any longer and decided to rescue Xiaoshou. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback that Xiaoshou appeared to be enjoying it as well. At first, Xiaoshou was somewhat alarmed. Who wouldn't he be when confronted with a kidney piercer and a vampire? But soon, he regained his composure. This Mu Zishi was not merely draining blood. She was voraciously consuming his life force. If it weren't for the paralysis, Xiaoshou might have burst into laughter. He had an abundance of vitality. With his innate level of endless life, his life force was virtually inexhaustible. Whenever he was injured, it surged forth more frantically than any drug. Thus, Xiaoshou watched as his vitality, which had ebbed just moments before, was replenished in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the limitation on overflow, he might have had surplus. Mu Zishi had already sensed something amiss. Why did this fellow's life force feel so insatiable? If she were dealing with an ordinary person, they would have turned to dust by now. Yet at this moment, telling her to stop was simply impossible. Her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. She swallowed the life force voraciously. Her expression wholly addicted, that it was utterly uncontainable. Heaven knew how incredibly alluring this surging vitality was for her. A being of wood affinity. Some keen-eyed spectators had also begun to realize that something was off. If she continued to consume it like this, there would surely be consequences. What exactly is Mu Shimi absorbing? Is it truly life force? Can one person have so much vitality to spare? Some were filled with dread, wondering if Mu Zishi would, upon pausing, reduce Xiaoshou to mere ashes. No, look closely at Xiaoshou's expression. It seems as though his life force is boundless. But how is that possible? Is an innate body truly this formidable? It is utterly incomprehensible. Phew, I don't understand either. Perhaps if you cultivate an innate body, you'll find the answer. Someone pointed at the arena. Look, Xiaoshou is moving. Xiaoshou indeed regained a modicum of mobility. As time passed, he could distinctly sense that the girl behind him was genuinely intoxicated, her control over the numbing flower atop his head evidently waning. Xiaoshou remained composed, striving to reclaim control over his body. Soon, he could slightly move his head. Calm down. Think of a way. I mustn't let her discover. Xiaoshou's eyes rolled, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Sharp light swiftly gathered at the crown of his head, and with a slight tremor, he severed the red flower. What? How did this flower fall off? Not only could the audience, seated far away, not see, but even Xiaoshou, floating in midair, was momentarily unable to discern how the flower had dropped. Nevertheless, everyone understood that Mu Zishi was done for. The little girl seemed utterly dazed, her eyes squinting as she continued to sink her teeth into Xiaoshou's neck. That Xiaoshou had regained basic control over his body. Yet his shoulders and kidneys remained under her influence. He refrained from making any rash moves. Sharp light circulated once more to these 4 points, and Xiaoshou's body shuddered, with a swift motion. The four thick tendrils piercing his body were instantly severed. He quickly twisted around, seizing Mu Zixie's neck, aiming to subdue her before she could react. Let go of me. I want to continue. Mu Zixie, with a dazed expression, was evidently overwhelmed by the surging life force. Having lost her will, she flailed and grasped Su Xiaoshou's hand. Desperate to bite down, that Su Xiaoshou promptly held her chin with his left hand, lifting her head high. I'm so high, suck so good. Mu Zixie mumbled unconsciously. Request received, passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou, what the hell is a request? You're already drinking my blood and still making requests. He glanced up at Xiaoshou, seeking guidance on how to handle this situation. Xiaoshou was equally bewildered, utterly perplexed by what had transpired. Wasn't Mu Zixie the one attacking? How did the roles switch so dramatically? The predator had lost her wits, while the victim looked utterly innocent. Su Xiaoshou truly seemed to possess some kind of poison. It was his first time witnessing someone win a battle through passive means that he helplessly waved his hand. The battle is concluded. Wait! Mu Zixie suddenly regained her senses, exclaiming as she shook her head. What just happened? How did I end up in Su Xiaoshou's grasp? What transpired? The girl resembled someone staggering out of a drunken stupor, her expression equally bewildered as she stared at Su Xiaoshou. Let go of me! Su Xiaoshou silently gazed at her, pondering for a few seconds before suddenly covering her mouth with one hand. Not letting go. Haha. You don't want to speak. Chomp. Mu Zixie bit down again. Crap. Su Xiaoshou winced in pain and pushed her head back toward the sky. Are you a dog or something? He grasped Mu Zixie and charged toward the edge of the stage. What are you doing? Mu Zixie's large eyes were filled with panic as countless tendrils suddenly shot forth from her body. Su Xiaoshou chuckled, if he would let that happen. He was not merely a decorative innate body. He tightened his grip slightly. Cough, cough. Mu Zixie was instantly choked by her own saliva, causing the tendrils to snap. Sway high. Boom. Without a second thought, Su Xiaoshou hurled the biting creature off the stage and strode away. Wiping the saliva off his neck, he caught a whiff and grimaced. So foul. Mu Zixie gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, nearly rushing over to fight. Cursed passive value 111111. Xiaoshou, somewhat dazed, waved his hand downwards. The match is over. Su Xiaoshou wins. Chapter 45. No future. Did I just win like that? The audience was left in a state of confusion. Even some inner-court powerhouses were at a loss. This was likely the most nonsensical victory in the history of the outer court. The defeated was baffled, and the victor wore a similarly perplexed expression. The first half of the match was going well. How did it suddenly take a turn for the absurd? Don't ask if you see this result. It's just Su Xiaoshou being normal. Haha, I've watched his matches all the way. If the outcome isn't bizarre, it wouldn't be Su Xiaoshou. But this is the semi-finals. Some still found it hard to believe. Recalling the fiercely contested semi-finals of previous years, today's conclusion felt so haphazard. Under suspicion, passive value, 664. Under suspicion, passive value, 121. Not only the outsiders, but Su Xiaoshou himself was equally bewildered. His victory was largely thanks to Mu Zixie's bite. Otherwise, the final result could have been quite different. Had she not been greedy for that one bite and pushed him off the stage while he was paralyzed, Su Xiaoshou might truly have been at a loss. However, there were no what-ifs. He took a moment to collect himself, walking with a cheerful demeanor while constantly monitoring the passive values in his mind that were rapidly accumulating due to the suspicions. Quite good. As he stepped into the waiting area, the barrier instantly severed all external information, yet the notifications continued unabated. Under suspicion, passive value, 2. Under suspicion, passive value, 2. Su Xiaoshou glanced at the two stiff staff members and smiled helplessly. Let us move forward like the wind. With a trail of question marks behind me, the participant who had progressed to the finals entered the changing room, thoroughly cleansing himself of blood and grime before returning to a resting chair to meditate. Su Xiaoshou took out a spirit crystal. Inhaling its fragrance while reminiscing about the battle, he had to admit, Mu Zixie was formidable. She was another girl who expanded his combat horizons. The various unconventional fighting styles of innate beings truly opened his eyes. Morning Ivy Mu Zishi. Zhou Tian could be considered half of one. Su Xiaoshou began to anticipate what transformations his strength would undergo once he entered the innate realm. Perhaps by then, he would no longer be bound by the passive abilities in his mind, but would be able to unleash his full potential, striking with fury in all directions. However, it must also be attributed to the brevity of time. He has not managed to acquire more formidable passive skills. Su Xiaoshou squinted, reflecting on the fact that since receiving the passive system, the time has been insufficient. Despite his frantic efforts to amass passive points, he has only managed to secure 6 passive skills, barely enough to piece together a strategy for the finals. Indeed, a considerable challenge. Perhaps with a bit more time, as the quantity and level of his skills increased, he might even dare to forego the power of innate attributes. That makes a great deal of sense. Su Xiaoshou nodded emphatically. 2 staff members huddled in the corner, whispering to one another. It has begun again. Su Xiaoshou's expression darkened. These two were truly insufferable. Do they not realize I possess perception now? He turned his back, retrieving a spirit-refining pill and inhaling deeply, swiftly restoring his state. Initially, his best plan was to observe Mo's battle, but after his clash with Mu Zishi, he found himself quite severely injured. Endless life could facilitate recovery, but it required time, so Su Xiaoshou decided to close his eyes and meditate, shutting out external distractions. Before long, a staff member roused him. Has the match commenced? Not yet. The staff member produced a letter from his bosom. This is from Elder Xiao. Su Xiaoshou raised an eyebrow, curious about the significance of a letter. It makes sense. Elder Xiao must be spectating and unable to come to the waiting area. This letter was likely delivered out of respect for his status as an elder. Su Xiaoshou tore open the envelope, revealing only 3 bold characters. Sealing technique. With a whoosh, spiritual energy surged forth, incinerating the letter, and Su Xiaoshou fell into contemplation. What could this mean, the sealing technique? Is it related to Mo in the finals? The only connection to this matter was indeed the impending finals, and undoubtedly, his opponent would be Mo. Speaking of which, it seems no one has truly witnessed the prowess of this outer court senior sister. Every opponent has been dispatched with just a few strikes. Could it possibly be related to this sealing technique? Is this also an innate attribute power? But how does one seal spiritual energy? A single letter had ushered in a plethora of questions, prompting Su Xiaoshou to abandon his thoughts that if it truly pertained to sealing spiritual energy, it would hardly pose any threat to him. In his current battles, he scarcely relied on spiritual energy, except when employing the 4 sword techniques of gentle clouds. Even if he were to lack spiritual energy, a single spirit-refining pill could restore him in no time, causing minimal disruption. Call me for the finals. He addressed the staff member before shutting his eyes once more, immersing himself in the essence of sword intent. The staff member promptly complied and resumed his tea drinking. However, before the teacup could be raised, it began to tremble, an inexplicable sword intent wafting through the air, causing tea to spill. The 2 staff members exchanged silent glances. Cursed. Passive points, too. A slight smile crept across Su Xiaoshou's lips as the teacup trembled even more violently. Cursed passive points, 2. 2, 2, 2. With a crack. At the edge of the arena, Mo struck down her robust opponent with a single palm, and Xiao Qishou's voice resounded at the opportune moment. Gasps filled the audience, all wearing expressions of surprise mixed with understanding. Once again, with just her left hand, she has sent her opponent flying from the platform. Sister Mo is truly formidable. Indeed, not even in the semifinals did anyone compel Sister Mo to use her right hand while holding that bronze furnace. It's simply extraordinary. By the way, what is that little bronze furnace? I haven't seen Sister Mo utilize it. Who knows? Perhaps by holding on to such an object, her right hand remains still, giving her opponents a glimmer of hope. So powerful. I wonder if Su Xiaoshou can force her to use both hands. Mo stood elegantly on the platform, her white attire billowing. Strictly speaking, her appearance was rather unremarkable, perhaps even ordinary. Yet amidst the series of accolades surrounding her, no one could overlook this woman. Zhang Xinxiong's expression flickered, and he tilted his head. This Mo is quite strong. If I were at the same initial stage of Yuan court, I might not be able to defeat her. He paused before adding, in a prolonged battle. Lu Zhen was taken aback. Even after Su Xiaoshou's fierce skirmishes with Mu Zishi, Zhang Xinxiong had offered no commentary. Yet he praised this seemingly plain woman so highly. So, when battling Sister Mo, one must aim for a swift resolution? Zhang Xinxiong nodded. Precisely. Each of her attacks carries a unique effect that diminishes her opponent's abilities. It's quite peculiar, and I cannot discern its nature. Could it be Sister Mo's innate attribute power? Perhaps. Lu Zhen fell into silence, pondering the nature of such a special ability. Among innate experts, the most commonly awakened power is the 5 elements. While the more peculiar attributes become increasingly troublesome, that of course, the prerequisite is knowing how to wield them. Otherwise, one might as well pray for the awakening of mainstream 5 elements power. Mo belongs to this category of genius. And that enigmatic ability to weaken opponents, coupled with her agile movements, renders her invincible in drawn-out battles. Lu Zhen recalled the scene of the breakout match against Su Xiaoshou and remarked, "What about the finals? Brother Xiong, what do you think?" An innate physical body. Zhang Xinxiong shook his head, the image of that peculiar figure wielding reverse sword control surfacing in his mind, and he chuckled softly that he couldn't fathom how such a person had advanced to the finals. Perhaps there truly exists a so-called child of luck. He slowly shook his head. Su Xiaoshou has no future. Chapter 46. The terrifying right-hand Su Xiaoshou found himself in a daze, withstanding numerous challenges in the group stages. Defeating Lu Zhen of the 10 Realms and facing half of the innate Zhou Tian, while also contending with the likes of Parasite and Vampire Mu Zishi in the semifinals. This wind and cloud championship journey had been fraught with trials. A grueling and bitter path that Su Xiaoshou felt like the most unfortunate person in the world. Just look at Mo. She had navigated her journey using only one hand. What a disheartening comparison. Suddenly feeling a chill on his face, Su Xiaoshou awakened to find a staff member gently wiping his face, stirring a sense of gratitude within him. Is it time for the finals? Yes, the staff member confirmed, placing the cloth back into the basin as Su Xiaoshou strode away. Sigh, what manner of person is this, with such a carefree demeanor, able to sleep just moments before the finals? Admired, passive points won. Su Xiaoshou abruptly turned around, startling the staff member, who hastily concealed the basin behind him. What is it? What do you mean? Su Xiaoshou replied, puzzled, as he summoned concealed suffering, turning his back to the door and leaping into the air. The black sword rose gracefully, with him exuding an air of elegance. The staff member was left speechless. Cursed, passive points won. Why must one always use reverse sword control? Can't I wield it normally? Does he not realize that such actions might lead to misunderstandings? Su Xiaoshou found it all rather amusing, bewildered by the inexplicable curses upon himself, that he had always felt that the 2 staff members in this waiting area were rather peculiar. But now, it seemed that this farewell would likely be the last. He waved goodbye to the 2, who could only provide him with 2 at best. Mocked passive points for 49. Doubted passive points 224. Admired passive points 3. Exiting the waiting area, Su Xiaoshou felt his spirits lift once more, clutching the wind and cloud token while earnestly smiling. Indeed, the presence of a crowd is my battlefield. Look at this passive point accumulation. Why are there only 3 admirations? How do you mere mortals, who cannot even fly, dare to mock me? Su Xiaoshou mused, raising the black sword to a greater height, seemingly attempting to distance himself from the ordinary. Mocked passive points 541. Mocked passive points 623. Additional gains? Su Xiaoshou's eyes sparkled as he ascended another 10 feet. Mocked passive points 777. Oh wow, let's keep going. Mocked passive points 864. Very well. Continue. Ouch. Suddenly, he felt something collide with his head. Was there an aerial mishap at this altitude? Su Xiaoshou looked up. Xiao Qishou's face was as dark as water, his right hand gripping the long sword at his back. His tone eerily calm, as if addressing a corpse. Keep flying. It's fine. You can soar even higher. Ah, it's the esteemed judge. Su Xiaoshou immediately plastered on a smile and dove headfirst into the barrier. My goodness! That nearly gave me a heart attack. Haha, this Su Xiaoshou. I truly admire him. The audience erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement at how Su Xiaoshou had provoked Elder Xiao to such a state of ire. Opposite them, Mo had yet to leave the platform. She had been recuperating the entire time, and naturally, she had witnessed Su Xiaoshou's antics that a smile played on her lips as she remarked, Su Xiaoshou, I watched your matches in the group stages. You are quite humorous. She pondered for a while before managing to articulate such a description. Praised, passive points 1. Su Xiaoshou had been fixated on her bronze furnace. To be precise, he was intently observing Mo's right hand that held the furnace. It is truly beautiful. This unexpected compliment caused a flush to rise on Mo's cheeks. It was the first time in her life someone had openly praised her appearance. Just as she was contemplating whether to return the compliment, she heard Su Xiaoshou hurriedly add, I meant the bronze furnace. Mo. Su Xiaoshou scratched his head, realizing that his words might have been inappropriate. Of course. You are beautiful as well, a different kind of beauty from the bronze furnace. Mo. Cursed passive value 1. Su Xiaoshou. What is going on? I just complimented you and you curse me. How women, he stepped closer, seemingly captivated by the bronze furnace. Appearing eager to touch it yet hesitant, ultimately giving in and asking, May I have a look at this? Mo hesitated, but extended her hand to offer the bronze furnace, as if it were anyone else. It would have been entirely out of the question, but considering this fellow, fine, he did manage to awkwardly compliment her, so why not? It wouldn't hurt to let him look. Upon receiving permission, Su Xiaoshou eagerly grasped Mo's right hand. Warm and considerate. You. Mo felt as if she had been electrocuted and quickly withdrew her hand, leaving the bronze furnace cradled in Su Xiaoshou's palm. That Su Xiaoshou gazed at her in astonishment. His gaze dropping to her right hand, as if he had just come to a realization, he quickly apologized. I am sorry, I was abrupt. I was merely fascinated by the bronze furnace and meant no offense. Phew, it's fine. Mo sighed in relief, waving her hand slightly, thinking that he seemed genuine and likely did not intend to be rude. The spectators were momentarily baffled by the interactions between the two. Such politeness? With mutual flattery and hand-holding, why not just hold hands and call it a match? What are they doing? Why haven't they started? What's the rush? Su Xiaoshou needs time to adjust, besides. Can T1 simply admire a bronze furnace? If you can't wait, don't watch. What is so special about the bronze furnace? Haha, it's an artifact that the top-ranked never parts with. If it were me, I'd want to take a look too. Su Xiaoshou could not concern himself with the external chatter. He pretended to inspect the bronze furnace while his heart raced uncontrollably that it was real. His instincts were spot on. Upon entering the arena, under the coverage of perception, he could vaguely sense an extraordinary and terrifying energy within the barrier. After searching for a while, his focus finally settled on Mo's right hand, which held the bronze furnace. However, without direct contact, his perception remained unclear. Tio touched that right hand. He carefully lured Mo in, ultimately achieving his desire. In that brief moment of contact, he distinctly sensed that the energy contained within Mo's right hand surpassed the collective essence of her entire being. At least tenfold. Not to mention the energy he had yet to uncover. What on earth was this monstrous power? It's worth noting that Mo had made it to the finals using only her left hand. Su Xiaoshou panicked. He felt that this opponent was on an entirely different level compared to the likes of Chao Qingting and Mu Zishi that he recalled Elder Xiao's letter. Sealing techniques. Don't scare me. It wouldn't be a sealed eye on her entire arm. Would it? The content of the web chapter is slow. Please download the iReader app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the iReader app to read the latest chapters. The new Pink Huge provides the fastest updates for my passive skills. Chapter 46, Terrifying Right Hand, available for free reading. Chapter 47, I Must Be Serious. I have a whole set of passive skills. Volume 1. Sangling Palace. Chapter 47, I Must Be Serious. Xiao Qishou raised his right hand, signaling the two to prepare. Su Xiaoshou calmly returned the small bronze furnace and then stepped back to a considerable distance. Aren't you a melee fighter? Mo queried, observing Su Xiaoshou retreating to the edge of the arena. I am also a melee fighter, she pointed to herself, indicating that they could engage in close combat. That Su Xiaoshou chuckled. Melee? What a joke. He drew out his sword sheath, inserted Sanku, thought for a moment, then pulled it out again. Actually, I am a swordsman. Mo, you are innate and possess such strength. Why don't you let me have a few swings first? I'll attack first? Su Xiaoshou shamelessly proposed. The audience collectively rolled their eyes, wondering if he had any shame left. Unexpectedly, Mo nodded. All right. Haha, thank you. Su Xiaoshou paused. Let us keep our distance. Xiao Qishou couldn't watch any longer. This Su Xiaoshou was truly getting out of hand. He waved his hand. The match begins. Mo extended her hand, indicating Su Xiaoshou should attack first. That Su Xiaoshou was taken aback. He thought Mo was merely jesting. She meant it. This was a good person. He had to teach her a lesson, so she would understand that in this world, good people do not last long. That Su Xiaoshou closed his eyes, and the ethereal essence of floating clouds materialized, causing the winds and sands in the arena to slow. Net sword style. He executed a strike with utmost focus. This was an improved version of net sword style, where the sword light no longer formed a two-dimensional net, but instead created a three-dimensional pathway of light, even with Chao Qingting's technique of shifting positions. As long as he could not instantaneously appear behind Su Xiaoshou, he would inevitably be struck by the sword net's ferocity. Mo took a gentle breath of the purple sandalwood fragrance from the bronze furnace. Showing no signs of fear, she slowly extended her left hand, instantly creating countless afterimages. Crack, crack, crack. A series of uniquely crisp sounds resounded, with each slap of her left hand against the sword light. That light would vanish, and she successfully intercepted every single one of the hundreds of sword lights that Su Xiaoshou had unleashed. Su Xiaoshou was left in a state of disbelief. This was simply inhuman. Could it be that she also possessed sharp light? He could discern that what Mo was executing was merely an ordinary spiritual technique from the Outer Academy, called Spirit Interception Hand. However, who could refine Spirit Interception Hand to such a degree? Her hand speed was so swift that it left afterimages, and she was barehandedly intercepting sword lights. It's worth noting that this technique was designed for close combat. It's my turn! Mo tensed her calves and surged forward. Su Xiaoshou's mind screamed in terror. Sealing techniques. He certainly did not want to engage in hand-to-hand combat with her. He unleashed several streaks of sword light, yet they could hardly impede Mo's advance. As she quickly closed the distance, he absolutely could not allow her to make contact. Su Xiaoshou activated his perception, employing Sa for close combat, executing a sword technique that had been deeply buried in his mind. Crack, crack, crack. The same peculiar sounds echoed. With each palm strike Mo delivered, Su Xiaoshou felt Sanku weaken further, and after several strikes, he even sensed Sanku sputtering. Damn it. Su Xiaoshou wore a pained expression. If this continued, wouldn't his sword be rendered useless? Fine, if it's melee, then so be it. He stored Sanku in his ring, dodged a punch aimed directly at him, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Mo's chest. Bang! Mo, possessing considerable combat experience, swiftly raised her right hand holding the bronze furnace to shield her chest. Even so, she was still sent flying over 10 meters by the sheer force of his innate physical strength. Success! The audience erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring. They had never witnessed anyone capable of overpowering Mo in a direct confrontation, and more importantly, Su Xiaoshou had forced her to use her right hand. Truly the innate physique. Go Su Xiaoshou. Seize the momentum and claim the championship. Wait, look at Su Xiaoshou's expression. It seems rather grim. The two stood at a standoff, momentarily parting ways, that Su Xiaoshou cradled his fist, wearing a constipated expression. It truly was sealing technique, merely being touched, and she hadn't even attacked him. Yet after that punch, Su Xiaoshou could already sense that half of his spiritual power had been sealed, that if that were all, it would be manageable, but he soon discovered his physical strength had also been sealed. Even sharp light could no longer converge at the location of his fist. Su Xiaoshou felt a surge of panic. This was just one punch. If he were to exchange hundreds or thousands of punches like he did with his usual opponents, would he not end up sealed into a giant infant? The kind that couldn't lift a finger? This is terrifying. How could there exist such an evil, innate attribute power? Su Xiaoshou chamber internally. Mo pressed her left hand against her right fist, slightly lowering her head. The wound torn by sharp light was healing at an astonishing speed. As expected, she frowned, lost in thought. Had Su Xiaoshou seen this scene, he would have marveled at her resilience, perhaps even believing her recovery abilities surpassed his. However, he was too consumed by his own fear, feeling far too intimidated to choose to attack. It seems I must rely on my sword. Su Xiaoshou glanced within his mind. After just one round of combat, he was already contemplating a power-up, passive value. 28766 T drew Tsanko again, the sword intent surging forth, causing the entire arena to tremble. Swordsmanship mastery. Swordsmanship mastery. A wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, making Su Xiaoshou feel as if he could conquer the heavens and obliterate the earth. However, after searching extensively, he could not find a method to break this stalemate. Sigh, Su Xiaoshou took a deep breath. Sheathing Sahut, not removing his hand from the hilt, he regarded Mo, who was also regaining her composure, her expression grave. You are formidable. So are you. Mo replied with a light smile. Receive praise, passive value. 1. Su Xiaoshou's gaze turned cold. I am getting serious now. Likewise. Su Xiaoshou esalet sopti. Mastery of swordsmanship. The audience, observing the two, once more pausing on stage to indulge in sweet nothings, began to grow increasingly impatient. Yet in the next moment, the vast outcloud platform, capable of holding thousands, trembled violently, as if the very earth itself were shaking. What is happening? An earthquake? Panic swept through the crowd, faces paling in alarm. Xiao Qixiang, too, wore a perplexed expression, just as he was about to offer words of comfort. His sword flew from his back with a swift whoosh. Xiao Qixiang. Not just him, but nearly 2,000 spectators, every sword-bearer among them, felt their blades hum in resonance, unsheathing themselves to hover in the air. Clang! Clang, clang! Beneath the vast heavens, thousands of swords quivered violently, their resounding cries threatening to rupture eardrums. This is... Everyone gazed in disbelief at the graceful youth on stage, with his right hand resting on the hilt. He leaned slightly forward, eyes fixed unwaveringly on his opponent. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo felt a sense of foreboding, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, ready to pounce. Hiss! At that moment, a terrifying sword energy erupted from Su Xiaoshou, instantly sweeping everything aside. The soaring sword intent surged forth, cracking the barrier in an instant. The visible white sword energy pierced through the void, ascending to the heavens. Thousands of spirit swords were lifted by the sword intent, swirling around Su Xiaoshou, ultimately blooming like fireworks. With a deafening boom, the swords scattered, raining down upon the crowd. What the hell? Innate sword intent? Xiao Qixiang's face flushed crimson, yet a chill surged within him that he stared incredulously at the youth on the platform. A look of disbelief etched across his features, yet unable to deny the truth. In the arena, Momo's forward momentum was abruptly halted, her body torn and bleeding from the sword intent, but she paid it no mind, her gaze burning with intensity as she focused on Su Xiaoshou. Innate sword intent? Su Xiaoshou, feeling the overwhelming power of the realm, struggled to restrain his hand from sheathing his sword. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. It should be. Chapter 48. Refining the Heavens and Earth. Postnatal sword intent resonates for a mile. Innate sword intent resonates for 10 miles, as the swords of the spectators all returned to their sheaths, yet continued to hum. Everyone confirmed without a doubt that this was indeed innate sword intent. Damn it, I'm going crazy. Su Xiaoshou has comprehended innate sword intent. How is this possible? I'm in awe. How can this guy always be so astonishing? The audience erupted into a frenzy, some even leaping onto their seats, only to be promptly pushed down by those behind them. I can't be dreaming, can I? One spectator, after slapping his neighbor, followed up with a hard smack to his own face, grimacing in pain. A once-in-100 years innate sword intent. One from Su Qianqian a year ago, and now another from Su Xiaoshou. Is this real? I feel like I'm going insane. Insanity, truly insanity. In the arena, the battle was abruptly interrupted by the surge of sword intent. Yet it still needed to continue. Momo lacked the power to prevent Su Xiaoshou's advancement. Even if she could, Xiao Qixiang would not allow it. The weight of an outer court champion versus that of an innate sword cultivator was glaringly obvious. The sword intent emanating from Su Xiaoshou diminished, yet neither moved. Momo found it odd. He remained still, as if waiting for Su Xiaoshou to complete his advancement. Su Xiaoshou, having finished, still did not move. What was he doing? Grinning like a fool. Momo observed him maintaining his sword stance, lost in thought. Resembling a simpleton, the Su Xiaoshou was indeed overjoyed that he had not anticipated that the soaring sword intent could shatter the barrier. This gain was simply unparalleled. Sustained suspicion. Passive value 674. Sustained suspicion. Passive value 1876. Sustained admiration. Passive value 1940. Sustained admiration. Passive value 1120. This surge of data profoundly illustrated the audience's journey from skepticism to shock, ultimately compelling admiration. Just this single breakthrough had amassed nearly 10,000. A mere 1,000 passive value exchanged for 10,000, alongside an abundance of swordsmanship knowledge. In a word, it was worth it. Su Xiaoshou was completely immersed in his world, the notifications still pouring in, albeit with diminishing amounts. Why is it all reverting to suspicion? He suddenly awoke, turning to find everyone looking at him, as if he were a fool. Are you ready? Momo inquired. That Su Xiaoshou was momentarily speechless. They were all waiting for him to regain his composure after leveling up. Damn it, this was embarrassing. Fortunately, Momo was a good person and did not take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Although his own information panel would reveal everything. Su Xiaoshou exhaled. All right, let us continue. Just as Momo was about to move, a glimmer of sword light flickered in Su Xiaoshou's eyes. Klaus drifting, swart drawing technique. Previously, he needed to see the sword's body by an inch to draw it. Now, having entered the innate realm, his control over sword intent had elevated several levels. Su Xiaoshou's speed in drawing the sword was so swift that it was indistinguishable to the naked EYE dust settled when the sword light was visible to the crowd. It had already reached Mo's front. Clang! Su Xiaoshou's eyelid twitched, once again hearing that sound. Despite being compressed in a sword light by innate sword intent, Momo still managed to catch it barehanded. The consolation was that, while she held onto the sword light with both hands, it appeared immensely challenging, her body pushed back by the force of the sword. However, using the momentum, she managed to dull the brilliance of the white sword light. This sealing technique is simply overpowered. Su Xiaoshou matvei. But how could he allow Mo any chance to retaliate? Sword drawing technique. With a swift motion, a second wave of blinding sword light sliced toward Mo amidst the gasps of the audience. With her hands restrained, how could Mo possibly intercept a second blow? Su Xiaoshou glimpsed the dawn of victory. Yet to be cautious, he once again sheathed conceal pain. Damn it, is Su Xiaoshou insane? Why won't he stop? Su Xiaoshou paid no mind to the audience's thoughts. One sword stroke followed another. Swish, a crisp sound rang out, the sword drawn. Yet the light vanished. Su Xiaoshou's expression darkened as he checked his energy reservoir. Discovering his spiritual power had been completely depleted. Damn it! He clenched his fist and charged forward. On the other side, Mo had already been pushed to the edge of the arena by the first wave of sword light. Seeing the second wave descending toward her head, she suddenly opened her mouth and inhaled sharply. Hiss! The second wave of sword light was swallowed. Clang! The first wave of sword light was shattered. The audience stood in shock, and Su Xiaoshou was equally startled. The momentum he had built up to throw a punch immediately reversed. And he fled. Holy crap! This was a monster. This girl, lacking even an innate body, had consumed his sword intent? How had she managed to avoid being sliced in half from the inside out? Mo's expression appeared to be filled with pain. Clearly straining to contain this technique, expending tremendous effort, Su Xiaoshou's retreating figure also hesitated, having realized the implications that he dashed back into the fray, the audience. Su Xiaoshou's thought process is too intricate. Does he want to charge in or not? Puffed. I can totally relate. If it were me, seeing my innate sword light being devoured, I'd probably be scared enough to jump off the platform. Xiaoshou turned to charge again, but it was too late. Mo had already recovered from her pain, temporarily ignoring the consumed sword light, and suddenly began to form hand seals that Xiaoshou's eyelids twitched. The last time this happened, he had been shot into a pincushion by Chao Qingting's great cold no artifact. Now! Xiaoshou surged forward like thunder, his fist roaring out, mere inches away. Mo gazed at the face so close to her, abruptly leaning back, creating a tiny distance, and then pressed her palms together. Seal and refine the heavens, a hair's breadth apart. Life and death separated. Xiaoshou realized he had missed the golden opportunity that AS expected. Boom! The void erupted, the heavens and earth each splitting open to reveal a massive black maw, from which emerged chains as thick as a human head, ensnaring Xiaoshou's limbs. Bang! The chains yanked outward with brutal force, tautening instantly to Xiaoshou felt as if he might be torn asunder on the spot, had it not been for his innate body's superior resilience. He would have been reduced to mere pieces, his body cracked, blood flowing profusely. Xiaoshou panicked, glancing around to find himself bound by 4 heavy chains suspended in the void, forming a shape resembling a human target. What kind of sorcery was this? Xiaoshou nearly wept. Could innate spiritual techniques be this terrifying? Xiao Qishang frowned as well. This technique was something he had never encountered, certainly not belonging to the Spirit Vault Pavilion. It was likely Mo's own unique opportunity that I in the audience. Zhang Xinqiang's expression turned solemn. This technique, seal and refine the heavens, truly astonished him. This spiritual technique must be at least of master level. What is Mo's true origin? Lu Zhen was stunned. Master level. Such techniques were rare even in the inner court. Suspended in the air, Xiaoshou struggled desperately, channeling all his sharp light, yet he could not sever even one of the chains. This is hopeless. This defies logic. How could even innate level sharp light not break through? Xiaoshou felt an icy chill as he hung in the air, utterly freezing. Mo began to form seals once more. No, wait. Why did he feel a sudden urge to relieve himself? Help! Chapter 49. The shift in atmosphere with her delicate fingers dancing gracefully, the obscure seal gradually took shape that Xiaoshou felt the temperature of the chains rising. Meld it! Mo commanded sharply, and suddenly, the 4 great openings in the sky erupted with magma, flowing fiercely along the chains. Heavens, is this really safe? The spectators were bewildered, as they, still at the postnatal stage, found it incomprehensible to witness a battle of the innate realm. If an ordinary practitioner of the 10th level of spirit refinement were to face this, they would likely perish instantly. Xiaoshou, too, felt a pang of discomfort and pleaded, "Please, give me a chance." Ignoring him, Mo intensified her attack, causing magma to cascade over Xiaoshou's body. He instinctively let out a heart-wrenching scream, only to suddenly realize it wasn't as painful as he expected. What was happening? There was an oddly familiar sensation. It reminded him of the agony he endured while refining the ember seed at Ahu, which was a true torment from within. This magma, being applied from the outside in, was, to be frank, less daunting. Though still painful, it had yet to reach the threshold that would make him scream. That merely appeared terrifying. Hiss. His flesh was seared through, yet it swiftly healed, a cycle repeating itself. Aside from the tolerable pain, this technique seemed ineffective against Xiaoshou. Not so impressive after all. Xiaoshou chuckled, appearing almost masochistic in his situation. Despite this, the audience could not muster a smile. Even Xiao Qishou wore a solemn expression. What trials has Xiaoshou endured to reach this point? He seems impervious to the magma's burn. I must admit, this is truly impressive. Those who can cultivate an innate body possess astonishing willpower. Xiaoshou's progress is certainly not mere luck. Su Qianqian covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Zhang Xinqiang's face was inscrutable, revealing no emotion, but he had lost the inclination to tease Xiaoshou. Gained respect, passive value, 666. Received concern, passive value, 888. In the arena, Mo watched the scene with astonishment. She knew better than anyone the terrifying temperature of the magma. Yet Xiaoshou appeared unfazed. She glanced at Xiaoshou, unable to summon the heart to intensify her assault further. The judge in the void shook his head. No one could prevent this truly resilient spirit refiner from achieving victory. As long as Xiaoshou could endure, how could she possibly intervene to conclude the match? Mo gritted her teeth, instantly doubling the temperature. The crimson magma suddenly darkened with a swirl of black. The murky fluid swiftly infiltrating the crevices of Xiaoshou's garments. Xiaoshou's expression finally contorted in pain. This sudden spike in temperature was surpassing that fateful day to know. If this continued, he would truly perish. His eyes darted, recalling the refining methods from that day. Perhaps he could absorb the magma into his body. Xiaoshou's eyes lit up. Pain was pain, but he was ready to embrace it. With a fierce pulse in his chest, a blazing golden pill shot forth, which he bit down on before taking a deep breath. Hiss! The surging, scorching energy instantly melted his mouth and nose, only to be rapidly restored. Once again, he absorbed a surge of searing energy into his dantian, fully assimilating it. This could work. Xiaoshou rejoiced, disregarding all else as he continued his operation. The onlookers were horrified. This was brutal. The spectacle rendered the venue eerily silent, with everyone subconsciously rooting for Xiaoshou. Mo could no longer bear to watch. While Xiaoshou withstood the torment, she, the perpetrator, found it unbearable. This was too cruel. I am not this kind of person. However, if sealing the heavens cannot defeat him, must I resort to that move? Mo unconsciously stroked her right arm. Xiaoshou took notice. His legs trembled. The magma had not forced him to yield, but Mo's slight gesture nearly brought him to his knees. What was she planning? To unseal her power? What a joke! Stop! Xiaoshou bellowed. Mo looked up, realizing what he intended. Surely, it couldn't be. But she thought perhaps it was time to let him find release with her left hand. Mo formed a series of intricate gestures that Xiaoshou felt dread wash over him. No, this was unnecessary. He wasn't worth it. He was unaware of the terrifying force sealed within Mo's right hand. But if she unleashed it, what would happen? What to do? What to do? Xiaoshou's mind raced. He had to stop her. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the 4 chains binding him. Xiaoshou closed his eyes. In the next moment, the thousands of spirit swords, which had barely settled, began to tremble once more. Xiaoshou's pupils constricted. Could it be? He has mastered all things or swords just like that. He could barely perform reverse sword technique at noon. Is he some kind of prodigy? Buzz! The multitude of spirit swords soared again, as Xiaoshou inhaled the scorching energy while manipulating the sword intent across the arena. Soon, he sensed a unique sword aura, the sword energy that had been devoured by Mo, yet remained unrefined. Xiaoshou furrowed his brow. Within his perception, an obscure force suppressed this sword energy, preventing it from stirring up any waves. But reverse sword style. Xiaoshou forcefully beckoned, causing the hidden pain to pivot and dart forth. He abruptly severed the sword intent, the black sword crashing to the ground. The audience was bewildered, unsure of Xiaoshou's intentions, but the next moment, they realized something was amiss with Mo, her left hand, which was forming seals, was abruptly interrupted, her complexion flushed, and her abdomen slightly bulging, as if something within was about to rupture. Xiaoshou, Mo instantly recognized the mischief at play. Her fury igniting, she hastily abandoned her actions to suppress the sword energy. Xiaoshou seemed to have found a solution. Reverse sword style, the black sword stood erect. Yet before it could take flight, it was interrupted again, crashing to the ground at the same time. Mo's body jolted violently, but then fell silent. Her brow furrowed, yet she sighed in relief. Thankfully, Xiaoshou couldn't focus on anything else at the moment. But was it really like that? Reverse sword style. The black sword stood tall. Interrupted. Crash. Ugh. Mo trembled, suddenly looking up, as if realizing something. The audience was equally taken aback, seemingly coming to a revelation. Could it be that Xiaoshou? No way. Damn, that is a bit too cheeky. Su Xiaoshou himself began to grasp the situation, not merely in thought, but in execution. Reverse sword style, interrupted. Reverse sword style, interrupted. Crash, crash. Ugh. Mo was shaken twice, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Xiaoshou. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Interrupt, interrupt, interrupt. Crash, crash, crash. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Mo's entire face burned crimson. Her neck flushed, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Su, diva, 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 diva. Interrupt, 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 interrupt. Interrupt, interrupt. Crash, 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 crash. Crash, crash. Ugh, 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 ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. At the finals, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving everyone in shock. Xiaoshou's legs gave way, and he plummeted from the air. Su Xiaoshou, hearing Mo's rhythmically comical sounds, couldn't help but lose his composure, spitting out a mouthful of blood while laughing uncontrollably. Cursed passive value 111111. Chapter 50. You're deflating. Mo's grotesque ugh-ugh sounds, coupled with her body's tremors, were genuinely unsettling. Yet, they were also immensely humorous. Su Xiaoshou prided himself on his composure, rarely succumbing to laughter unless utterly unable to contain himself. The audience was even more restrained. Initially, no one dared to laugh, given that she was the senior sister from the outer courtyard. The number one, however, after Su Xiaoshou's pft, a chain reaction ensued. The expressions of the crowd shifted from astonishment to unabashed amusement. Damn, Su Xiaoshou, I'm truly impressed. He must be cursed, haha. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. I've seen a different side of Sister Mo. She is too adorable. If I can't hold this in, I'm sorry. Let me laugh in respect, huh? Hee 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 hee. The laughter erupted, overwhelming the venue, leaving everyone speechless. Damn, whose laughter is so infectious? Shut up, look behind you. The person turned to see Elder Xiao, expressionless, almost causing them to lose control. Damn, it's over. Unexpectedly, Elder Xiao pointed at the stage. Here we go again. Su Xiaoshou must be insane. Hee 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 hee. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into uncontrollable laughter, half in jest, and more so seizing the opportunity to mercilessly mock Elder Xiao, whom they usually dared not ridicule. The information bar was once again flooded with passive values, encompassing mockery, admiration, but predominantly curses and disdain. That Su Xiaoshou found amusement in this. The absence of barriers allowed for real-time updates, a delightful experience indeed. Meanwhile, Mo had initially intended to show mercy, yet Su Xiaoshou's antics solidified her resolve to liberate her right hand. Suppressing the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, she intermittently formed seals, surprisingly managing to execute consecutive moves. What the heck? This is possible. Su Xiaoshou gasped in shock, realizing he could no longer play around. If she continued, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Reverse sword style. Ah! Mo gritted her teeth, glaring furiously, yet her hands remained relentless. However, this time, Su Xiaoshou did not falter either. The black sword hurtled toward him, poised to pierce his chest. He willed it into his spatial ring. Su Xiaoshou felt like a genius. How had he not thought to wear the ring around his neck before? After resolving the troublesome Sanku, he could finally unleash his full potential. The innate sword intent surged forth. Mo's body trembled violently, realizing that the sword aura within her was on the verge of breaking free. It turned out Su Xiaoshou had not even exerted his full strength. Poof! Ultimately, she could no longer suppress the urge and spat out blood. The crimson liquid flowed forth. The seal could no longer contain it, and the soaring sword intent erupted from her, standing at the edge of the arena. Xiaoshou was numb. Was Su Xiaoshou truly capable of cultivating all things or sword to the extent where he could forcibly control a person? What a bizarre phenomenon. In essence, Su Xiaoshou was not controlling Mo, but awakening the sword aura that resided within her. This was inherently his, akin to the intimacy he shared with Sanku. How could he not exert control? Once Mo lost control, not only did the sword intent rise from her, but the white innate sword aura was unleashed as well. Gee! Her orifices and limbs instantaneously released terrifying sword energy. the sharp intent lacerating her until she was drenched in blood. Mo had indeed miscalculated. She had no idea that Su Xiaoshou's mastery over sword intent was so formidable. Generally speaking, while those who comprehended all things or sword could certainly realize innate sword intent, not everyone who possessed innate sword intent could grasp all things or sword. This was not merely a spiritual technique, but a profound comprehension of intent, exceedingly difficult to attain. Only an anomaly like Su Xiaoshou could, upon breaking through to innate sword intent, simultaneously learn all things or sword. As the terrifying sword energy surged forth, Mo was propelled into the air by the recoil. The two locked eyes, one suspended by chains in the void, the other a humanoid sword energy projector. The only commonality was that both were suspended in a big shape, drenched in blood. Su Xiaoshou chuckled. You finally understand my suffering. Let me go. Mo struggled to articulate. I haven't locked you up, besides. You struck first. Su Xiaoshou's eyes twinkled. How about you release first? Impossible. Then I too cannot. The two exchanged stubborn glances, both faces resolute. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoshou suddenly proclaimed, Mo junior sister, stop struggling. You're leaking. Mo paused, momentarily stunned, as her blood surged, nearly causing her to faint. Su Xiaoshou, I'll kill you. Threat detected. Passive value 1. The audience below erupted in laughter. Despite the tragic state of the two, Su Xiaoshou's antics rendered them incapable of sympathy. Both were spewing blood, as if blood were free. Mo hesitated. She was not of innate flesh. Her endurance thus far was solely due to the overwhelming life force released by her right hand. Yet she knew it would tire. All right, I promise to let go first. She bore the pain, forming a seal, and the lava immediately ceased its flow. Endless vitality swiftly restored much of her body, prompting Su Xiaoshou to groan in relief. Mo, enduring through the pain, declared, It's your turn. Su Xiaoshou inhaled deeply, savoring the hard-won happiness. I'm sorry, but I can no longer control this sword energy. Mo. Cursed, passive value 1. With a wave of her hand, the lava flowed once more. Damn, heartless. Su Xiaoshou hastily seized the brief interval between the cessation and resumption, his chest heaving as he propelled the ring upward. Sanku reappeared, swirling in the in the moment when the sword hilt aligned with his forehead. Su Xiaoshou concentrated the sharp light into a singular point and struck fiercely. Clang. The black sword blazed, shooting toward the horizon. The audience held their breath. This was the very sword that had once defeated him. Everyone recognized Su Xiaoshou's intention, sitting upright in eager anticipation that Mo could not be unaware of this. However, her body was forcibly releasing sword energy, making it difficult even to raise her hand. Even so, she formed a seal. Too slow, Xiaoshou shook his head. While Mo likely had a terrifying trump card, the cumbersome seals hindered her. Under normal circumstances, there would be no issue. But she faced Su Xiaoshou, an eccentric capable of shifting the tide of battle and seizing any combat detail. It was as though he had returned to that fateful night. As Tsanku soared to the farthest point, Su Xiaoshou felt a rush of exhilaration. Come forth, devourer. Today I grant you the opportunity. Reverse sword style. Mo still refused to yield. However, the sound of breaking air echoed behind her. Tsanku surged from behind, piercing her chest. But that was not the end. The audience watched in disbelief as the black sword carried Mo, mercilessly driving into Su Xiaoshou's chest. Silence enveloped the arena. In the finals void, from massive chains of flowing lava, a blood-dripping black sword, and two individuals hung suspended. This scene would surely remain etched in the memories of all present. Su Xiaoshou, too ruthless. He truly can go to such lengths against himself. I'm crying. It looks so painful. In the void, the chain seemed to flicker, on the verge of disappearing. Poof! Su Xiaoshou spat a mouthful of blood onto Mo's head. Pain! Excruciating pain! But without cruelty, how could he prevent Mo from liberating her right hand? Poof! Mo retaliated, spewing a mouthful of blood on a Xiaoshou's shoulder. Being not of innate flesh, her vision darkened, and she collapsed on a Xiaoshou's chest. Some watched with tears glistening, others with stars in their eyes, but many were simply astounded. Boom! The chains finally vanished, and Xiaoshou caught the unconscious Mo as they plummeted from the void. Bang! Dust enveloped them as Xiaoshou withdrew the black sword, cradling Mo in his arms and feeding her a golden elixir. The battle concludes. Xiaoshou emerges victorious. Chapter 51. Inner courtyard quota. The applause was thunderous, the audience rising to their feet, generously applauding, filled with admiration for this final match. One could say, a dragon leading a phoenix, with Xiaoshou at the center. Everyone found it somewhat peculiar, yet gazing upon the bloodied youth, they felt that his presence warranted such a conclusion. However, it must be admitted, it was truly spectacular. Xiaoshou waved his hand, and the medical staff approached to take Mo from Xiaoshou's arms. The remaining four exchanged wide-eyed glances, fixated on Xiaoshou. Do you require treatment? These four familiar faces. Xiaoshou cheerfully replied, no need. He peeled back his shirt, revealing the charred flesh from lava burns that had already begun to heal, offering it to them. Since you came, there's nothing of value to give you. Take this as a keepsake. Cursed, passive value 4. The four turned and walked away, abandoning even the pretense of checking their condition. This fellow was truly a monster. Such fearsome lava had failed to incinerate him. What a pity. During the match, if one were to consider who was the least worried upon seeing the lava, it would undoubtedly be these four. They observed the audience's expressions of concern, pondering the depth of human nature. Had they not previously examined Xiaoshou's condition, they might have been taken in by the emotional display. Xiaoshou raised his hand to quell the audience's applause, smiling as he addressed them. First and foremost, congratulations to Xiaoshou for winning this year's Heroic Confrontation Championship. Honestly, it was beyond my expectations. The audience shared a knowing smile. Who among them did not harbor similar thoughts? Only Xiaoshou's face darkened, silently cursing this middle-aged man. Did he truly believe I could not claim the championship? Xiaoshou paid him no mind, continuing, I noticed him during the group stages because he was stirring up trouble. I noticed him during the breakout rounds because he escalated the situation during the advancement rounds. It became impossible not to notice him. This guy nearly drove me to madness. The audience erupted in laughter, but Xiaoshou's expression turned ashen. Revenge. This middle-aged man had finally found an opportunity to poke fun at him. Xiaoshou changed his tone. However, there is no doubt that Xiaoshou is a dark horse. Every individual encounters a pivotal moment in their life, be it a setback or an opportunity. The ability to conquer oneself is, in truth, deeply rooted in your own unobserved efforts. With a sheepish scratch of his head, Xiaoshou mused, effort? Well, it's not too bad, I suppose. However, now that you mention it, I shall certainly strive harder to earn passive points in the future. Unbeknownst to Xiaoshou, his words had been misconstrued by someone present. After sharing his reflections, he finally concluded his post-match commentary. I hope that in the next competition, there will still be someone who makes me see them in a new light. Now, let the awards commence. He activated the command, and a podium materialized above the arena, featuring 10 positions. The staff ushered the top 10 forward, and while the other participants in the qualifying rounds also received rewards. They could not bask in this moment of glory on the stage. The Xiaoshou glanced around and spotted many familiar faces. Cough, cough, old friends. Zhao Qingting, Mu Zishi, Mo. The medical team was quite commendable. At least Mo had regained consciousness and some mobility. Xiaoshou beamed as he watched them pass by, enthusiastically waving in greeting. However, upon scanning the information panel, his expression soured. As Zhao Qingting walked past, he blandly uttered, Congratulations. Cursed, passive points 1. Mu Zishi, with her twin ponytails, wrinkled her nose as she passed. Humph. Despised. Passive points 1. Mo strolled by, without even a glance in his direction. Ignored, passive points 1. Xiaoshou. Hey, was it not merely a few stabs and knocking you all unconscious? Must you hold such grudges? He sighed, too weary to wave at them anymore. They were all so petty, Lacking the breadth of character needed for greater achievements, the staff distributed another ring, which Xiaoshou cherished. This was already his second. I shall refrain from detailing the other rewards. You may peruse them yourselves. After concluding his remarks, Xiaoshou turned to face the audience, raising his voice slightly. The Wind and Cloud Rankings Top 10 will each receive one opportunity to select a spirit technique from the Spirit Treasury. The top 3 will receive one innate pill, if not needed. It may be exchanged for an equivalent value in other pills. The audience erupted in astonishment, their expressions filled with envy. The Spirit Treasury is the most esteemed chamber of the Tiansang Spirit Palace, housing a plethora of spirit techniques encompassing postnatal, innate, and even master-level skills. The innate pill, classified as an 8th grade pill, can enhance the probability of breaking through to the innate level by 30%, making it a coveted item for all. Of course, this year's top 3 were somewhat unusual, as only the champion, Xiaoshou, could utilize such a treasure. The other 2 had already achieved innate status. Xiaoshou felt a twinge of helplessness. The caliber of competitors this year was exceptionally high, rendering the once unparalleled innate pill less remarkable in comparison. Nevertheless, the option to exchange for other pills of equal tier was indeed considerate. Xiaoshou, however, felt quite pleased. Unlike those monstrous cultivators, these rewards were precisely what he needed at this moment. The innate pill and the chance to select spirit techniques from the treasury were both invaluable to him. Heaven knows, after 3 years in the Spirit Palace, he had only once gained entry to acquire the Baiyun sword technique, and had never qualified again since. Reflecting on this, Xiaoshou felt a pang of bitterness. Unlike the other contestants who wielded a variety of innate techniques, look at Mo, whose techniques likely surpassed the innate level. Meanwhile, he could only rely on his own creativity to conjure skills of uncertain grade. Wait, did he not end up winning? With this thought, Xiaoshou suddenly chuckled. Perhaps things were not so bleak after all. Observing the awards being presented on the stage, the audience's spirits lifted. Indeed, Xiaoshou's lips curved into a smile. Excellent. Now only the final moment remains. The inner courtyard quotas. As soon as he spoke, a murmur rippled through the audience. At last, it's here. We've been waiting for this moment. I wonder how many will enter the inner courtyard this year. If I recall correctly, last year there was only Su Qianqian. In previous years, there were even stretches with no quotas at all. Indeed, the threshold for entering the inner courtyard is exceedingly high, but the quality is undeniably exceptional. Quite so. Currently, aside from the 33 in the inner courtyard, the rest combined likely number less than 100. Xiaoshou retrieved a piece of paper from his robes and announced, 1 quota for the inner courtyard. Zhou Tiancan, seated amidst the audience, stood up in disbelief, pointing at himself. Me? Is there a mistake?